There's a huge buzz on this campus. Typically, Fort Lewis College has raised around $2.5 million in private funding a year. This year, our foundation raised about $10 million. So the work on this campus, really the faculty and staff to stay open during COVID, which many of our Western Slope institutions did. I mean, many of our Western Slope institutions did really better than anyone nationally, is amazing. And you'd think with all of that, that the Front Rangers would be like, wow, Western Slope, it's what's happening. But that's why I'm so thrilled Club 20's here. We have to fight really hard to get the attention and the help that we need in the Front Range to do our work. And so a couple of things I want to leave you with, just from a message point wise. Colorado is 47 in higher ed funding, and you imagine having a healthy workforce, and so may not be popular in this group, but we're not going to get there unless we think seriously about reforming Tabor. And I just want to throw that out there. It'll take advocacy, and again, people in this room, particularly Barbara McLaughlin, fighting with, making sure that's on, but it's going to take Tabor reform. So I just want to be really clear about that. Second thing is housing. Housing and the cost of housing is threatening our community. And a lot of people think that housing is a Front Range issue and exclusively a Front Range issue, and it's not. The high schools are struggling to find math teachers. Just talking to the principal of Durango High, and every teacher that they've hired this year is coming in on provisional certification. There's nothing wrong necessarily with provisional certification, but I don't think you want every teacher coming in on provisional certification. That's a real problem. So want you to just, keep doing what you're doing to raise the issues of the Western Slope to the rest of the state of Colorado, because without it, we won't continue to thrive as we're doing. So really appreciate you being here. And with that, let me pass it over to my colleague and friend, Matt Salkin.
Good morning, everyone. That's Salkin County Commissioner. A couple items that I just want to bring up, and it's great to see a lot of familiar faces here and all working together on the important issues on the Western Slope. A couple items here, and it's great to see on your today's agenda. I'm unfortunately not able to stay all day. I'll be here part of the telecom part, but for La Plata County, high-speed internet is an important issue. And it's great news. I'm part of the Southwest Broadband Committee, which works with Region 9 counties, 5 counties, to be able to be prepared for the Colorado Broadband Office for funding that's going to be coming in. It's interesting, up to $5 million all the way up to $100 million offered for the state of Colorado. But I have to say that we are more prepared than we have been in the past years. And so we've highlighted 3 areas in our county, which is high priorities for fiber in La Plata County. And that would be Hesperus to Red Mesa, so Highway 141. And then we have also the other priority 2 as well. It would be North Bayfield, County Road 501 to Vallecito, Forest Lakes, ties into County Road 240, all the way to Edgemont Ranch, then tie into the city of Durango. The other item 2 as well would be a current project that's happening right now, which is great partnerships, because we all cannot do it alone, and we all have to work together to be able to accomplish those goals. And that would be a partnership with La Plata Electric, Southern Ute Indian Tribe, Archuleta County, and La Plata County. And that is Highway 151, which is Ignacio all the way to Pagosa Springs. Our goal is to tie in services to be able to address the redundancy issues. A couple years ago in Bayfield, backhoe hit a fiber line, took out all of 911 communications for Pagosa Springs. This is very important. So I look forward to hearing more on which actually presenting is Corey with Region 10. He's been a huge asset for working with La Plata County in our region on being able to tie that fiber loop throughout the whole state of Colorado on that redundancy, middle mile, all the way to last mile. We're also coordinating with ISPs here in La Plata County. They're fired up, they're hungry, they're ready to attach to get to homes and hopefully get to Governor Polis's goal is 97% homes connected to high-speed internet and businesses. So look forward to meeting you all, and thank you very much. And thank you. I'll turn it over to the city.
Good morning, Erin Hyder, Managing Director of Internal and Cultural Services with the City of Durango, which is really just a long title that says I lead the inside of the organization. If Jose could have made up a longer title, I'm sure he would have. But Stoked to have you guys here this morning. Just to add a few remarks to Tom and Matt. Thanks to Club 20 for hosting the sessions here in Durango. And we appreciate the work that you do to support the leaders of our community here and the communities across the Western Slope. For those of you that traveled from out of town, welcome. On behalf of the mayor and the city manager, we hope you enjoy your time here in Durango and hope you get a little bit of time outside of the sessions to enjoy any of our great amenities we have here. Get out on a trail, get downtown, or eat at one of our great restaurants. We'd love to see you out and about. So thanks again. Enjoy your sessions. If there's anything that I can do on behalf of the city while you're here, please let me know. Enjoy.
Thanks, Erin. And by show of hands, how many people are not from Durango who are joining us today? Just take a look at almost everyone. So make sure on behalf of the city and county, leave your money here when you go, right? Isn't that right? Sales tax is always a good thing. Thank you all for welcoming us. We're so excited to be here, as I mentioned earlier. And now we'll go ahead and move into our federal updates from our 3 federal offices. And we'll start with the most senior office, which will be John Whitney, joining us from Senator Michael Bennett's office.
Thanks, Christian. Great to be here. And I can't tell you how excited I am to have another Club 20 meeting here in Durango. Normally, I spend a lot of my summers driving up north to visit with Club 20, and very nice to have it here. I really appreciate you guys coming down. I've got a bunch of stuff to go over, so tight crowding with you, Mike. Come on. Thanks. Yeah, happy to give some updates. As is our custom, we like to give updates on topics and issues before the committees that are meeting today. So, first off, Matt talked about broadband, and, we're incredibly excited about that. I mean, federal funds are flowing for broadband like never before. We already got $250 million in Colorado through the American Rescue Plan, which has been great. And now we're going to get, at least $100 million from the feds through the bipartisan infrastructure law. I've heard estimates as high as $800 million. You hear 300 to 500 million recently. We won't know until the maps get finalized, and that's kind of what's been holding up some of the money. Is you've got to get accurate maps on the ground to actually know, who truly has service, who doesn't. There's been a lot of disputes about that, as we talked about here many times with Mike's committee. And this funding, the heart of it, the broadband funding in the bipartisan infrastructure law is what's called the BEAD program, the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program. And that program is really based off of Senator Bennett's Bridge Act that he built right here on the western slope of Colorado, working with Club 20, our big meeting in Montrose at DMEA with folks here. And, from having his policy advisors on broadband out on the ground, we built a bill here, the Bridge Act, that really became, the model of the text when the bipartisan infrastructure law was written, because we had the good fortune of Senator Rob Portman really being in the driver's seat when that provision was written, and he had been our original co-sponsor on the Bridge Act. So excited to see that. I think everyone knows, this is starting to move fast now. The broadband office is putting together their plans how to use this funding, and the letters of intent for the first round of funding are due July 18th, next Monday. So I know Matt and Corey are going to hit some of this later. A couple other topics, affordable health care. We're facing a tough one here because, Congress put in place some tax credits through some of the COVID bills that are set to expire. And Michael is really working to make sure those don't expire. If they do expire, these are the advanced premium tax credits. We're looking at least 11% increases, but it could be much more. Right now in Colorado, a significant number of people, I think 3 out of 4 Coloradans who get their health insurance through the exchange here in Colorado have seen their monthly premiums decline under this. And if it expires, we're going to see a huge increase on that. So that's one of the things we're working on. Another thing, workforce related, in May, Michael introduced the Public Safety Officer Health Improvement Act to reduce the cost of health care for retired public safety officers who are not eligible for Medicare. So a lot of times, you get folks in these industries, they work, they retire because the rigors of the job are such that, they don't work till they're 60 or 70. So they retire before they're eligible for Medicare. And you really need something to plug that gap. And so the thought is here to do to do legislation that would create a new tax credit of up to $4,800 for retired firefighters, law enforcement officers, and other public safety officers. Another thing we're working on, Higher Education Innovation Act with Senator Rubio. This might be of interest to you, Tom. By the way, I just want to say, I'm from Fort Lewis. I graduated here, got educated here, and I've been involved in this campus since 1992. And Tom Striticus is the best president Fort Lewis College has ever had. So. It was a golden era here at Fort Lewis, and I'm excited to see it and work with Tom, and so is Senator Bennett. But anyways, we're working on this Higher Education Innovation Act, bipartisan effort with Senator Rubio, and it would lower costs for students by allowing them to use financial aid to attend high-quality post-secondary programs, kind of non-traditional things. I won't get into great details on that because a couple other things I want to hit that are just kind of on our mind and thinking about. And I see my friend Ray back in the back there from Moffett County. And you know, one of the things we've been working on is Northwest Colorado with the the closures of their coal plants. They're facing a fiscal cliff up there that's daunting. And we were in the room with Ray Beck and other leaders from Craig a few years back, and it left a deep impression on Michael when he heard the head of the school district there say, when the coal plant closes, they lose 50% of their revenue overnight. So, that kind of fiscal cliff is tough. So what Michael has done is worked with folks up in Moffett, Craig, and that area that's really on the forefront of this energy transition, and put a bill together, and it's called the National Energy Community Transition Act. And now we've introduced it in the Senate a couple months ago, and are excited about it. And, we're working to get additional feedback on the bill and also seeking support from folks on the ground for the legislation. And I can pass out a, Christian can help me. Pass out our one pager on the bill. And it says a little bit more about it, but we'd love to engage with Club 20 on this. At the end of the day, we'd love to get your endorsement. We do have the endorsement of Colorado Counties Incorporated. We engaged with them through their annual summer conference this year and went to each of the district meetings and visited with them and briefed them on the bill, took some tough questions, some easy questions. And at the end of the day, we were proud to get CCI's endorsement. So all the county commissioners in Colorado that have reviewed it have looked at it and like it. And I think what really it is at the heart of it is just a way to help these communities that are going to go through this energy transition. I mean, the energy transition is here, whether you like it, you're for it, you're against it. We can't deny these communities are going through a hard time. And so Michael wants to be there to help them so their finances don't go like this. We want to kind of create a glide path so that you can replace some of that lost revenue. I think of it sometimes as a little bit like secure rural schools, which I know Club 20 has been a huge champion over the years. And secure rural schools was about helping timber dependent communities, not have that fiscal cliff when the timber revenue went like this. SRS essentially created that glide path for those communities, and all the counties get that money here on the Western Slope, and it's been tremendously helpful for them and our school districts to get that money as well. So this is something similar, and I won't get into great detail on it today. I think we're going to visit a little more with you guys on it when we're up in Rangeland. That's probably a good corner of the state to have this conversation, but essentially it sets up a $20 billion endowment. And from that, you can do some formula payments and some transition grants. And there's more on the one pager, so I won't belabor the details, but just want to open that conversation with you guys and say, we'd love to work with you on it. We think it's the kind of thing where we can continue our long, proud tradition of working with Club 20, finding things we can agree on to work to advance in Congress. So with that, I'll wrap it up and hand it to whoever's next.
Thank you, Michael. Michael, you just got a promotion. Congratulations, you have the stress of being a U.S. Senator.
Just speaking on his behalf.
Next, we will go over to Representative Lauren Bobert's office, and we have joining us a new face that we're so excited to work with, Naomi Dobbs, who's the Southwest Regional Director, and of course, State Director Clarice Navarro.
Hello, I just wanted to say a quick thank you for having the event here, President Strickland, and I am also an alumnus of Fort Lewis, as are both of my children who are very successful having gone through your STEM program, which is wonderful. So I wanted to make sure you had my face. I work out of the Durango office for Congresswoman Boebert. I'm her Southwest Regional Director. And as such, we know how diverse Colorado is. So my focus is very narrow on Southwest issues. For example, I'm not looking at broadband, I'm worried about narrowband issues. So for that reason, I'm going to pass this to the District Director, Clarice Navarro, to give you your overview and update.
Good morning, everyone. It's good to see you all again, and it was a beautiful drive over from Pueblo. So thank you for great weather on the way over. I just have 3 very quick updates, just 2 on healthcare and then 1 on education. And you may already know these brief, quick little facts, but Congresswoman Boebert was able to secure $1.74 billion for community health care centers. As you know, how important and vital these are for our small communities to provide these services. And she was able to do that through the legislative provision. Also, our office was able to help Delta Community Health Hospital to obtain their CMS designation to qualify for higher Medicare reimbursement rate. This designation will also allow Delta Hospital to remain independent and secure more healthcare infrastructure for their community. It is also important to support these small hospitals and again, providing these very important services. Without these rural hospitals and these community centers, there is no way that we can give care, and no way that our constituents can even afford health care at this point with all of our high inflation and everything that's been going on. For our school update, Congresswoman Boebert continues to fight for rural schools and give the opportunities that our urban schools receive. She was able to secure $515 million through the PELT program, which will help fund rural schools that lose property tax revenue due to those federal lands being in jurisdiction. And both of those, again, were signed into law via the legislative provisions. So those are my quick updates that I have for you today.
And joining us by Zoom from United States Senator John Hickenlooper's office is Sarah McCarthy, who is the State Outreach Director. Sarah, thanks so much for joining us virtually.
Hi, Christian. Hi, everybody. Thanks so much for having me. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay. So yes, I'm the State Outreach Director, very familiar with you all. So it's good to see you today. And tomorrow, our Western Colorado Regional Director, Helen Kadich, who's on a plane from DC right now, is going to be joining you in person. So thanks for having a hybrid Hickenlooper experience. So I'll just dive into some of the topics I know you all are covering today, starting with healthcare. I think we're all keenly aware that healthcare providers are still experiencing serious setbacks from COVID. We're seeing employee shortages putting real strains on the system. I know that there's going to be a much deeper discussion around that today. But some things from the federal side that Senator Hickenlooper has been pushing for, who is on the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee. So through that committee, Senator Hickenlooper has been really pushing to make drug pricing more competitive and improve transparency within the FDA. There was a big HELP hearing last month that moved forward some of those provisions that Senator Hickenlooper had been pushing for through the FDA Safety and Landmark Advancements Act. This basically reauthorizes FDA's user fee program for 5 years. And he's also been really pushing the FDA to address critical drug shortages, specifically for medical imaging. So when we see some more movement on that, we'll let you know, but those are the kind of the things that he's been really focused on in that healthcare world with drug pricing and transparency. Another thing in the health world is veterans health and benefits. The Senate just recently passed the Honoring Our PACT Act. PACT stands for Promise to Address Comprehensive Toxics Act. I feel like we're in Congress always trying to find like who can make the best bill acronym. So this basically expands healthcare access and Department of Veteran Affairs benefits for veterans who were exposed to toxics during their military service. We expect it to pass in the House pretty soon with very little provisions. The senator met with a huge group of veteran service officers and veterans a couple of weeks ago to chat about kind of the passage of it in the Senate, and the veteran community across the state is really excited to see this and have been really pushing this for a long time. So that's been a big win with this milestone of passing the Senate. And then a couple more things on the veterans front. Senator Hagler has co-sponsored a couple of bills specifically supporting the veterans community. One of which is called the Major Richard Starr Act. This is going to ensure that veterans with fewer than 20 years of service receive full benefits that they've earned upon retirement. And then the Zero Suicide Demonstration Project Act to address mental health issues for veterans, especially those in rural areas. So for those of you who interact with the veteran community, you may be hearing about a couple of these bills that are moving forward. Education and workforce. Workforce is always a major priority and topic of mind for the senator. He really has an eye towards expanding workforce training. And of course, that's a part of the HELP committee. He chairs the subcommittee on workforce. So he has a path of influence there, which he's really excited about. Growing youth apprenticeship, helping employers establish new programs. He was involved in the Partners Act, which helps bring apprenticeship programs to small and medium-sized businesses that don't necessarily always have those resources. And there was a hearing held recently in the Health Committee that really focused on recruitment, retention, upsizing, and skilling, and diversifying the workforce, as well as apprenticeships critical to our broadband. And I think a note on that, speaking of committees, the senator is always looking for real stories, statistics, and quotes or information from the ground in Colorado when he's attending these hearings. And the hearing information is completely public. So I want to encourage you all, if you ever see a hearing coming up, and we can let you know as well, with health, education, labor, pensions, or commerce, which is what Telcom lives under, which is Senator Hickenlooper is both on. If you have information about what's going on in your community, stats on what's happening with businesses in your area, he loves hearing from the Western Slope, and he loves being able to really bring that information to the floor, to the hearing. So I just want to open that as an opportunity for engagement, for real engagement in these conversations that are happening in DC and bringing real-time information from the state to DC. So yeah, just want to offer that opportunity, and please always feel free to reach out to our office. Helen will be there again tomorrow, and I'll put my information in the chat, though I think most of you have it already. So yeah, that's all from me. I'll leave it at that.
Thanks so much, Sarah. We miss seeing you in person, but glad you could join us by Zoom.
Likewise.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Before we jump into our telecom committee, we have a couple of housekeeping things. First and foremost, restrooms are out this door and to the right, out the main ballroom door and to the right. So please head over there. There's also a coat rack there for you fine dressed men and women who maybe want to hang up your sweater or your blazer. You're welcome to do so. We also have coffee and water out here in the ballroom, and they were so kind as to bring us actual cream and almond milk, which is a treat because I give them Sam's Club creamer. It's not great.
Remember that.
It's not great. So please go ahead and help yourself. The microphones are always tricky, but so far so good. When you're using the microphones, push the on button and then wait a couple of seconds. They're connected by Bluetooth, so it takes just a second for the microphone to actually connect to the system before you start speaking. And then please go ahead and turn that off as soon as you're done speaking. When we have multiple microphones on, we tend to get a little bit of feedback, and that's fine at 2 o'clock when you guys are full of lunch and you're sleepy, but probably not first thing in the morning. So please do use a microphone when you're speaking. We have folks joining us by Zoom, which I'll actually ask Brittany to go ahead and tell us who's joining us on Zoom today. Thank you, President, for being here.
Yeah, thank you. Enjoy campus. Take a walk.
On Zoom, we have Waylon Ryan, Melanie Worley, Sarah Smith, and Hillary. and Sarah McCarthy, of course.
Thanks, Brittany. And folks who are joining us by Zoom, please do not be shy. Use the raise your hand feature, type a question into the chat, and Brittany will be your advocate to make sure that your question gets answered to the best of our ability, or connect you with somebody who can answer that question. So please do not be shy. Before we go into the pledge, I want to just take one more second to thank our venue sponsor today, who we are incredibly grateful for, and that's Four Corners Materials. So let's give Four Corners Materials a big round of applause. These events cost money for us to put on, and the reason that you're able to get away with paying $5 for lunch today is because of the generosity of all of our sponsors. So thank you to all of them. We'll recognize them again throughout the day today and tomorrow. Last but not least, we have an incredibly cool networking reception this evening that Centura is hosting for us. And of course, I say that when Nicole stepped out of the room, but Centura is hosting us at the hospital, providing beer and wine and some appetizers in this beautiful garden. So please join us later on today for that networking reception. So now, Ray Beck, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And now we'll turn it over to our Telecom Committee Chair, Mr. Michael Murphy.
Hello, everyone. How's everybody doing today? And thank you for joining us. Can you hear me? Is that working? Okay, great. Thanks for joining us in the southwest corner of the state. This is always one of my favorite places to be. I'd like to thank Tom, Matt, and Aaron again for having us here. We sure appreciate the opportunity. Let's start with some housekeeping. Welcome to Club 20 Policy Committee meetings. In accordance with our bylaws, we ask that only Club 20 members participate and vote on matters of policy development. If you're interested in becoming a Club 20 member, please see a member of the staff, or as we all know, right back in the back for more information. Discussion is open to members and guests and is a critical part of our committee meetings. When asking a question or making a comment, please use the microphone. Speak loudly so everyone can hear you, especially those on Zoom. For those seated in front of a tabletop microphone, please do not turn on your microphone until the committee chair has acknowledged you, and then turn off your microphone once you are finished speaking. For those of you in the back of the room, Club 20 staff will be walking around with a microphone for you to use if needed. We will now ask the folks who are joining us virtually. We've already done that. See, I read from a script. I do really well. Thank you, those joining us virtually. Please now mute yourself if you have any questions during the meeting. Unmute, proceed with your question. Next, we'll ask everyone in the room to introduce themselves. And so let's go with Ms. Barbara. Why don't you start? We'll work our way down and come back.
There we go. Good morning, everyone. Barbara McLaughlin, House District 59 representative. Happy to be here. And thanks for coming to Durango.
Good morning, Massachusetts County Commissioner of Platte County.
Steve Harris, Durango.
Matt Schuler, Jackson County.
Sue Hansen, Montrose County Commissioner.
Oh, I guess.
Brittany Dixon, Policy and Outreach Representative for Club 20.
Let me go over there. Yeah.
Naomi Dobbs, Southwest Regional Director for Congresswoman Lauren Boebert.
Clarice Navarro, District Director for Congresswoman Boebert.
William Tedrow, City Councilman, City of Delta.
Lois Dunn, Government Affairs for Grand Junction Area Realtors.
Marina Zimmerman. I am a candidate for United States House.
Sydney Zink, Durango, past many.
Kelly Haggard, Durango, and La Plata County resident and Club 20 member. Thank you. Shelley Shaw, candidate for House District 59 and from Durango.
Hi, I'm Doug McCarthy. I'm a healthcare advocate for the Local First Foundation and Peak Health Alliance.
Wayne Jeffries, Potter County.
John Whitney, Western Slope Regional Director for Senator Bend. Chris Lopez, Colorado Housing and Finance Authority, Community Relations Manager for Southwest Colorado.
Mark Lindstone, IT Director, La Plata County. I wanted to give it the appropriate amount of time to catch up, Michael.
There you go.
Brad McLeod. I am the Western Slope Area Manager for Excel Energy. And today also, though I took it off, wear the hat as the chair for Club 20. And I want to personally thank all of you for making the time to be here. And thank you for our hosts here in Durango. This is an amazing, wonderful place. I have a lot of fond memories here. So thank you for having us. This is great.
Nothing like making an entrance. Hi, everyone. I'm Nicole Milo. I am the Assistant Director for Government Affairs for Centura Health.
Morning, I'm Michael McFall. I'm out of Durango and I work with HDR Engineering.
Reed Beck, Monmouth County, Membership Chair for Club 20 and Co-Chair for Transportation Policy Committee.
Mayor Joe Coulihan, Archuleta County Rep and Co-Chair for the Tourism Subcommittee.
Brad, excuse me, Brad Blake, previous County Commissioner and candidate for County Commissioner.
Thank you all. I am Michael Murphy, co-chair of Telecommunications, incoming chair Club 20 and M4 Ranch Group, a Hinsdale County resident. One of the smallest ones in the area, but we pack a big punch. So we've gone through all of the welcome and introductions. I guess we're a little bit early, but not bad, guys. This is the only time we're going to be early all day. Actually, we're about 10 minutes early, but we'll rock this out. So I think I saw Sarah on the line. Is she?
She is.
Great. So we're going to introduce Sarah. She's with Broadband Equity Access and Deployment BEAD Program Update. And Sarah is with the Broadband Program Specialist, National Telecommunications and Information Administration, NTIA. So we're going to welcome her. Thank you all. And Sarah, take it away.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me. I'm sorry I can't be there with you in person, but I'm so excited to share this update about BEAD with you. As I said, my name is Sarah Smith. I am the Federal Program Officer for the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program, as well as the Digital Equity Act programs from the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. What I'm going to go through today is a very high-level presentation talking about actually all of the programs that the NTIA has available, especially because there's some deadlines coming up. But first, I'm going to share a website with you. So can I share my screen?
Yes.
Fantastic. Okay, so there's the presentation. Sorry, give me 1 second. Wrong sheet. Here we go. Okay, can you see the website?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. So for those of you who cannot read that little bar up there, it's internetforall.gov. Write this down because this website is the universal truth and update for all information about the broadband programs that the NTIA is administering. So you can, there's a couple of things here that I want to show. This webinar tab shows all the webinars that are upcoming. You can click on them and register. And if you have not been able to attend webinars, you can go to the previous webinars, download the presentation, and also watch the recorded session. So there's a lot of really good information in here. So definitely check that out. So first things first, I want to share an update. So on the 18th of this month is a deadline for our state to turn in their letter of intent for the Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program. And the good news is that every state so far has turned in their letter of intent. So this means that all of the states are going to be getting initial planning funds to start their process for BEAD. Good news for everybody. Okay, now presentation. Okay, and let me put it in presentation mode so it's easier to see. Okay, so.
And we're seeing your side of things, so you might want to switch the display settings.
Let's see, how do I do that?
Up at the top, yep, right there.
Okay.
Display settings and swap presenter view and slideshow.
Okay, fantastic, thank you.
Yes.
So I bring up this slide mostly to point out that the directive for the NTIA, and essentially my directive, is to ensure that Colorado utilizes the funds made available to them through the BEAD program to connect every single home and business in our state. That is our directive. Here's the overview of the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. There's over 200 programs. What I'm here to talk to you about today is broadband, but especially for those of you who are in local government, it's very important to ensure that you're aligning with the other state departments that are getting funding or are going to help local governments receive the funding for things like clean water, roads and bridge, transportation, airports and ports, passenger rail, electric cars, all of this. So I know that OEDIT and DOLA are working on putting together programs to help ensure that local governments are able to access this funding. Any questions about that? Feel free to interrupt me at any time if you have questions. Brittany, maybe you can help me if people in the room have questions.
I'm not seeing any questions in the room at this moment.
Okay.
Oh,
great.
we do have one.
Okay, great.
Yes. Okay. We got the question answered. It was about your slides.
Fantastic. And the other thing I'll say for everyone is that these slide presentations are actually available on that website, internetforall.gov. So any of the presentations that you see publicly, they're all approved collateral. So you can pull them down at any time. Okay, so here's the amount of money that have been given to the NTIA to administer these 4 programs. And then I just highlight really high level that there was 3 other programs that received funding for broadband that the NTIA is not responsible for administering. One thing I'll say here too, for those of you who work with CDOT or are interested in working with CDOT, there is a provision in the transportation side of the IJA bills that allows for transportation dollars to be used for broadband. So this is not money that is associated with the BEAD program or any of the other broadband funded programs. This is specific transportation dollars. So if you're looking to build middle mile or have access to middle mile, make sure to connect with CDOT on those programs. Okay. So it's about $65 billion. The Broadband Equity Access and Deployment Program has 42.45. The Digital Equity Act Planning, Capacity and Competitive Grants has 2.75. The Tribal Broadband Connectivity Program has 2 billion, and the Middle Mile Infrastructure Program has 1 billion. Okay. This is just to go through, I think all of you know this from hearing the conversations today already. These are the reasons why high-speed internet is important. And then these are the 3 directives that BEAD is responsible for: access, affordability, adoption, and digital literacy. Okay. Any questions yet?
I'm not
Great.
seeing anything in the room.
Thanks, Brittany. Okay, so let's get to the good stuff. Here we go. Here's the programs. So I want to highlight that one of the gray boxes, the FCC to administer $14.2 billion. The reason why I'm highlighting this is because both BEAD and the tribal programs have a requirement for what they're calling income qualified tiers of service, okay? This used to be the emergency broadband benefit. If you remember, it was a trial program that was created within the FCC to provide a stipend directly to providers to provide a lower level or a lower cost service to homes and businesses so that they could access broadband. Well, in the IJA bills, they codified it as the Affordable Connectivity Program. It's called the ACP. If you're interested in ensuring that the provider that you're working with is a part of this ACP program, you can just go to their website. And I think I'll put the website in the chat later once I can look it up. But it shows all of the provider information. It is a provider program. So the benefit, which is a $30 a month stipend, will just show up on the bill for the end user. And again, BEAD and the tribal connectivity programs require that any providers that are subrecipients of these grants have to have an income qualified tier, and that can be the Affordable Connectivity Program or something similar. Okay, so that website that I showed you earlier, internetforall.gov, this is a program sheet. If you go to the programs at the top of the website, there will be program sheets that you can download. There's application guidelines. There's the notice of funding opportunity that you can download. And then there's also, and most importantly, there's the FAQs. Now, the FAQs are updated regularly. And if you don't want to read the NOFO, which I don't blame you, it's 100 pages, the FAQ has a lot of the information that can really support your understanding of this. Now, the thing to know about BEAD is that BEAD is a direct to state allocation of funding. So to gain access to this funding as a subrecipient, you have to apply through the state. So the federal government set aside $42.45 billion. Each state gets a minimum of $100 million, and upfront are getting $5 million of that $100 million to start a planning process, an initial planning process. And at the end of that process, they have to deliver a 5-year plan. Okay, so the first half of this estimated timeline doesn't apply to you all. Okay, the state will likely have a grant program stood up and ready to deploy funding to subrecipients sometime next year. Maybe by summer, but probably by Q4 of next year. Any questions about that?
Not seeing any in the room.
Okay, great. So here's my suggestion. If you're a local government or you're a provider or you're a community anchor institution that wants to ensure that their community is getting covered by this BEAD funding, get involved in the 5-year planning process. Work with the Colorado Broadband Office to ensure that if you have a broadband plan for your community, that it's incorporated in the 5-year plan. That if you're an internet service provider and you have infrastructure that's in the ground that you'll want to utilize or ensure that that area is not eligible for funding, share your infrastructure data with the Colorado Broadband Office. Okay. BEAD program has 3 main directives. The first one is to provide service to unserved homes. Okay. Unserved homes and businesses. Unserved is considered no access to 25 megabits down, 3 megabits up, which is the FCC definition of broadband. And that can be at any type of technology. The second directive is underserved, which is no access to 100 megabits down, 20 megabits up at any type of infrastructure. And then the third is community anchor institutions who do not have gig service. Is anybody unclear about what a community anchor institution is?
Not that I am seeing.
Okay, great.
Oh,
So-
wait, we do have one.
Okay, great.
Matt Schuler with Jackson County. One question I have, is there any definition that includes bidirectional service?
Includes, I'm sorry, sir, I didn't hear that. Includes what service?
Bidirectional, where it's the same up as the down.
Oh.
People working from their homes are producing as much as they're consuming.
Yes, symmetrical service. Yeah. So not specific to BEAD, but I can say that providers are encouraged to provide symmetrical service. It's not in the actual NOFO or the IJA bills, which is dissimilar to the capital projects funds from ARPA, that they are encouraging 100 by 100 service. However, the state can make provisions in their funding and in their competitive process that does require that. They can do above and beyond. The BEAD requirements are the minimum requirements. Does that make sense?
He gave you a thumbs up.
Fantastic. So the last two things I'll say about BEAD is fiber preferred projects. So there is provisions within the NOFO, which is the Notice of Funding Opportunity, that requires the state to prioritize projects that are utilizing fiber. And then the last thing I'll say is that there's also a piece in the NOFO, which I'm calling out because I think is very interesting and has never been done before. A project can be as small as a single household. Okay, so this means that if there are areas in a neighborhood, just as an example, that there's a home that doesn't have fiber, and all of the other homes in the area do, or doesn't have access to 25.3, fiber can be pulled to that one single home, and it can be considered a priority project because it's prioritizing fiber and it's connecting an unserved location. Okay, so keep that in mind. The name of the game for BEAD really is collaboration and transparency. You know, regardless of what organization you represent, figure out how to get into partnerships with your local communities, with your community anchor institutions, with your elected officials, with your, with your internet service providers, and work with the state. Really, because Brandy Ryder is the point of contact for BEAD for the state. She was designated by the governor, and that was what was in the letter of intent. And so she is her office, the Colorado Broadband Office, is the full recipient of this funding. Okay. All right. This slide does highlight some of the eligible uses. There are places in the Notice of Funding Opportunity that goes through the eligible uses. My recommendation is just go to the FAQs. The FAQs gives the exhaustive list of eligible uses. And as always, at the end of the exhaustive list, there's as defined by the Assistant Secretary of the NTIA. So again, a suggestion is come up with a plan, make sure you're working with the Colorado Broadband Office. And even if it seems like something that may not be eligible, turn it into the state anyways and allow them to do the legwork to define whether or not it's an eligible use. Okay. All right. Next program. So the Digital Equity Act, which is an act inside of an act, actually has 3 programs. 2 of the programs are direct to state allocations. Okay. That's the planning program, the planning grant program, and the state capacity program. If you're interested in the competitive program, funding will likely not be launched until the middle of 2024. So you have some time to plan. If you have populations in your communities like veterans, incarcerated individuals, aging in place individuals, just to name a few, make sure you're getting involved with the state in their planning process to ensure that those populations are covered by this funding. So the state planning grant was, what do they call it? It's a formula-based program, which means that the state got an allocated amount, and that allocated amount was just under $1 million for the purpose of creating a state digital equity plan. Now, the point of contact for this again is Brandy in the Colorado Broadband Office and Catherine Keegan in the Office of Future of Work, which is our digital equity office for the state. They have a year to create a plan, and then they get to, based on the plan, apply for the state capacity grant. And the state capacity grant is $1.44 billion. That'll be distributed across all of the states. All of the states got their application in for the Digital Equity Acts. And that means that based on the plan, they'll get a certain allocation of funding. And then from there, they'll have to implement this plan. They have 5 years once they receive the capacity funding to implement this plan. When they start implementing the plan, the competitive application opens, which the competitive application is $1.25 billion, again, for the entirety of the United States. And they have 4 years to implement their plan. Any questions about that?
Not that I'm seeing in the room.
Fantastic. The third program is the Tribal Broadband Connectivity Program. This was a program that was already created within the NTIA and had already released a round of funding. All that the IJA bill did was provide additional funding, an additional $2 billion, and also relaxed the time requirements of the original program. We have a whole team that's focused on the Tribal Broadband Connectivity Program. If you're interested in participating with the tribal nations in your area in this program, work with the tribal nation and or contact the NTIA to find out who the right person within your state to work with is. Okay, not a lot of information about this. All right, final program. This is the Middle Mile Grant Program. The applications are due the 30th of September. It's $1 billion for the entire United States. It is technology neutral middle mile infrastructure. And the biggest point to know about this middle mile program is that it's a 30% match. Okay, it's a 30% match. This program is going to be really difficult to receive funding for. There are entities within Colorado that will be applying, and its directive is to create a backbone, right? It's to ultimately, everything is connected to last mile, right? To providing that last mile connection to homes and businesses, and to reducing the cost to the end user of that last mile. So they set aside some money to build some backbone infrastructure in hopes that it will decrease the cost for that last mile. They don't expect to start awarding any funds until at the earliest March of next year. It'll probably take longer than that. The NTIA is expecting to be oversubscribed by 3. They're expecting that they're going to get requests for $3 billion. So, and we're very aware that we're asking for, basically a unicorn application. And the expectation is that we'll have geographically diverse projects with projects of, differing sizes all across the United States. Any questions about that?
Not that I'm seeing in the room.
Okay.
Oh, yes, there's one in the back. One moment, please.
Thanks.
Sarah, is BEAD a match grant?
Yes, thank you for asking that. BEAD does have a match. The match is 25%. OEDIT has put together a match program, and they're working with the Colorado Broadband Office and DOLA to support stakeholders in applying for this money and having match support. One thing to note is that in-kind match does qualify. So if you're an employee of the organization that receives funding and you're being paid by the organization and not through the grant, all of the time that you work on the grant can be considered in-kind match. So that's one of the ways that states are looking at stakeholders providing that 25% match. I think there's also a waiver program in which is, you can look at it in the FAQs. If you know that you're going to need a waiver, start building your case now and working with the state to explain your reasoning why. And that also applies for if you want to use technology that is other than fiber to connect your community, both if you're a local government or an internet service provider. If you want to use, you know, say a hybrid solution of fixed wireless and fiber, come up with a very strong business case for why that would be the best case scenario. And it's very important to do that because there's no wording in the notice of funding opportunity that states you have to choose the most economical projects for the state. Okay. Thank you for your question. Did I answer it correctly?
Yes, she got it. Yes.
The last thing I'll bring up about BEAD, and thank you for bringing me back to BEAD. The state is required to create a competitive, transparent grant process. And a piece of that is the challenge process. The challenge process is going to be a release of the initial grant plan of where the state has identified they're going to release funding to. And stakeholders, anybody and everybody, has the right to challenge the areas that have been identified as unserved, underserved, and community anchor institutions that require or that don't have access to a gig speed. So this is part of the reason why, if you're an internet service provider and you have infrastructure in the ground or hung that's serving this area, share that infrastructure data now with the Colorado Broadband Office, so that when they produce the maps for this challenge process, you're not having to spend a lot of time going back and meeting all the requirements of the challenge process to prove that that area is served. Okay, so do that now. do it early, do it often. Okay. Moving on. So these are some of the ways to get involved as a stakeholder. Again, the name of the game is collaboration and partnership. Okay, get involved now. Don't wait for the funding to be available. Start categorizing the areas that you have concerns about, feedback for the state or the NTIA, attend webinars, join the Colorado Broadband Office's newsletter if you haven't already. Get FaceTime with that team, work with community organizations and your community anchor institutions to understand their needs. Really get out there and try to understand the environment in which you're hoping to serve, both as a telecom provider, or internet service provider, and as a local government. And a lot, that's something you guys are already doing. So this is more of, suggestions for those states that maybe don't have as strong as partnerships as Colorado already does. So these are just some additional resources. If you have questions, you can submit questions to internetforall@ntia.gov. But I also have my contact information in here. I am available to you guys at any time. I am your conduit to the NTIA. If you're looking for a person to ask questions to, I can speak to your organizations. I can walk you through the NOFO and the FAQs, and I'm very happy to do those things for you. the final thing that I'll say, and thank you for giving me so much time today. The final thing that I'll say is that I will be hosting question and answer sessions next month that are specific verticals. So the first one is August 11th at 9 a.m. and that's for industry. Industry can come and ask questions. There'll be no attendance taken. There'll be no notes taken, and it will not be recorded. And we just ask that if you aren't industry, you don't attend. There will be other opportunities. And if you can't attend that session, don't worry. I'm going to host lots of question and answer sessions. But the opportunity is to come to me, to come to the NTIA with feedback, ask in-depth questions, and provide any sort of concerns that you might have about the funding or how things are going to roll out or what anything is going to look like. So and if I don't have an answer, I'll take it back. And if you're interested in attending, just email me. I will be working with Senator Hickenlooper's and Senator Bennett's office to put together an email list. So if you're on a list with them, I will likely have your contact information already, but feel free again to email me. And even though I have a DC number, I'm here based in Colorado. The second event is August 16th, likely at 9 a.m. as well. And that's for local government only. Question and answer session. There won't be any notes, any recordings, or any attendance. And feel free to attend, send other people to come and again, provide feedback. And I'm working on a final date for community anchor institutions to do the same. If you have any feedback about the presentation or about how we can provide information better for you as stakeholders, again, there's my email address. Please feel free to contact me. And thank you, Club 20, for having me. I appreciate the time and thank you so much.
Thanks, Sarah. I think we might have some questions in the room for you.
Fantastic.
Okay, why don't we start over there?
Steve Harris. I live in Durango and the internet's pretty good here in town. But I have quite a few friends that live out about in the country. And most of them are waiting on some sort of satellite connection, either through Elon Musk or maybe Dish or one of those providers. Is this an idea as to how do you expect to actually physically connect people to the internet that are out in the rural areas? And one other question, what's the definition of affordable? I know those are two separate issues, but you can answer both of them.
Right. So I'm going to pull up, give me 1 second. I'm going to pull up the definition of affordable that they have.
Uh-oh, this is going to be a government
Bear with me a second.
You're great.
And something or another.
So, well, let's see here. Hold on, I have to actually look through the NOFO, so give me 1 sec. Well, so before I get to the affordable question, Steve, that's a great question. And there's a lot of people in the more rural communities who, are still waiting on some sort of, satellite or, at the very least, they're using their mobile phone for broadband if they're lucky. The directive of the BEAD funding is that it has to connect every unserved and underserved community. So that means that if that area is identified as unserved on the maps provided by the FCC and then verified by the state of Colorado, then that area is viable for investment, and an internet service provider can come in and build. And unless they can come up with a really good reason for why fiber isn't the best case scenario, they have to build fiber there. So in BEAD, you can build middle mile as long as it connects to the last mile and is lit. So those individuals that are living out there and don't have any service, they're going to get fiber. Here. All right, I'm still looking for affordable, so bear with me for a second. It's in the. Well, Steve, instead of holding things up, what I'll do is if you email me your question, I will get you an answer.
You don't just have a number like $30, $40 or something?
I wish I did. I mean, the affordable connectivity program is a $30 stipend. So I'm going to take this down and I'm going to find you something really good. I promise.
And then Mary Jo, we'll go back to you.
We're gonna just kind of buddy up here on this back table. Based on your comment, Sarah, you know, in rural Colorado, it's great, and you could run fiber down a road, but then a ranch or a house or a community is significantly off the road, and it's just not cost effective to run fiber. Many of our ISP providers here do a great job with fixed base. So am I hearing that fixed base in the bead is still an option? We just have to create a really good story for it and case for it. And that's just probably part of my comment. Rebecca's gonna add on. But also, is bead and or middle mile, is it ISP centric or who's the preferential applicant, the ISP or the government agency?
Okay, so first part of that question. I really appreciate that question because there are a lot of places in the state where fiber is just, it's not financially viable, right? You're boring through a mountain or you're in a super rural area and it's going to cost 4 times as much to pull the fiber as it is to do a fixed wireless solution. The notice of the funding opportunity and the bill itself says fiber preferred. So this is going to be one of those gray areas where the state is going to have to make a case to the NTIA why a fixed wireless solution is a better solution than fiber. And like I said before, it's not dependent on cost. So even if the cost is 4 times the amount to pull fiber, that's not a good enough reason for why you should not do fiber. I suspect, and this is my personal opinion, this is not something that that we have, canned answers to, and I can take back absolutely to the NTIA leadership, but a lot of it is going to depend on the state too, how the state decides that that is a viable solution. But I suspect that if you were to say building fiber in this area is going to exceed the amount of time that we have to spend the money, the BEAD money, then that might be one of the reasons that fiber is not a viable option and fixed wireless is. Okay. And then in terms of an eligible entity, okay. This is eligible. I'm pulling all this stuff up so that I can use the exact wording. So they don't provide any preference in the NOFO on who subgrantees can be. They're not named like in the capital projects funds where they say like nonprofit, municipal broadband and internet service providers. It's anybody who can receive funds and carry out the eligible activities. So there's no preference from the NTIA side. That doesn't mean that the state can't create preferences in their grant application for subgrantees. They could.
Thank you.
Yeah, good morning, Sarah. This is Ray Beck from Moffett County, Colorado.
Hi.
Yeah, good morning. So thank you for being here. I guess I need a little more explanation on the homeowners applying for high-speed internet, broadband, and how that's all gonna work and what the process is. I mean, it's one thing to have the application, but do they have to go through their internet provider? I mean, the homeowners have no idea what the cost of that is gonna be to bring it to their home. So that's one question. I'd like a little more detail on it. Second part of my comment or question is that, you know, it's one thing to have access, but in your comments, you said every home will be provided or have broadband access or broadband in their homes. That's a pretty broad statement. So it's one thing to have access, but it's another thing to actually get it. So maybe a couple clarifications there for the group. Thank you.
Okay, well, let me see if I can start with your first one. In terms of how homeowners access broadband, if we're talking through the Affordable Connectivity Program, they would, you know, sign up for broadband like normal, either through the provider or through some sort of, you know, website. And those providers are registered with the ACP. And so every provider, every individual that signs up for it and qualifies for the income qualified or the stipend, which ACP has its own qualifications. Anybody who qualifies for that, the provider has to then provide that level of service and cost to the end user, and they receive that stipend from the FCC. It's a reimbursement program. The piece that you're talking about is digital equity, access, and affordability, digital literacy. That's where the E in BEAD comes from. There is a requirement for the Digital Equity Act and BEAD to act together to provide adoption type services to end users so that they can utilize and access the internet if it's made available to them. That plan for digital equity hasn't been written yet. They just got their application in on Tuesday to receive the planning funds. If you want to be involved in that, contact Brandy Ryder and Catherine Keegan at the state offices to ensure that your populations that you're concerned about are receiving support from those programs. Things like digital navigator programs, where there's someone who can help you sign up for the internet and then teach you how to use it. Okay, that's the type of stuff that we're talking about with digital equity and digital literacy. And it's supposed to increase adoption.
Well, thank you. And I would just throw out the idea that, you know, in your position, working with local states and local counties, you know, there's several REAs throughout the United States that already have a model in place for a high-speed internet and broadband.
Mm-hmm.
I would encourage you to work with those local REAs that are also providing broadband services to their local communities and see how that model works, and maybe work together on seeing how that can be better access for our rural communities. I mean, like in Moffat County, the second largest county in the state of Colorado in landmass, I mean, you're looking at people that live over 100, 120 miles from the core, which is Great Colorado. So, I mean, that's a lot of miles to put in, whether it be overhead or underground or satellite, whatever that looks like. But just a suggestion. Thank you, Sarah.
No, I appreciate that. And REAs and you know, REAs are definitely considered providers for us, and they're a population that we have every intention of including in any of our provider conversations. And to your point, there are a lot of providers out there already that have adoption programs for end users. I can think of one off the top of my head, but I know that there are a lot of other internet service providers that are working on creating easier access to the internet and teaching their stakeholders how to utilize it to better serve their needs. So thank you for that.
Hi, Sarah. Marina Zimmerman. This is more a request than it is a question. On the affordability aspect, I know that you said that you would email him the answer, but I think that's a really, really important aspect of this thing. And a lot of people are going to be asking about that. So I'm asking if maybe you can send that to Christian Club 20 so that they might send that out to all of us.
Sure. Yeah, we can absolutely send that out to everybody that attended today.
Yeah, let me just. Yeah, so I'm gonna take back affordability and a cleaner definition of eligible entity for all of you as well, so that you can have the places in the NOFO where it referenced that.
Great, thank you, Sarah.
No problem. Any last questions?
Last chance, everyone. All right, I'm not seeing anything. Thank you so much, Sarah.
No problem. Thank you, everyone.
Like drinking from the firehouse, right? Sarah, thank you for your time. We really appreciate your presentation. If we can help in any way, please let us know. So the next scenario on our hit parade is Southwest Broadband Project. Corey's here, correct? Hey, Corey, how you doing? Are you ready to go?
I'm really good at finding things online.
Yeah, she's really quick. Guys, I'd like to introduce Corey Brendel he's a regional broadband director of the Southwest Broadband Project. Corey, come on up.
Yes,
Yeah,
I just
she's
have to
got it.
pull it up. Yeah. Oh, that might be easier for me to pull up.
Anybody wants to grab coffee real quick? Or standard USB.
Oh, standard. That's great.
So there's three about me. PDF.
Try the PDF, probably.
I also have a clicker for you. We can do it in presentation mode, and usually that might work.
The PowerPoint version's gonna be real hard.
Okay. Find mine now. All right, and Corey, here is. We do have a dance mic, or you can use that mic and sit down. It's probably not on it right now.
I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
I created it in a couple things. Graphic stuff. That keynote, try the PDF at the top. Oh, yeah.
I do have it on.
I've got a PDF.
I did receive that.
We have had your instruction. So, yeah,
We usually do during this.
Always. I assure you this is title.
All right. So you just have to click left to right on it.
I did it. That's right.
Your graphics should have played better. Yeah. Yeah.
I know. Lower downtown. Upper downtown. Oh,
That's not. All right, folks, I think we're ready to start our next presentation. Before you. 25 down.
No, a lot of people. I took all these.
No way.
I have first. I know.
Oh, I can see the lights on. Thank you. Yes.
All right, everybody, let's all get seated, get your coffee, get ready to rock. Oh, that's okay. All right, everybody, let's get going. Usually not one that needs a microphone, but I guess I do today. So everybody, here's Corey Brindle, the Regional Broadband Director. And he actually even drove further than I did. He came all the way from Crested Butte today. So did you come through Lake City on your way here, or did you pop the other way?
Actually heading back up through that way.
Oh, okay. Well, stop by the office when you get there. Anyway, warm round of applause for Corey.
Well, thanks, everyone. Appreciate you guys having me. I've attended a few Club 20 meetings in the past up in Grand Junction area, but it's been a number of years. So good to see everybody, and certainly some familiar faces in the crowd. So I'm from Crested Butte. I work with Region 10, which is basically a mix of an economic development district and functions at the Council of Governments for 6 counties and 18 communities throughout the western slope of Colorado. Gunnison, Hinsdale, Delta, Montrose, San Miguel, and Uray counties are our core area. But as you'll see throughout this presentation, we started working with our adjacent areas to the northwest, along I-70 to the southwest, and then throughout the San Luis Valley and to the east as well. So, but our core mission is improving the infrastructure and getting broadband services out to our community members and our partners through partnership. So let's see, it's not winter anymore, so we'll move on to summer. So a couple areas I'm going to talk about that two general categories you hear most often are middle mile and last mile. Last mile is a grant term that typically refers to infrastructure from a central location in a community out to the homes or businesses or community anchors and subscribers in that area. And the middle mile, that's the last mile. And the middle mile portion of it typically has to do with the commercial side of bringing these services between towns or from the sources of internet content out to our communities. And as we know, we're all hundreds of miles from Denver and Salt Lake and Albuquerque, where the interconnections really occur between the software applications we want to use and our homes and businesses. So the middle mile is incredibly important, and I'll focus primarily on that area. The four areas that Region 10 works on are resiliency, capacity, performance, and over time, reducing cost. Resilience, if you live out here in any of these communities, and I'm sure you all do, you know that one post hole digger, one electronics failure, one event can take down multiple communities for an extended period of time. And that can happen locally with a fiber cut. It can happen remotely with an electronics failure. It can be a logical problem in the place where your internet service provider is getting its source of internet service. It's a lot of things locally and on the long haul piece that can take service out for a community. Capacity, we want to bring east and west routes, generational increase in capacity to your ISPs. So when your ISPs bring the service out to your homes and businesses, they've got bigger pipes, bigger tools to access content for you with. And performance. Historically, your applications, the software that you use on your phones and your laptops, that software has been sitting in a closet in the back of the building, a couple hundred feet away. Today, those applications are no longer even resident on your computers. They're thousands of miles away. They're sitting in Dallas, they're in Herndon, Virginia, they're out in San Jose, they're in the data centers in Las Vegas and Phoenix. They're not a couple hundred feet away. So you're expecting application level performance on your computer from something that's literally dependent on tons and tons of infrastructure. And cost compression over time, everybody wants something for less, but the reality is we may get more for what we're spending. So it's not getting a $100 item for $10. It's if we're spending the $100, are we getting 4 to 10x improvement over time in that spend as the needs grow? So these are kind of the areas that Region 10 is doing work in. We live out here in the West. I'm in Crested Butte, but we're based in Montrose. All these communities are our home territory. We've built fiber between most of the communities. We've either acquired access on existing cables or built fiber where we need. We've done several long haul routes. We work with a host of different ISPs. We decided that we wanted to get to Denver. So we reached out to Project Thor, which is another community middle mile project that has infrastructure along I-70, and said, we'd like to connect to you. So we found funding, and we're working on acquiring fiber along I-70 to meet in Glenwood Springs. 13 separate communities reached out to us in 2 counties and said, please don't go by us without contacting our ISPs, working with our communities, and figuring out how to drop that high capacity service off at each location. So it was originally planned as a single 100 gig link from Montrose to Denver, ended up being 42 100 to 400 gig links. So large commercial backbone is being developed in that area. Similarly, we have leased fiber down to Norwood. So it comes through Montrose, our core areas, Delta and Montrose, comes down to Norwood. That's on the PathNet route, which Tri-State currently owns. Fast Track was one of the early occupants. CenturyLink is on that cable as well, and several others. We had leased fiber down to Norwood to reach our last community out there. And we have now acquired funding to extend into Durango and into Cortez. So we wanted to get down to Albuquerque, number 1. Number 2, I'll show you, I'm building a ring basically around the western half of the state. So that's why we showed up in the Southwest and started talking to Laura and Matt and all the different folks in the tribe and folks in the area. And the same thing at the San Luis Valley. As you come over Wolf Creek Pass and head out towards Walsenburg and I-25, the San Luis Valley has an REA that's very active, it has a wireless provider that's very active, and a couple smaller providers, but there's certainly an area of need as well. So when I fly over Colorado at night, I in my mind, see these 4 routes: I-70, junction to Durango and on to Albuquerque, Highway 160, and then the I-25 path. You can't fly over Southwest Colorado without seeing the lights of Silverton in the evenings. That is identified right there, and they're a little bit of an island. They do have fiber there, but there's some improvements that are forthcoming. So what this does is this basically forms a ring around the state. It means that when there's another mudslide up in Glenwood Canyon, that the communities don't lose service. It means when there's a fire out in the San Juan National Forest above Dolores, where the PathNet route goes through heavily wooded areas, if that tragedy occurs, we don't lose service to the entire region of Durango. Somebody decides to put a hospital or a pool or a casino on top of the highway and move the highway, and all that construction occurs, we don't end up with a situation where we don't have services. So this provides continuity. It also doubles the amount of capacity coming into all those communities along the route. When that mudslide occurred, it was an eye-opener for all the I-70 communities, especially west of Glenwood Springs. They immediately went on to a protect path that went all the way up north, around and back to Denver using lit services, but it reduced the capacity significantly, kept things going. But if we had this in place and we're working to get to this point, all that traffic in milliseconds would be shuttled around, would either move to Denver, Albuquerque, or Salt Lake. So I'll continue on that a little bit. There's a big shift in internet traffic that occurred between the start of the pandemic and the end of the pandemic. Before the pandemic, less than 50% of our traffic went to the 6 major providers. Most of our traffic went to all these different application hosting locations, all these different companies, basically. That consolidation occurred over that 2 years, where if you were a small application provider, if you provided one of these apps you download on your phone or a point service that you use on your laptop, they were consolidated into Amazon, into Facebook, into Google Cloud. All those big infrastructures that sit in the cities with these large data centers started hosting those applications. It was less expensive to do that. So we now see over 50% of the traffic going to just these 6 targets. So it's really important that we connect directly to them. So the first thing we had to do here was increase the capacity. There's 2 ways to create capacity on a backbone. One is you buy more strands and you put more widgets on the end and go faster by scaling horizontally. The other is scaling vertically. And that's where we'll take more sophisticated electronic equipment, run multiple channels, multiple wavelengths, or basically colors of light on a single pair of fiber. So that cable might have 144 or 216 pairs. Region 10 will simply use 2 hairs, 2 strands of fiber. And on those 2 strands, we'll put 42 pairs of colors, pairs of wavelengths, and generate 400 or 100 to 400 gigs of capacity per channel, per color on that backbone. So that's a generational increase in capacity. So now that we've increased the capacity, we've provided the redundancy, and we have east and west routes into these communities, we have to get to places that matter, right? The places where our applications live, where our data is. So if I'm sitting out here in Silverton, north of Durango, and I built a route down to Durango, I'm now on the backbone. I don't want to just get to a commodity internet service provider. I want to get to Salt Lake, Denver, and Albuquerque, where these 6 application hosting providers that carry more than 50% of the global internet traffic reside. So when I get to Salt Lake, yeah, I'm going to buy a 100 gig or a couple 100 gig ports from an upstream provider. But I'm also putting a router in there that allows me to peer directly with Google, Facebook, Netflix, Apple, Amazon, and Microsoft. So when my traffic hits Salt Lake, it goes directly into that content provider's network. Same thing in Denver, and then Albuquerque has a subset of those large guys available, but there's several of them there as well. Ultimately, at the end, we'd like to get out to Dallas through the Texas fiber network. That's a little bit of a future hope. So when you look at the ring and you overlay it and figure out where the fiber exists, where we can buy it or where we can build it, there is an open section in the ring, and it happened to be in Southwest Colorado. So between Pagosa Springs and Durango, there is no fiber that we can get access to dark. There's no infrastructure that we can get access to dark fiber from. The only owner is a telephone company. We've asked the telephone company in writing, could we acquire strands on those cables? And they're a commercial player with a competitive positioning, and the answer is no. We'll provide you a lit service, but we will not provide you direct access to the infrastructure. And we did that 3 times in a year, and that request came back the same each time. So we decided, well, we've got to seal this up and make it work. So we looked for partners, and we found partners in La Plata County. We found partners in La Plata Electric Association. We found partners in Archuleta County. We found partners in the Southern Ute Indian Tribe that have 5 communities that go through in and around their area. And we said, gosh, let's work on a plan to go down to Ignacio, up Highway 151 over to Pagosa Springs, and go ahead and meet the CDOT fiber that's being constructed right now over the pass, and we will create continuity. I also looked at the cost, and the cost of sealing that ring up and building along 160 came back at a little over $12 million. The cost of going down to Ignacio through partnerships and constructing on the La Plata electric poles up to Bayfield, up to Pagosa, up to 84 and 160 was a little over $4 million. So we ended up with a way that was 80. I would love to have the 100% solution. I'd love to be underground everywhere, but I'll take the 80% solution and get it into service all day long. So the next step, and this kind of shows that a little bit of that hairpin. So we're going to come from Durango down through Ignacio. There will be a spur up into Bayfield as well. And then continue up Highway 151 up to Chimney Rock and back into Bayfield and catch the fiber there. And then we'll purchase fiber from CDOT across the pass and continue on with the existing fiber. This shows bisecting the interior of the state. So once we've got the ring around the state, we now want to start to subdivide it. So the communities within the interior start to have the same benefits of east and west capacity into their towns, additional capacity and lower costs. So the horizontal orange line is the WAPA fiber. It's owned by the Western Area Power Administration. We have funded some negotiations with WAPA. We are running into some policy opportunities, I guess the best way to say it, is in how to address their charter and make those accommodations. They are willing. In the past, it's been a difficult conversation. They've had some precedent with the East Troublesome Fire, where some of their fiber went into service on an emergency basis. There's been some precedent in California. So we are working with WAPA to hopefully, at the end of the day, get access east and west across the Highway 50 fiber. There's existing fiber from a legacy project that comes up to Saguache. We will apply to the grant funding that you saw from the previous folks to go over Poncha Pass, continue up through Buena Vista, Leadville, and into Copper Mountain. What that does, that means we now can endure multiple failures. We can endure logical failures, physical failures. We can have that forest fire. We can have that mudslide. We can have that post hole digger hit a cable, and all the traffic moves out to Salt Lake, Denver, and Albuquerque with very little impairment. That's the goal. So regionally, several projects that Region 9 has taken on, the county's been very much involved with. Over the years, different pieces and parts of Highway 550 have been constructed. About 10 years ago, a federal project that I leaned on heavily built fiber to Silverton, basically from Coal Bank Pass into Silverton. They flew helicopters for 22 days after 3 years of negotiating and cajoling and federal hearings, and eventually the helicopters went up, the cable went in, and Silverton has fiber on the tri-state route from Coal Bank into Silverton. San Miguel Power Association is going to do a pole replacement and cable replacement project from Silverton up to Ouray, and our fiber ends in Ouray. So when you take that, you piece together from Burrow Bridge down to Silverton, and you look at maybe doing some easement perfection on the fiber that comes from Coal Bank Pass down to Durango, you could feasibly have some of the strands of fiber all the way from Montrose to Durango built as a protection path if that fire ever occurs out in the Dolores area, the San Juan National Forest. Regional redundancies also between Cortez and Mancos. So Cortez has a data center that's gone in there, 2210 Cortez. They have a single route up to the tri-state fiber right now. We're working on estimating 19 miles of construction with the county and the city and the POG, or the Southwest Colorado Council of Governments, to get over to Mancos. And from Mancos, Fast Track has fiber back up into the tri-state ring. And that would get both of those communities east and west capacity, redundancy, cost compression, that type of thing. And then the last one we talked about down in Ignacio. So those are kind of those more local regional redundancies that are possible and increases in capacity. So how do we get off the ring to your homes and businesses? That's really important. I heard that in the last conversation. Is I'm 25, 50, 125 miles out there. How do we get fixed wireless fiber, whatever service you want to your homes? So as an example, we'll take the town of Palisade. You see their peach stands everywhere, right? I love their peaches. Every time I see one of those, I've got to stop. So Palisade is a little under 3,000 people, rural community. They're half the state's median income. So they're an area that basically they're 181 miles away from the next city that's going to see material investment by the cable co or Telcom. Even though they're sitting in the shadow of Grand Junction, Boulder, Colorado is the next large city of scale that would see that type of investment. So they've been sitting in the shadow and not seen investment for years. So first thing is, in this case, a private company, Zayo, built a cable along Highway I-70. And they provided CDOT with some fiber in exchange for use of the right of way. So we talked to CDOT and then we talked to Zayo, and we are acquiring a couple strands of fiber on that route. Once we've got access to that fiber, if we can't buy it, we'll build it, but we prefer to buy on someone else's cable if possible. If we can't, so first thing is to buy that. The next is to build a lateral fiber into town. This is the cable that comes from the highway, comes out of a vault, goes down through the town over to a little building called a carrier neutral location, CNL. You'll hear that a few times. So CNL is a small room where we put some equipment. I'll talk about that in a moment. But we build that lateral down into the town to extend the services off the backbone. And that could be 19 miles all the way down to Colbert. That could be 46 miles all the way down to Uray. That could be, half a mile into the back, you name it, the distance. So a carrier neutral location is that little building at the end of that lateral in the town. It's where the last mile meets the middle mile. It's how we take the two networks in and connect them together. It gives those ISPs a location to put their equipment. It gives them a place to literally put the electronics and the gear that you want them to build out in the town. If it's an existing ISP, it provides them wholesale access to upstream services with the benefits we talked about. If it's a new ISP that you're attracting to a town that you want to build out fiber to the home or enhance your fixed wireless or add mobile services, this lowers the barrier to entry for them to make those investments. The access to the upstream services, naturally, that's the goal here. Historically, this has been done in a Bell central office. Historically, co-location has occurred in your competitor's environment. So from ordering to interconnection agreements to getting power in place to accessing the facility has all been dictated by someone who's you're competing with in the marketplace. And in our case, this is done in a municipal, neutrally owned building. So those ISPs, although they can go fight it out in the marketplace all day long, we don't have a thumb on the scale. We're truly neutral. So what do they look like? This is a prefab building. Basically, it looks like a cell site shelter sitting in Ridgeway, Colorado. We've got 3 racks of equipment for last mile ISPs. We've got 2 racks for the middle mile ISPs. We don't have to be, as Region 10, the only middle mile provider. We've got other locations with CenturyLink, Zayo, on and on have occupied those carrier neutral locations. On the right, this is the back of the Telluride School District. This is where all the boulders come down the building. There's a fence above it, but in Telluride, the school district gave us a location. We remodeled the interior into a small data center. We've done an air conditioner, stabilized the power with the generator. We have access for wireless on the roof. And that is our carrier neutral location. We have 14 of these in place today throughout the western side of the state. I've got 18 of them funded and in development. We've got an additional 10 that are on the radar. So there'll be 45 of these all built out at the end of the day. Bird's eye view of the CNL. On the left side, you've got some racks for the middle mile providers, the long haul guys. On the right, some racks of equipment for the last mile guys to put their equipment in. We've got dual redundant air conditioning. So if one goes out, the room still stays cool. We've got access control with a key card swipe. We've got cameras in the room. So if someone drops a ladder, or if a craft level technician pulls a cable out of one piece of equipment, can't remember where it's supposed to go back, we can watch and get better at these things, right? We've got redundant power and that type of thing. So this is the one from Mount Crested Butte. This is the Durango CNL that La Plata County is leading right now. It's a little bit larger facility. It's on par with what we're doing in Grand Junction and what you could buy commercially in Denver. So this has 8 cabinets. We've got a lot of ISPs here. Want to provide middle mile services to these ISPs. It's got 8 cabinets. It's got dual redundant fiber entry into the building, access control, generator outside. All of these improvements are here. So this is a little larger facility. Typically, they're about 10 feet wide by 20 feet long. But in Junction and Denver, we've kind of, Junction and Durango, we've kind of increased the program a little bit. So when you get into the communities, the CNLs in the communities, in Bayfield, in Ignacio, in Pagosa Springs, in Cortez, what do you want to see? So Region 10 brings fiber east and west. We put some optical equipment in place that allows us to put multiple wavelengths of multiple colors onto the glass. Ultimately, put an edge router in place. That router allows us to make a traffic decision. When traffic comes from your home and your businesses, do we send it east? Do we send it west? And that's based on the availability of the network. That's based on the best performance to get to the applications in the cities that you want to be able to reach. So that's kind of what it looks like. Who are we trying to connect to? We're trying to connect to the fiber to the home guy. We want to incentivize that existing ISP or that new ISP in your community to build out fiber to your homes. That can be an REA. In Montrose, as an example, Delta Montrose Electric Association has built fiber all the way out north of the Blue Mesa Reservoir to the ranches east and north of Crawford. It is amazing with the right funding and payback model, how far we can get fiber from a CNL to homes and businesses. Beyond those ranches that are served on the northeast side of the reservoir, we have fixed wireless that goes out to the ones that you cannot economically reach. So they're not competing technologies in my estimation, they're complementary technologies. The wireless ISPs have always been running lean. They always, have to buy from the telco, the lowest cost service to get the capacities to keep their folks happy. We want to give them bigger pipes, bigger tools. The mobile providers, the folks that will extend cellular services into the far-reaching areas. In Gunnison County, for example, where I live, ComNet Wireless has worked with FirstNet, the Emergency First Responder Network. They've extended mobile services into Pitkin, out by the Blue Mesa, into Almont, Colorado, places that AT&T and Verizon would never invest in, would just be below the floor for investment. And at the end of the day, the community anchor institutions, city, county, healthcare, education, they want access as well. But I've got a dotted line here purposely, is we've learned over time. Our goal is not to take those revenue-rich entities away from the ISPs. We want them tucked up into the ISPs. If they can't get it working, if they don't have a good relationship, if things aren't working with the ISPs, we'll always take our government clients direct. But our goal here, unlike projects in the past, is not to take that revenue from the ISPs. We want to strengthen our ISPs. So at the end of the day, what you see is this shaded box is all private industry. It's private industry, sometimes with public dollars assisting it, but it's private industry. Everything outside the shaded box are primarily public dollars. So we're using the public dollar to support the private industry, not to compete with it. That is a key difference to the projects that come before me. And I've learned over the years from watching. So the three elements here, middle mile fiber, we either buy access to it or build it where we need. As an example, the 151 route out to Pagosa and the Uray route as well. The lateral fiber into the towns, we've got a whole bunch of those. The carrier neutral locations, we help the communities fund and develop those. That's kind of our secret sauce, so to speak. Works in Palisade. So this is what Palisade looks like with fiber to the home built throughout it conceptually. Carrier neutral location in place, fixed wireless around it, and additional mobile services. Works in Pagosa Springs. Pagosa Springs was recently funded to have a CNL, and this Highway 151 build is targeted at bringing services to Pagosa. Every round of funding previously has left Pagosa Springs off the map, much like Silverton before it, Marble, and on and on. Works in Bayfield. Bayfield was funded for a CNL and a lateral fiber, and a company out of Montrose is working on building that. That will bring fiber to the home and access to the community anchors. Works in Fruta. Fruta also was recently awarded. We've got 7 projects that saw awards in this last round along I-70 there. That was kind of the hot spot, and I think the Southwest will see several coming. So my position, I work for Region 10. Half of my position is funded by the Colorado Department of Local Affairs. So we are, I provide technical assistance to communities throughout the western half of the state, and that's how we got involved in La Plata County and Archuleta and Montezuma County here. So thank you very much, and glad to take any questions.
So Matt Schuler, Jackson County, thanks for being here. Appreciate the work you've done. How did you get over a hurdle as far as access to, I wrote it down somewhere, get it, we can't read it, right of ways. You know, as far as right of ways and it not being defined as a utility. And that's a challenge we have in our areas. The right of ways are becoming the issue.
Yeah, so it's an it depends because there's so many different types of right of ways in different situations. So if it's on electrical poles, we basically, our construction crews go and work with the right of way owners to acquire it. Coming down into Telluride as an example. So we have, there's Tri-State Fiber coming into Telluride. We have a section from San Miguel Power Association. We have a section from a private provider, and knit all three of those together to get access into Telluride. We worked for 3 years to perfect right away. Right away and easement perfection. We couldn't reach landowners. We couldn't get responses. We got many positive responses, the majority of them really. We got several that thought they could extract money from our presence, that they would roadblock it, you know, basically hold it hostage. We had one real estate transaction that wouldn't close, and no one would claim to be the owner because it was kind of impending between one entity and a final owner on this large property. So the direct negotiation with the landowners is the best way. If you have existing fiber and you want to add a new use to it, and an example would be an REA that has fiber between their substations for control services for SCADA network. So if they want to look at the usage, the availability of substations, but that doesn't have commercial instance. There is a Senate bill that went through about a year ago, SB 107. And that allows you to provide a noticing, and I'm not an attorney, so just count accordingly. But allows you to basically provide a noticing process and an equalization process. So you provide notice that a new use is being added to the existing asset. If the landowner protests that, which they have the right to do that, they can come back and say, before the use, our property was worth X, it was impacted or debited this amount. And then you have the ability to cure that deficiency and basically write them a check. And allow them to be funded to make up the difference. So I own a 35-acre parcel, there's infrastructure across it. If someone noticed me on that existing infrastructure, I could have a estimator go out and say, well, it's worth $100, your property is worth $100 today. Add that use, it's now worth $97. And then the person providing the notice would, per the legislation, would have to write a $3 check to make up the difference. Doesn't fix every scenario, but for the REAs, the electrical companies, it's been very helpful. La Plata Electric here has used it actively and found very little resistance to it. It's been very helpful. They intend to use it elsewhere. Holy Cross has used it. Delta Montrose Electric Association has used it. Tri-State is just close to using it. We almost had to get their board to agree to that. But then they stepped back because we actually got the easements through negotiation. So yeah, that's basically how we address right away. I'm glad to take that one off. Other questions?
Steve Harris in Durango. I guess there's two. One is, are you going to get any money out of that last presentation? And second is, are you reaching capacity on your big loop that goes all the way around the state and that you need more capacity?
Sure. So first question on that previous presentation, we would love as much money as they would give us. As you saw, there are process and hurdles to accessing that money. We will be applying for some of the programs that are within there. A good portion of what we got is funded. What I put on the screen there is funded. The I-70 route is funded. The route down to Durango and Cortez is funded. The piece that we're seeking funding on right now is going from Pagosa Springs to Walsenburg and Walsenburg back up to Denver. And those are kind of the smaller parts of the lighter investment part of the range, fewer communities that we serve along that way. So yeah, no, we've actively worked with Sarah. Before she left the broadband office and went to the NTIA, she published a set of maps on the Colorado Broadband website that show critically underserved areas. And that shows southern Montezuma County, southern Archuleta County. Don't know how well it illustrates La Plata, but we know the issue persists the same between the two counties. But if you look at those maps, like our project on 151 goes through a critically underserved area. And we've got ISPs that are interested in providing fiber to the home along 151. I mean, that's to tribal members and non-tribal members. We're working on coming up with those solutions. So yeah, we absolutely plan on going after some of that money, but we're targeted. A lot of that money is last mile led. So your ISPs, your REAs, people that will contact the homes and businesses are the key applicants they'd like to see that come from. One of the funding programs that was not discussed is the Capital Projects Fund. And maybe I came in late, but the Capital Projects Fund is $171 million that was granted to the state of Colorado. 8 million goes to admin fees. 161 million of that is going to create a grant program at the Colorado Broadband Office. That will be last mile led. And I put together a formula for our area that you can use for your area, where we take 4 ISPs, have them identify 1,000 homes each of unserved and underserved residents, append a middle mile component to that application. So if they've got 1,000 homes in Log Hill, near your area, they're going to serve that. It costs $6,000 a home, 5,000, $6 million. We append a middle mile piece to connect that group of outlying homes back to the backbone. That middle mile piece is an eligible fundable request. We're doing that 4 times in Region 10. The other areas are developing their own strategies for that, but we're sharing a model that we think could work. Some of this is they're building the plane while they're in flight with these grant programs a little bit. So they are open to input. They answer calls, they return emails. So definitely engage with both Randy Ryder at the state level and Sarah. But Sarah was very helpful in providing this critically underserved maps before she transitioned positions.
County Jobs with Congresswoman Gilbert's office. Can you please provide a reference of where those maps are? Are they on the website that was previously mentioned?
Yeah, if you do a Google search for Colorado Broadband Office, and then there will be a news article in there that says critically underserved would be the key term. And if not, I can send out a link to you guys. But if you find critically underserved, that will have a news announcement. And in that news announcement, there's a link to I think it's like a Google directory folder that has a set of basically all the counties that they identified as critically underserved in the areas. But I'm glad to touch base with you after.
Who's capacity? How's the capacity?
Oh, capacity. So this is in development right now. So at day 1, we'll have 42 by 100 to 400 gig. So 100 and 400 gig interfaces, that's the speeds that the equipment on the commercial side, the backhaul side is operating at. When you provide that to an ISP, we deliver that service at 100 gig increments. So think of 42 lanes on a highway, and each lane could run at between 100 and 400 gig today with the available technology. That's a generational increase in capacity throughout the state. There's several providers that do this on more limited bases or at specific spans, but we're trying to do this on all 4 of those routes and eventually on the 2 interior routes. So now that we are deploying this as we speak, we're basically going through the negotiations to acquire the fiber, placing the POs for several $1 million worth of equipment. So day 1, we'll light up 12 of those 42 channels at 100 gig. We'll have a handful of spans at 400 gig. And I expect that will probably be a 3-year window before we start eating into the channel count. So you can light up additional colors or channels on that system, that's the horizontal scaling. And then you can scale vertically from 100 to 400 to 800 on up at the speed of each individual channel. So it should be a pretty significant window of time that we can use that capacity. I would expect 10 years. I don't want to be over optimistic because every time we put a stake in the ground, the water goes right by it. But I would say for a 5 to 10 year window, a 42 channel, and we could always double it if we need. The technology improves over time. You basically replace the widgets at the end. The cabling stays the same.
100 to 400 gigs. Awesome. I'm the guy that grew up without a cell phone to start with, and then we went to dial-up. So we've come a long way.
As an example, 10 years ago, an optical system that I deployed in this area, we deployed basically 16 10 gig services. And that was the high end of what the purchasing capacity could be, right? You might be able to get that up to 32, but now we're up to 40 plus channels basically on a 400 gig system. It's phenomenal. Thanks to our vendors, all the wizards.
These guys are Region 10 are rocking. Thank you so much. That was the most understandable presentation on the internet I think I've seen in a long time. And I actually understood most of it. It's just rather scary. Guys, thank you for attending the Club 20 Telcom policy meetings. We'd like to really thank our venues and lunch sponsors, Four Corner Material, the reception sponsor of Centura Health, and our committee sponsor of Fast Track Communications. Guys, as always, Corey came to us from Mary Jo. She said, here, you've got to listen to this guy. We're able to get him on the agenda. If you have speakers for the fall conference that you're looking to bring forward, please either let me or my wonderful co-chair, John Lee, who did a tremendous amount of work for today. So with that being it, we'll close this portion of today's meeting, and I think we're even actually close to on time, aren't we? The venue sponsor.
Okay.
Yeah, I got that. So we can also thank Four Corners Material again, Centura Health, Fast Track Communications LLC, Club 20, all the counties involved in Club 20, and our wonderful staff. So thank you all. We'll see you in the fall.
We have about a 5-minute break.
Hopefully it takes 5 minutes.
We'll see. That's good. Well, we think we have it all together. Hello, how are you doing? Is Angela coming?
She's not, she'll be calling in, I think, or Zooming in. Do you know, I never got an answer on the final.
Doug is, well, I have his slides. Nova C case. We have me, the person, this is other slides are ready to go on. Ben will be, and George Lee have their PowerPoint ready for that.
Sure.
I don't know, everybody's virtual, but a lot of these people are coming from far away, which is why, because Ben was originally gonna come in person, and then Nate was gonna say virtual, but then they kind of reached out to them. So like,
Hey, so,
do you really want to
we trust David.
But.
No, I'm glad that they're willing to, I gotta guess that that's, this is
Yeah.
which is why I wanted to get them there.
Yeah, no, definitely.
So.
But I'm excited for this. It looks fantastic.
Yeah, that's the thing with healthcare, we always do it, we always end up behind the 8 ball on our. So, I think Angelina, you're going to be more effective with getting stuff outside of the.
Yeah.
Maybe more. Exactly. And we're doing housing. I'll reach out to you. Yeah, exactly. I thought I had you all now. Region 10. You all, Colorado. Hey, here's what we got going on there, where we have some needs. Oh, man. Oh my God. I
Or those cans too. All the
So, yeah.
But it's like you build okay, awesome.
Well.
That's about that let's make that a part of that conversation.
Brother, we're still not.
Shoot you an email. Yeah, let me get it. About an hour and a half.
Can you see if Angelina's on?
Do they see her?
There's so Angelina is.
Okay.
And should I have everybody, but I'd rather get on these online to get ready to introduce themselves?
All just go through the list. Yeah.
I'd rather do it because we don't have a lot of extra time. So I'm gonna go ahead and get started because we are. Yeah.
Everybody could please take your seats. The healthcare committee will begin in 1 minute. Please take your seats.
55 seconds. And then that's your picture.
Yeah. You can.
Okay. There's Mama. Laying in the shade.
Hi, Angelina. Great to see you. We're going to give folks another couple seconds to get seated.
So I will,
That's right.
Stay important. My mom gave birth to hot concrete. There's Mama.
I make all these notes. I have, oh no, this is education. Here we go.
She's over. She's over.
And this is Mary Jo.
But if I get the doggy dog world.
That's right.
You seem to only 15 minutes into it.
And could I get this where you can send it to Brittany ad?
Yeah.
And I sent it.
Worst case scenario.
Send it with
We'll just go with the flow.
Yeah, I'll contact, I forgot to plug my computer in after my meeting last night.
All right, let's go ahead and get seated. We'll get started with our healthcare meeting today.
When I get back to Pogo, so I'll send it.
Okay.
My name is Steve Reynolds, and I'm the one of the co-chairs. My co-chair Angelina Salazar is going to be joining us online.
And she's right behind you, actually.
Oh, she stalks me everywhere. Welcome. So we will be, I think we have a really relevant and interesting program today. If you can probably see it by the agenda. I would like to go ahead and read through a committee spiel about Club 20's policies, about our policy meetings. According to the bylaws, we ask that only Club 20 members participate and vote on matters of policy development. We won't be having any of those today per se. If you're interested in becoming a Club 20 member, please see a member of our staff for more information. Discussion is open to members and guests, and it is a critical part of our committee meetings. When asking a question, make a comment, please use a microphone and speak loudly and directly into it so everyone can hear and so that it gets onto the record for translation later. For those seated in front of a table laptop, please turn on your microphone until, or do not turn on the microphone until the committee chair has acknowledged, and then when
I do acknowledge, turn it on and turn it off as soon as you get done. If you're in the back of the room, if you don't have one of these, I guess everyone has them.
Yeah.
Okay. You want to go ahead, Brittany, and let us know who is on the line other than Angelina?
So joining us on Zoom, joining us on Zoom, there we go. We have Angelina Salazar, the co-chair. We have Ben Smalley, who will be one of our presenters today. Betsy Bear, Doug Pattison, another one of our presenters today. Janet Farmer, Rick Kurtzinger, Tom Northby, another one of our presenters today, and Waylon Ryan.
Great. As you can tell, a lot of our presentations are going to be virtual today, but it's okay. I think it's going to be very interesting and relevant. So for those of you joining us online, go ahead and mute yourself and stay muted. If you do have questions, you can unmute yourself. Do you want them to send you a chat if they have
They
questions?
can raise their hand or
Yeah,
unmute
yeah.
themselves.
So that you don't cut into the meeting. And next, we will ask that anybody that joined since last time, and I see a couple of people that came in since last time, to introduce yourselves.
I'm Haley Leonard Saunders. I'm the Public Relations Director for Access Health System for the Regional Mental Health Primary Care Oral Health Care Provider of the region.
And what was your name?
Haley.
Haley, nice to meet you. Thanks for joining us. Yeah.
Morning, I'm Joe Klein, the CEO at Anima Surgical Hospital, and I'll be sharing some things with you in a little bit. Thank you.
And one of our presenters. Thank you, Joe, for being here and hosting us. Anyone else? All right. And finally, but not lastly at all, is our sponsors. We always want to give special thanks to our sponsors because without them, we wouldn't be able to have these kind of meetings. Our venue and lunch sponsors is Four Corners Materials. And this evening, our reception sponsor is Centura Health. Hope everyone can join us out there. So up first, we're a minute behind schedule already. So up first, I would like to see if Doug Pattison is ready. He's the CEO of Mind Springs Health, and he's going to be giving us an update on the mental health developments in Western Colorado.
Thank you. This is Doug Pattison here. I was the interim CEO of Mind Springs. There was some news actually yesterday. We did the board appointed John Sheenan to be the next CEO of Mind Springs. So that search has been concluded. Began, let's say, fourth quarter of 2021, and that was national search. And pleased that he is going to be taking the reins here at Mind Springs, and his start date will be sometime in August. So that's an update on for Mind Springs anyway. I had some slides. I don't know if they made it in. I can share my screen. I don't know if
Yeah, go ahead and share your screen. I do have your slides should something go wrong.
okay. All right, so there's been quite a bit of legislation and a lot of chatter about community mental health centers. And I had some slides. Some of this information actually might be dated now, but in the March time period, there's a lot of legislation. There was quite a bit of bills that have been introduced regarding mental health. And essentially, what's happening here is there's 4 domains that the state is interested in addressing. One is they want to have a revision of the cost reports. They want them to be more revised. They want them to have more disclosure and more detail being provided. So that actually passed. So the cost reports that are Meyer-Stauffer that we deliver every November have been revised, and that'll be effective now. One of the other initiatives they had was value-based purchasing and developing alternative payment models as part of their payment reform. Third thing they had as an initiative was universal contracting. So they have the same contracts, HCPUF, the BHA, and the RAIs would all have the same basic contracts. And so then they also were looking at reducing the administrative burden associated with delivering care. So the Behavioral Health Task Force was created. It is now live. It launched July 1 of 2022. And for the next 2 years, all of this will start being implemented and effective in July 1 of 2024. The BHA will basically, the community mental health centers as we know them now will be reconstituted under a different, different format, a different structure, different construct. And what they have come up with is a definition of whether you're going to be a comprehensive provider or an essential provider. So I'm going to go to the next thing. I'm going to start. These are kind of out of order. I'm going to pop around here. The definition now of a community mental health center is that you have to provide basic 5 functions: inpatient services, outpatient services, partial hospitalization, emergency services, and then also consultative and education services. So this is all required by statute, and the definition of these community mental health centers is actually in statute. I don't believe the actual definition survived all of the legislation that occurred, but whether it did or not, these 5 requirements are going to be replaced by all the things over here in the other column. So they're dropping partial hospitalization and consolidating emergency services with crisis services and adding more and more to the mix of what a definition of a comprehensive provider is. One of the exciting things that the state's excited about is that under being a comprehensive provider, you can't turn anyone away. You have to serve everyone. So that's going to create some tension in the system. And that if you're not able to provide some of these services and you can't turn somebody away, you kind of find yourself in a catch-22 situation. But this will be one of the, as they roll these rules out, will certainly be one of the things that they're looking at addressing to make sure that we're not turning people away and that we're providing these services to maintain the definition of a comprehensive provider. If you're not a comprehensive provider, you can be what's called an essential provider. And an essential provider, I'll go back to my deck here. There's basically, here's the definition. Comprehensive provider, you need to provide all the things we just talked about. And an essential provider, you need to provide at least, here we go, sorry. You need to provide at least one of the services that are listed in that previous slide. And when that actually gets rolled out, one of the concerns that the state has our eye on is people actually cherry picking the list and picking only the profitable things to provide services for and not choosing to be a comprehensive provider. So all of these things will be worked out over the next couple of years. I had the opportunity to meet with Dr. Morgan Medlock. She is heading the BHA. She was brought on in the first quarter, I think, of 22, or yeah, I think that's right. And she's been making the rounds, and she's got quite the task at hand of restructuring behavioral health services for Colorado. And there's quite a bit of federal money that is being dispersed to states. And I believe the state of Colorado has something like $460 million coming its way that's designated for behavioral health. So there'll be a lot of investments being made in not only behavioral health, but substance use disorder type services, and make a meaningful change for care for people of Colorado. I know one of the big initiatives the state has, and Kim Bim particularly does, is access is a big deal. And having people be able to access therapy and or psychiatric services. So that's a big push. I know it's one of we have 3 basic tenets of our 1 to 3 year strategic plans. Quality is one, the second is access, the third is transparency. So in the access care category, I know there's a lot of heat on that for people to be seen and to be seen faster than they have been in the past. So there's quite a bit of change coming, and I'll stop my share here for a minute and just throw it out to some questions for the group. See if there's any dialogue. I haven't presented with you guys before, so I'm not exactly sure who the participants are, and should maybe got something from Angelina, a little bit more background on that, but I don't. So
We do have a couple of questions, it looks like.
sure, yeah.
Yeah.
Please introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. Nicole Milo, Centura Health. Doug, I have a question for you. With the establishment of the BHA and your comments on access, can you lean in a little bit more to how the BHA and your organization will partner with hospitals on the continuum of care and ensuring that there's adequate coordination for patients that are in an acute setting?
Are you actually there? I only probably heard about.
Talk more closely into the mic.
Sure. Oh, so sorry. Okay, so Nicole Milo, Centura Health. My question for you, especially around access, is that with the establishment of the BHA, I'd be interested to hear from your perspective around the coordination of care, especially around discharge planning and access for patients who are leaving an acute setting.
Got it. Thank you for that question. That's a great question. So my perspective is that we have if you're familiar, I'm sure you are, with how all the arrays are constructed in the stage of 17 centers or 7 arrays. Rocky has been our array that's administering the HICPUF contract or the Medicaid contract for us. We have in our agreement with Rocky, and I think we're the only array that has this for the state. We have an agreement that we actually have to see upon discharge, we have to get people who are being discharged from the hospital seen within 7 days for a therapy appointment, or seen within 30 days for a psychiatric appointment. So there's measurable, this is for discharge planning for hospital status, the handoff from inpatient to outpatient services. There are incentives in the contract, and there's sticks and carrots. But what we have learned is that you need to do, at least with Mind Springs, we're the only center that has actually a hospital. So we have maybe an advantage over some others in that there's better communication between West Springs Hospital and Mind Springs Health, because we're all here within the same compound. It's a little trickier when you have one of your Medicaid folks that are say on the Front Range at Peakview or at Denver Springs or whatever it is, getting them handed off for more care. It's more coordination that needs to happen. But there is I hope I'm answering your question. There's a lot of focus on case management within our hospital. And we also have outpatient resources that are dedicated and are talking with Rocky and the whole when people are being discharged, getting them into services, whether they're with us or someone else. Does that answer your question?
Totally does. Thank you. I think that that's one of the greatest benefits of the establishment of the BHA is that coordination in the hopes that no patient gets dropped in that transition period.
Right. That's, a lot of this too is it's tricky for some of these folks because some of them are homeless that are being discharged. They have nowhere to go. And so it's and the level of apathy with some of the people are high. It's hard to get them engaged. So they require more time. They require more help. So we have we call population health, focusing on our 50 most ill patients, and a lot of them are homeless, and they require more work. Yeah.
Doug, we have a question from the chat.
Yeah.
So Janet Farmer just messaged in and said, I missed which type of provider does or does not require inpatient care.
Well, it's two different providers. One's gonna be a comprehensive provider. And a comprehensive provider, under the new definition, does not have to provide inpatient care. Neither one of them do. But an essential provider just has to do, of the 11 things listed, I can go back to that if you want. You have to do at least one. So let's go back to the screen here. Oh, hold on. Here we go. Sorry. Here we go, right here. You gotta be able to do at least, essential has to do at least one of these guys over here on the left-hand side of the house. And like I was saying, I know some of the fellow CEOs that have been involved with this process, you know, they look at this like clinical case management. They think that's like a loser. Care coordination's a loser, money loser. And that I think you can make money in SUD services. I think you can make money. I personally think you can make money in emergency and crisis services, but some people think you can't. But so there's going to be a lot of conversation about this. I remember when I was meeting with Morgan in our Eagle office, and I said, you know, well, we have like 10 counties we do business in, and for us to do all of these things in each county, I said, I just don't see how that works. Like Jackson County, for instance, we have 1,300 people that live there. 650 are ranchers, and 650 people are in town. And there's just no way you're going to be able to do all of these for 1,300 people. And you can go to Granby, just go east of Jackson, go over to Granby, same story. You know, there's no place, first of all, there's no place to live until all the houses burn down. And the ones that are around, or the people who live there are rebuilding their houses that have got the rental. So it's hard to find people at these places as well. There's no shortage of challenges here that we're dealing with.
And along with that question, Janet also put in the chat, is Mine Springs / West Springs going to continue their inpatient care? So
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Shelley Shaw, candidate for House District 59. And when you're talking about those essential providers cherry picking for basically profit, and you guys are watching it or keeping an eye on it, what do you suggest or think would be a solution or a way to address that scenario in these communities?
Well, to be paid properly for providing the services to begin with. It's hard to make a decision whether you're going to be essential or comprehensive without knowing what the money flow looks like. So I think right now I know for myself, from my seat, there's not enough information to make that decision. My opinion and my view is that Mine Springs should be a comprehensive provider and that we should provide all of those services. That's my view. And the only way we're not able to do so is if we're not able to financially make a go of it.
Would it be possible to get assistance on that money flow from Rocky?
Well, they'll ultimately be administering that. So sure, I mean, they're going to be part of Rocky's been a great partner, and they'll be working with us on developing these scenarios. They really have been great to work with, and we'll be part of the solution for sure.
Yeah, Doug, this is Sue Hanson, Montrose County Commissioner. How are you?
Right.
The realities of financially trying to support any kind of mental health center or any kind of facility, I get that, I'm a little dismayed that we're leading with how do we financially make this work, because we're looking at a whole western slope of need regarding mental health services. And in Montrose County, the detox center has been closed due to staffing issues and other issues. And so to me, we keep generating, we know that there's a need. We have the opioid money coming down, and that'll partially cover some of that. But I guess, is there a plan that includes access and, you know, sort of the new formation to sort of make sure that we can cover each other and provide these essential services. I mean, I'm concerned because there's no good having a detox center in your county if it's never open.
Right. You really can't have a discussion about doing any of this without having workforce be part of the discussion. And we have had, you know, a lot of programs developed to increase, I'm sorry, the throat, increase our retention rates. We've gone with signing bonuses, we've gone with state bonuses, we've increased our rates of pay, particularly for our frontline workers. I know that we just actually, excuse me, last month or so, increased our frontline workers up to 20%. We took them up quite a bit. And we are in the next stage, we'll be addressing more of the pay opportunities and incentives for our therapists. So you got to have the workforce, as you say, to actually have the facilities, because we have a 64-bed hospital here in Mesa County. And the census today was 31. And so that means there were, you know, how many empty beds do we have? 33. And is there a need for, and we, by the way, we had people we did not admit. Why is that? Okay, well, we don't have nurses. So nurses have been on short supply, and we are now bringing in travelers. You know, traveling nurses are not cheap, and the prices of nursing, private, at least traveling nurses, have come down because there's not as much of a demand for that, but it's still high. And it's a fine line we're working. So I don't know if I'm answering your question. I think the focus has got to be on matching the patient with the payer, and then having enough of a margin in the business to actually provide the services. And it's right now, I know from my seat, you know, the hospital is operating on a loss, and the outpatient side of the house is also operating on a loss. So I mean, it'd be nice if we were the federal government, we could just print money we don't have, but we don't, and we can't. So we need to find ways of adding through subtraction.
I'll follow up with that.
Kind of good note, yeah.
It's kind of a nice segue into our next presentation, but we still have time for another question or two. Doug, I am, besides being the healthcare committee chair for Club 20, I'm the president of a group called Community Corrections for the state of Colorado. This problem is not something that's limited to Western Colorado or just rural Colorado. We're running across this statewide. And as I heard a presentation from the BHA several months ago, and I don't have a warm, fuzzy feeling that it's going to be the answer. I don't know that I have an alternative, but is there a belief that this is really going to fix our problem?
Well, I think it'll be an evolution. You know, I remember running into Bob Rankin when this bill was, all the legislation section was over, and he says, "But," he said, "you know, you got the BHA now. You're going to have another 50 bureaucrats to deal with. You're going to have chaos for the next 2 years." I think it's good, because here's the thing. I think it's going to be positive. This is why I say so. There's finally an awareness of what needs to be fixed. When I go out and I talk to people and I look at our payment construct right now, I say very simple, you know, we have our cost of doing business, and then we have what's called our production, or how many units we sold, or RVUs is the term I'm using. So you have $100 in costs and your RVUs are $100, your sales price is $1. If you're really good on your game and you're able to keep your costs at $100 and produce more than 100 units, and maybe produce 200 units, see more people, you're going to get rewarded with a reduction in your sales price. It's going to go from $1 to 50 cents. And the reverse is true. If you have $100 in cost and you can't do anything right, and you're only able to do 50 units, and your sales price goes up to $2. So there's perverse incentives and it's not people at the table, it's not anyone's fault. This is what's been in place now for years. And anyone running a business would not sign up for that type of proposition. You know, the more you do, or the more efficient you are, the less you get paid. I don't see how that works very well. So there's certainly now awareness of all of this, which I think is great. I think it's been quiet. I think the centers have been, I call them oligopolies over the years. You know, they've been left alone and not a lot of attention placed on mental health in general. And now there is, and people are saying, okay, they're sitting up, taking notice, and there's money now coming down the pike that's going to address a lot of these issues. And I for one really like Kim Bimstetter. I think she's a really no nonsense kind of person, and I really got to get to know her. I got to know her very well actually this last 6 months of navigating all the turbulence we have had here with MindSprings. But I like her approach. I like Michelle Barnes' approach with OBH, and I only met the doctor like twice, but I think she's going to bring a lot. So I hold the hope for a better day for sure.
Thank you so much for your presentation. You might tell John when he steps in that Club 20 will be talking to him. We do understand the importance of mental health as part of the overall healthcare program. So thank you very much, Doug.
Thank you. You guys have a great day.
Thank you, Doug, for that great segue for Joe.
There you go.
Talking to us about the confronting staffing shortages. This is not just a mental health issue. So have a seat.
I've got another call I'm going to jump to, so I'll pick this up from Angelina. I'll see her next week. I'll see you. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Doug.
Yep.
Great. Well, thanks for having me today. It's great to see a number of our public servants, elected officials that's running for office. So thanks for your service. I have a couple of goals today. And can I stand here?
Yeah.
So you want? All right.
Just look at me.
So go ahead and advance the next slide. So 4 things I hope to accomplish for all of you today, and then obviously leave some time for question and answers. Want to share with you some healthcare workforce trends that I think are going to reinforce what you just heard and probably what you're seeing in the lay press or in the communities that you're serving. Want to give us all some hope around workforce development. I want to talk about the collaborations that are happening within our state already, give some examples of those. I'll give you some just vignettes of what we've done locally at our hospital to really put some color to what can be done when we work together. And then also have an ask for you as elected officials or those advocating on behalf of rural Coloradans. So go ahead. First, some trends in workforce. Keep going. So going to show you some employment data. This comes from a national consulting group called the Advisory Board. There's a couple different versions of this that I'm going to show you. The first slide that you're seeing is bedside nursing turnover. So this is nurses that if you were going into a clinic or you were admitted to a hospital, that would literally be the ones at your bedside delivering care for you, not some of the administrative or other support roles that nurses may play in healthcare delivery. And this goes all the way back to 2006. And so it's interesting to look back that far because we pick up the last major recession and what happened in healthcare workforce. And it's interesting to think about the potential of entering into a recession economically at a national level as we think about workforce trends. You can see that the turnover rate on an annual basis sat around 16% as we went into the last recession. That dropped, presumably individuals feeling insecure about their job or mobility. But as we came out of that recession, with demographic changes, healthcare workers getting older and starting to retire, we started to see that turnover rate increase. And then as you look from 2020 to 2021, you're starting to see the effects of COVID, whether we're still in a pandemic, coming out of a pandemic, et cetera. We still find ourselves feeling the effects of nurses changing jobs, retiring early, moving away from the bedside, maybe into other non-direct care roles. Go ahead. We hear a lot about the nursing turnover. Again, it's caught a lot of the media, the press, but healthcare delivery takes a lot of caregivers beyond the nurse at the bedside. There's somebody that has to keep the hospital or the healthcare facility clean. There's ordering of supplies that needs to happen. There's taking out of the garbage. There's billing for services and making sure that costs are accounted for. And those stories don't get told, but that work is essential in order for the care at the bedside to happen. And so this looks at the same time period, same measurement, but now it's looking at turnover for all staff, not just clinical or not just bedside nursing. And you can see that the same effect is happening. And so there's pressure on the workforce, not only at the bedside, but throughout the delivery of care. Another view into this is vacancy rates. And again, this is looking overall at a hospital, not just the nursing side. And you can see that historical trends, there's been a vacancy rate within hospitals and healthcare of around 3 to 5%. And coming out of 2020 into 2021, that's doubled or tripled depending on where you take a baseline from. And so the individuals that are working in healthcare now are doing more work with less people. And there's not individuals showing up at the same rate interested in working in a healthcare setting. And so as Mr. Patterson was just talking about, that's increased the need for itinerant work in the nursing world. And so there's a normal workforce where there's ebbs and flows in volume. Sometimes it's seasonal. Sometimes it has to do with opening new services where maybe you don't always need full-time staff. And so you're bringing in itinerant work. That's a normal part of healthcare delivery, both in our country and around the world. But that has become exacerbated because of the lack of individuals filling full-time work. And so if you go back to 2019, on average, you had about 14,000 postings for travel nurses. That's more than doubled going into the beginning of 2022. And that has a real impact on the cost of delivering care. So if you look at payroll expenses and you were to say historically, if you had $100 in payroll, how many of those dollars were you spending in itinerant workforce? Those that aren't a permanent part of the community, they're not a permanent part of the workforce, they're coming and going in and out of our communities to deliver care. It historically has been about $1 to $2 out of every 100 that was spent on payroll was dedicated to itinerant workers. And in 2021, that came up to 5% or $5 to $6 out of every 100. And we can say, well, that's still not a lot. But it's a lot. If we look at historical rates for a travel nurse prior to 2020, it wasn't uncommon to have a $70 or $80 an hour expense going into that. A newly graduated nurse at that time was probably between $25 and $30 an hour. An experienced nurse might be up to $50, $60 or more. At the height of the pandemic, it wasn't unusual to pay $200 an hour for a travel nurse. As late as last year, it was $180, $190. And again, it depends. Are you looking at critical care, other disciplines? But even for the non-critical care nurse, it wasn't uncommon to pay $180 to $200 an hour. That rate has come down, but it's still nowhere near normal. It's, I can tell you the traveling itinerant staff that we have today, we're paying between $100 and $120 an hour for still. And so that 5.6% is a really big jump in what we're spending for itinerant staff. And again, for our rural communities, those are individuals that aren't going to be permanently a part of our community. They're not adding to the social fabric. They're not raising a family here. They're not investing in the school system and the other infrastructure. They're coming here to serve a very specific need, which is important. But when that need is met, they'll move on to the next contract in the next community. And it's an important part of how we deliver care, but it's not sustainable on many, many levels. So that's a national picture. I want to bring it to just Colorado for a moment. And I apologize, I didn't cite the source, but there's a research group in Colorado that looks at job vacancies. So they're scouring Indeed and other sources to see by industry, by job type, what vacancies are posted. And this looks at nurses, the job postings in Colorado, again, going back to the summer of 2019 through just the last month or so. What you can see is historically, If you were looking for a job as a nurse in Colorado, there might be about 2,000 opportunities, 1 to 2. As we get to today, there's almost 14,000 opportunities for a nurse to work in Colorado. That's the demand we have today that's unmet. And then just want to touch on housing and the impact of housing. It's impacting, not just healthcare, but in rural Colorado, it's making it really hard to attract people to come and deliver care in our rural communities. And so this comes from a national database from a realtor group. It looks county by county at the median cost of housing, and they republish their data every quarter. So the last published data is through the fourth quarter of 2021. And the orange lines are just some other counties outside of Colorado. The blue are the counties that we live in and call home in rural Colorado. And it's interesting to look, we know San Francisco is probably one of the highest places to live in the country, so that's not unexpected. But if we look at other more mountain resort communities where a healthcare worker could choose to work and have a similar quality of life, similar access to the outdoors and the sense of community that we all love, Bozeman, Montana, right in the middle of a lot of the cost of living for us. If you look at other desirable places to live that people may choose or nationally get a lot of attention, Madison, Wisconsin, Austin, again, a much lower cost of living with a not dissimilar quality of life for many. And then if you look, where do people travel from to come to Colorado and spend their tourist dollars? I know in La Plata County, we have lots of folks that visit from Texas, may have a second home here. And if you look at Dallas and the cost of housing in Dallas compared to here, it's just disproportionate. I lived in the suburbs of Chicago for a couple of years in the early 2000s, and I thought the cost of living there was tremendously high. Cook County incorporates Chicago, the North Shore, those places, which just seemed unattainable to me at that stage in my life. And the cost of living there is nowhere close to what the cost of living here is. So again, think about yourself as a nurse, the job vacancies nationally, your earning potential and what you could earn, and then the cost of raising your family or living. And it becomes very difficult to attract people to come and work in our communities. So that's the doom and gloom picture. So what's happening around our state, and what are some optimistic things? So there's a lot of work going on to address healthcare workforce specifically beyond the workforce in general. And so thanks to the elected officials over the last session, put forth a bill to really address workforce issues in healthcare. And so there's a $61 million package that made it through the legislative session this year, signed by the governor. That work is now going through more the regulatory appropriations process to understand how those dollars are going to be used. But in general, the legislation is causing that money to be used both to help with worker retention, so we keep people that are in the healthcare workforce in the workforce, increase training opportunities, some of those in partnering with community colleges and other certificate programs, also looking at opportunities for tuition assistance to help increase the number of folks that come into a healthcare career. There's other groups that are continuing to work on this. So our hospital association has stood up a workforce task force that has representation from rural hospitals, rural communities, urban health systems, ranges from folks from the C-suite to other disciplines. And that charter for that group is really to do two things, is to create a lay of the land so that advocates like yourselves or policymakers have a little bit better view into the workforce challenges, so we know what levers we can pull in the future to improve that. And then also to develop some proposed solutions that range from short to medium to long term. So the hospitals are really engaged in how we can work together across the state with our elected and appointed officials. There's also, for those of us in rural Colorado, there's an organization, Angelina, who's co-chairing your committees, the CEO of the Western Healthcare Alliance. Most rural hospitals are a part of that association. And through that association, there's a pooling of purchasing power that provides some discounted services to the hospitals that are serving our communities that they may not be able to procure if they were having to go purchase it on their own. So just a couple of examples, as we're looking to get itinerant workforce into our hospitals, instead of each of us working with a different travel agency, we're able to work with a consolidator of those services called Medifis, and our fee for that service is much less because we're pooling our resources across rural Colorado. Same thing's true, executive openings are also more common in the C-suite, whether it's CEOs, CNOs. I could rattle on the stats about our world, but I'm not going to ask for pity on my job. But there's a resource out there to help with that recruiting. So if you're at a district hospital, a critical access hospital serving your community, you may be on a board that's responsible for filling that. There's a resource that's there to help rural hospitals with that recruiting effort. And then a great benefits firm, Parker Smith and Feet, that helps with employee benefits and other employee-related consulting services. So it's one way that we've been working together for years in rural Colorado. Another great collaboration that's happening across the state for rural communities is a nonprofit organization called the Colorado Center for Nursing Excellence. And they have a grant that's funded by the Department of Local Affairs through DOLA. And what that grant does is it supports nurses after their graduation and their first year of work. So imagine being a nurse, maybe this is your first professional career, you end up at the bedside and you're probably not going to get the most desirable job. So maybe you're working a night shift on the floor as opposed to a day shift in a physician's clinic. So, you're starting in a place that's a little bit less desirable. And the first night on the job, you need to call a physician on call. And you're brand new at your job, and that could be intimidating, that could be challenging, may make you feel uncomfortable in your role and secure in your work. And so the goal of this apprenticeship program is to do three things. It extends the classroom learning through a curriculum through the University of Iowa. So there's a remote learning environment where the students get to continue the learning outside the classroom. And then the program assigns a mentor to the student and a preceptor. And that preceptor's job is usually to be someone in the organization who's going to help take those skills that they learned in the classroom and in clinical rotations and help them apply that in their first job. It does two things. It gives that person confidence in applying what they've learned. It also takes the pressure off the existing staff. So it's not everyone trying to help that student, so that the rest of the workforce aren't burdened with a new graduate in their mix. And then the mentor's role is to really help that new student mature as a person and mature in their profession. So when there's those communication challenges, when maybe they're thinking, gosh, I haven't had to communicate with a physician or an experienced nurse or another healthcare provider, there's conflict in the workplace, they have someone there that can be a trusted source or a trusted person to help guide them. And that goal is then to help that person stay in the nursing workforce beyond that first year. The cost to a healthcare provider to participate is $500 for each nurse resident. And that $500 comes back when the nurse graduates the program. So it's really a great, well-funded program. The funding goes out, I think, right now through 2025, and likely will get renewed. And you can see a list of hospitals that are there. We have 7 nurses currently enrolled in that program. The feedback's tremendous. So a couple of examples of some of these things in action. So at our hospital a little over a year ago, even before what we saw happening today with housing and nursing, we started looking at how are we going to solve for our community some of the challenges with healthcare careers in general. And we felt like our best opportunity is to start identifying people who already live in the community and may aspire to be in healthcare, because if they're already here, there's a chance that they'll be able to stay here. And that's a very different opportunity than trying to recruit somebody who's never been here. They're looking for Target, they're looking for a shopping experience, they're trying to fly out of a small community versus somebody who's grown up or already lives here. So really have 3 pillars of how we think about workforce development. One is, how do we help inspire people to start a career in healthcare? Once they're in that career, how do we help them grow, whether it's from a non-clinical job to a clinical job, from an RN to a BSN, from a scheduler to a radiology technician? And then how do we start creating an environment where people want to stay? And not just stay at our hospital, but how do we help people stay in rural Colorado? How do we help them stay in their community? If somebody grows in their career at our hospital and they want to work in an ICU, which we don't have, how do we help them stay in the community and work at a neighboring hospital that has an ICU, instead of shunning that person and saying, oh, you're leaving us? We want to say, you want to leave and go do something else? How do we help you find that job in our community? So we started with those pillars. And to start building out the partnership to make those things happen, we've been reaching out to organizations within the local community to see where healthcare and education, or healthcare and nonprofits, can work together. So I won't go through all of the examples here, but what you'll see is we're starting at the funnel through the Business Education Connection, which works closely with Animas and Durango high schools, to help place students with employers while they're in high school to get some experience in different careers, not just healthcare. And I'll give an example of that in a moment. You can see we're working with the community colleges, Pueblo Community College locally, San Juan College down in Farmington, and are really excited about the Bachelor of Nursing program up here at Fort Lewis College, and also with the University of Colorado and some of their rural physician training. So really working from the top of the funnel all the way through different career opportunities or advancements. So really quick example, the Business Education Connection, again, works with students from high schools. These are 2 high school students that last year came through our hospital through a partnership with Animas High School and the Business Education Connection. For approximately 2 months, they were on an internship with us, and they were in our hospital a couple of days a week. And every day that they came in, they worked in a different department. They each had some different aspirations. One wants to be a physician. The other was a little less certain about her career choice. But even though one wanted to be a physician, we said, guess what? We're going to expose you to all the things that have to happen for a physician to deliver care. Spent time with schedulers, reception, financial counselors, diagnostic imaging, radiology, OR, at the bedside on our floor. If there was something we did in our walls, those 2 students spent a day with somebody doing that work. You'd think, okay, we've inspired 2 people. That's not going to solve healthcare. Those 2 individuals, as a part of their project, have to go back and present to their classmates and their family members as a part of the program. So they're going back and sharing their experience in healthcare and all those different opportunities and experiences with a much broader audience. Far better for a peer to be going to their peer and saying, I'm excited about delivering care, than from an almost 50-year-old CEO who sits behind a desk saying, you should work in healthcare. So we're creating some ambassadors going back to their peers. We had another student this year. We've got one coming this summer and a couple lined up for the fall that will continue this progress. I mentioned internally, we're looking at how we grow individuals in a healthcare career. So these are 2 individuals who've worked for our hospital for a number of years. Bree Carlton started out in scheduling for a number of years. She had an interest in growing her career, and we were able to move her work around when she got accepted to nursing school. And so instead of saying, we're sorry, we don't have meaningful work for you, we said, how do we work around your schedule? How do we continue to have your expertise a part of our organization, even though it's not going to be on a full-time basis? Through other things, help supported her with her education. We were fortunate enough that when she finished her nursing degree, she wanted to come back and work for us and is about ready to celebrate her year anniversary as a nurse. Also one of the first individuals to enroll in that nurse residency program. Harley's another great example, started in a non-clinical career, got interested through some NA work, medical assistant work, decided he wanted to go into a nursing career, finished up his degree, and has just returned to us a month ago to work. So there are real examples of how we can collaborate and work together to improve our healthcare workforce. So to close up, what can you advocate for, both as elected and interested parties? So, it's not about healthcare specifically, but if we don't solve workforce housing in our rural communities, we're not going to have a place where people will come and live and work. And so as we're thinking about healthcare and workforce development, we need to think about housing. It's great to see Chris here from CHAFA, gotten to know Chris and his work well. We need to think about investments in healthcare education. That $61 million is going to go really fast, and it's not going to go really far. Nicole's here from Centura. I'll bet you've invested more than $61 million in the last year in your workforce. We're a much smaller organization. We've invested well over $1 million above what we did in 2021, planned in 2022. So the private entities are making a much bigger investment than the public side, and we need to continue to look at how those public dollars can support rural communities in healthcare. You need to think about purchasing healthcare in a local community. So if your rural community has a hospital, has healthcare providers, and you don't purchase your healthcare locally, if you leave the community and go to a larger urban center for healthcare that could be bought locally, you're eroding the economic support for the local healthcare when you need it. And you're also taking economic value out of rural communities. Healthcare jobs tend to pay at a higher rate than a lot of other jobs in the community. And when those dollars leave, they're leaving and not just the first dollar spent for the healthcare, but they're leaving for how that dollar multiplies throughout the community. So think about how you can purchase healthcare locally. If you're a county commissioner, think about your health benefit plans. Make sure that you're going to have an open network where your employees can stay in the community and receive care. And then we just have to be honest about the cost of healthcare. There's a tremendous amount of pressure on healthcare organizations right now to lower the cost of delivery. And labor is only one piece of the equation of what's happening with inflation. Our pharmacy costs are up 30%, our soft good costs are up double digits. Our reimbursement on the commercial side are typically tied into multi-year contracts. And you can imagine Anthem and United aren't interested in renegotiating those because our costs went up. And we've got a lot of pressure from Medicaid and Medicare on cost reduction. So at some point in rural Colorado, we have to ask ourselves, how much do we value receiving care in our community and not having to leave and travel for it? And how do we balance that pressure of increasing costs and decreasing reimbursement? So when we need care, we can receive it at home. So thank you. Happy to answer some questions.
I guess I have to use this for the recording and the Zoom people. My name is Rachel Richards. I'm from the Aspen area, and I'll be the first to say we're probably the most extreme example of housing costs and issues. We also have a housing program that has about 3,200 units, both rental, sale, and seasonal. Our hospital is a little bit taxpayer supported property tax, and they've had to build and buy their own housing. It's the only way to really survive. And I just want to say, I think the situation is only going to get worse across the state. The ability to short-term rental your home in a desirable place for visitors to go, whether it's Glenwood Springs or Aspen or Durango, it tells people no longer rent to a long-term renter. I can make just as much money in one weekend as I can in a month and or more. And that is then driving up the housing prices because there are LLCs and businesses that are buying these houses for the short-term rental income opportunity. And then the residents who stay end up paying higher property taxes 2 years later when properties are reassessed based on market conditions and based on what outside corporations can pay for that house as a revenue generator. And bear in mind, that house is paying residential property taxes, not commercial property taxes, even though it's a commercial activity. I just saying we've taken a survey and a look at it in our region, and it's been a commuting workforce for a long time, but you could go to Rifle, Colorado, which is a good 75, 80 miles, maybe more away, and the housing prices there are over $400,000 to get a condo or a townhome. And local wages will never keep up with this demand, especially with interest rates rising. I had my license during the last real inflationary period, and interest rates got up to 8, 12, 14% to buy a home. And people aren't going to be able to do that. So I really just encourage people to invest. There was a book written recently about this income inequality, and they used Teton Valley, Jackson Hole area, and Aspen, Pickens County, and a few other resorts as their roadmap. But they said the income inequality and the ability to house yourself that you're seeing in these resort communities is just a canary in the coal mine for the rest of the country. And it is canary in the coal mine for large cities that your school teacher, your worker, your nurses, your cleaning agents, they all are going to be living 45, 50, 60 miles away from where they're employed if the employer can keep raising the wages enough to attract them. And it's just very out of balance. And the new construction that's coming on is often geared towards second home ownership, the very highest incomes. And so no one is in the marketplace is building housing for your $50,000, $60,000 a year worker.
Yeah, so you're fortunate. You've got a great leader in Dave Ressler at Aspen Valley. Think a lot of Dave. I visited their hospital this summer because we're sharing some of those same challenges, and there's more pressure there than there is here, but it's coming. The other interesting thing about housing in a hospital is historically, at least in talking with Dave in your community, they've used that to help people get settled. So usually somebody can come in and have housing provided for the first couple of years. It's not permanent housing for their life as an employee. And your community is going to start struggling with, okay, as individuals roll off of that hospital provided housing, what's available, and struggle with some of those. Yeah, complex.
And just to follow up briefly, again, because we've had an existing housing program, and our community has always favored growth control at some level, it's starting to become a, how can I get a bite of pie off of your slice? People are starting to say, well, maybe we should prioritize job types, and we'll have X many of these people, and X many of those people, and X many of Y people. Or maybe we should turn the program into all rentals so that we can have a constant turnover and no one can ever retire after working here 40 years. And so there's these destruction of community elements that can potentially happen and go forward when who's more important to house, a childcare worker, a sheriff's deputy, a fire worker, or a hotel manager? And the people start falling off the list, and your community really can hurt itself with not dealing with this problem. Thank you.
Another question.
Nicole had her hand up next, and you'll have to catch
Thank you so much, Joe. Nicole Milo, Centura Health. Joe, phenomenal presentation, like usual. I want to thank you for two specific things. One, for leaning into how input costs are translating to the cost of care. That's a huge issue for hospitals. And secondly, how you talked about the innovation inside of healthcare on growing our own talent and not being reliant on the general workforce to kind of come to the table. The one piece I did want to see if you could address a little bit further is on staffing. There is an element into that on workplace violence. Can you speak a little bit about how that is impacting staffing inside of hospitals?
So I'll say fortunately haven't had a lot of experience with that. And it may be because we're, a pretty purpose-built facility. I can speak to some, just historical pieces that are maybe less violent when we would think about physical violence, but more about just the strain and stress on the workforce and how that plays out. So you can go back in the literature and, from a colloquial side, think about a nurse who's been in her career for a long time and a new nurse that may be new in his career, and stories of, I'll say, berating or really kind of everyone having to pay their dues to come up. There's been that has become like, not the experienced nurse, new nurse stress has changed, but what's happened is societally, we're all on edge. And so when patients are walking in the front door, when they're walking in with their family, all of us are already coming in at a different level of anxiety and predisposition to just being on edge. And so again, I can't speak to physical violence, but the amount of times that we have patients or a family member that comes in and when their expectations aren't met, and it can be really simple things, on and off again, we've had different visitation rules for patients admitted to the hospital and not understanding why can't I be with mom or dad, or why can only one of us be, and why do we have to choose? That creates a whole nother level of human interaction that the healthcare system didn't experience at the same level prior to 2 years ago. And that is, again, causing individuals who are in a clinical career to say, can I retire early? Do I want to move out of a direct care setting into a non-care setting? For those that aren't in a clinical role, our frontline customer service staff, we're competing with the wait staff at the restaurant that you're going to eat at while you're visiting in Durango right now on a wage scale. And if you could work outside of that healthcare setting and make a similar wage, those choices are being made, and it's straining the workforce. I hope that helps answer or put some color to your question. I know it's not probably as direct as you'd like.
Christian?
So I am a new board member for St. Mary's Hospital, and there's been an extreme escalation of violence, especially in the emergency department, to the point where people aren't feeling safe to practice. And part of it's because of the mask mandate. Frankly, part of it's because all of our nerves are raw because of the pandemic, and because of the political environment that's not really helping things very much. And I think everybody's nerves are just very, very raw. And so what the CEO of St. Mary's has done has actually brought in a canine team that are trained, when are muzzle trained, that the muzzle actually has a bar that goes across it, and the dog is trained to pin down individuals who are becoming violent without hurting them or without injuring them, but to pin them down to help de-escalate the situation. And since the presence of those canines, workplace or violence issues in the ED has dropped by more than 50%. And it's a very, very cool program that hopefully other hospitals who have the means and capacity to implement take a look at.
Thanks, Christian. Other questions? Are you gonna be around?
I'll be here for a while, yeah.
Okay.
So if somebody wants to catch me, and I'll try and be there at 4 o'clock this evening.
All right.
See how my day
I
goes.
just want to try and stay on schedule. We're just a little bit behind. So
Thanks for the
thank you,
opportunity.
Joe. So next on our agenda, we have a presentation from Intermountain Health. And we have Nate Peterson and Ben Smalley. They're going to be presenting virtually today. Do you have them on, Brittany?
Yes, they are on. They're up.
They're looking over my shoulder.
Ben or Nate, you guys can go ahead and unmute yourselves.
Yep.
And maybe do an introduction and I'll get your PowerPoint pulled
Okay.
up.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I'm Nate Peterson. I'm the Executive Director of Outreach and Network Development for Intermountain Healthcare. And I've been with Intermountain for 8.5 years. I was in North Carolina for about 8 years prior to coming to Intermountain Healthcare, and I've really enjoyed working for the system. Our goals today are really to provide an overview of who Intermountain Healthcare is. We've got some examples of how we work with rural communities and partner with rural communities across the Intermountain West. We have a brief video that we'll show as well to kind of showcase an example of how we do that. And then Ben Smalley, I'll let him introduce himself as well, but he is the new Chief Operating Officer at St. Mary's Medical Center. Ben, do you want to introduce yourself now?
Sure. Yeah. Good morning, everyone, and thanks for the chance to spend a few minutes. I've been with St. Mary's for about 2 months now, coming from a rural Idaho hospital with Intermountain, and really great to be with you this morning.
Great. Thanks, Ben. So we'll jump in. Brittany, do you have the first slide that we can pull up there?
Yes. I'm just trying to make it so that they can see you and you guys aren't ghosts in the background as well. Back to this.
Great.
Well, we'll just go with this and you guys are ghosts in the background.
Okay. Do you want to go to the next slide, please? Great, thank you. So just as a quick high-level overview of who Intermountain Healthcare is, we are a 33 hospital system. One of our hospitals is a virtual hospital, and I'll talk a little bit more about what that is and what that means. We own and operate 10 rural hospitals ourselves. And a few years back in 2014, we developed the starting of that virtual hospital that's turned into a very robust telehealth program. We're in 9 states with our telehealth services, 35 external partners that we work with on telehealth, over 4 million virtual interactions and counting. We have a now combined 385 physician clinics between what was the legacy SCL Sisters of Charity system that St. Mary's is part of, and Intermountain Healthcare's legacy systems combining. So 385 physician clinics, a combined 59,000 employees. Select Health is our insurance product that we have. Over 1 million members have Select Health insurance. Today, that insurance is in Utah, Idaho, and Nevada. We have 3,800 employed physicians and APPs. We do quite a bit of in-person outreach. We have over 85 outreach clinics where we're sending a provider to a community to allow patients to get care closer to home. That way, that includes some of our pediatric primary children's outreach clinics as well. Civica is a new company that was started a few years ago to support the concept of having generic drugs available. We were finding a lot of generic drugs were going into a shortage and prices would escalate, and in some ways there's some gamesmanship maybe by the manufacturers, and so a few years back, our chief strategy officer, along with several other large healthcare systems, came together and created Civica. We now have over 30 plus generic drugs that we manufacture as a not-for-profit company for that. And they just announced, Civica just announced that we will be producing insulin in 2024 at $30 a vial compared to $300 to $600 a vial today. So lots of good opportunities there to continue to find ways to lower the total cost of care. We own an air medical transport system. That system has bases throughout the Intermountain West. We do over 12,000 transports a year. If you can go to the next slide there. As I mentioned around cost, it is something that Intermountain focuses on a lot. I think the idea of having high quality, high reliable services at the lowest possible cost is something that we focus on. And in a recent Kaiser Family Foundation report, you can see the Utah and Idaho areas are in that upper quadrant with high quality outcomes and lower health insurance premiums. And as we've brought on our SEL colleagues, they're in good shape as well. And we look to continue to find ways to work together to develop models that can create high quality and low cost structures. And I'll talk a little bit about that in a minute as well. There was an article that I put on the slide here, a link that you can look up later. It was written by one of our board members and former governor and former U.S. Secretary of Health and Human Services, Mike Leavitt. And in that article, he talks a lot about what are some of the things that we can do to disrupt the current fee-for-service model and create ways to incentivize payers, providers, systems, patients in a way that we are able to lower the total spend in today's model. And I think that's a pretty insightful article and would encourage you to read that after. Go to the next slide. Our mission statement is helping people live the healthiest lives possible. What I really like about this mission statement is that it allows us to think about how we provide care from a healthcare delivery standpoint. We're not focused just on the episodic side of healthcare. When someone gets sick, they come to the hospital, the emergency room. We really focus on going upstream and providing preventative medicine and doing screenings and really trying to incentivize the way that we operate so that patients can actually not avoid having to stay in a hospital or avoid coming to the emergency room. At one point, our legacy Intermountain side of the books, over 50% of our business was at risk on the delivery side, meaning that when you think about patients and how to provide really good care, if you're prepaid for their service, it changes the paradigm. You're no longer worried about sending patients through the emergency room. You're finding ways. We have a really cool Connect Care online product that people can use their phones to get access to urgent care and can skip the emergency room. And we use that in our insurance. Select Health gives that as a free benefit for Select Health members. And as you can imagine, the appropriateness of using that versus going to the ED and the savings, the total cost and spending that just that one component does. I think that's a really good example of how we're trying to figure out how do we change the paradigm so that we have aligned incentives. And so that's been our mission statement for nearly a decade now. And it's something that as we continue to disrupt ourselves, to innovate and come up with ways to support that model is exciting. Go to the next slide. I think what was mentioned earlier by Joe, talking about some of the pressures that are that are out there with our current situation, and just some of the numbers here. Roughly 30% of rural hospitals are at risk of closing in the near future. This is up from 20% pre-pandemic. We just heard that there are increased hospital expenditures, and that's with contracts and whatnot that we have in place with the payers, that doesn't create great margins, and so margins are declining that way. We've heard burnout is also an issue. 900,000 nurses projected to leave healthcare by 2026. So how do we support that? And then lastly, 20% of the US population lives in rural areas, yet less than 10% of providers practice in these communities, and it creates some challenges that way with access to care and whatnot. So go to the next slide. I like showing this. This is a map of the United States taken at night to show the light sources from a satellite. And it showcases where the population is too. And what we like to say is there's a lot of dirt between light bulbs in the Intermountain West. It doesn't mean that the people that live in our communities don't have the same healthcare needs as those in the higher populated areas. It's just that we've typically have to travel to urban areas to get some of the higher levels of care and specialty care that's available. And so back in 2014, as I said earlier, we created our virtual hospital and started developing the telehealth programs. And if you can go to the next slide, we're going to show a video of what this does. But essentially what we did is we started with our own facilities and developed the support and the additional layers of access and opportunity that we could deploy across our system, and found that there were a lot of benefits that our system was reaping from with having this telehealth model put in place. And we learned that we had extra capacity that we thought, well, this would be good to see if there's other systems or hospitals out there that would benefit from this as well. And so we started with a hospital in Wyoming that was our first kind of partner to look at services that we could provide them. This soon expanded to another 3 or 4 places. And like I said, we've got now over 35 hospital partners, and continue to grow and continue to add community facilities and rural facilities throughout the Intermountain West. And it's exciting to see how our partnerships are able to help patients stay in their community, stay in their facilities, and have that additional help and support that our system can provide. I'm going to show a video in the next slide, if we could start that, and then we can come back.
Madison Memorial Hospital is the lone provider of acute health.
Is there supposed to be volume?
Yeah, is there, can you not hear it?
Care services
You
in
guys
our
hear it,
community.
though.
And when you've got a small hospital in a rural setting, it's often difficult to take care of critical care patients. We reached out to Intermountain Healthcare, and
We can hear it on our side. You guys can't hear it?
No. Let's see what this does.
their telecritical care team.
Yeah, the sound's not working on our end.
Madison Memorial Hospital.
Let me see if I can share it from my screen.
I should have stopped share and you should be free to go. And make sure you click optimize for sound and video.
Let's see, and is that those settings?
Those are in the share screen settings. That was the picture that I sent over to you guys.
Yeah, got it.
Okay.
Okay, let me see if this will work. Can you hear it?
Yes.
Madison Memorial Hospital is the lone provider of acute healthcare services in our community. And when you've got a small hospital in a rural setting, it's often difficult to take care of patients. We reached out to Intermountain Healthcare and their telecritical care team to be a part of our team to care for our patients. The wonderful part of that collaboration is they are one call and one camera away.
It seemed like it was going to be a normal night in the ICU with some critical patients, but everybody seemed fairly stable.
When I came in and got report on the patient, I learned that this patient had attempted suicide by taking 365 pills of Benadryl.
As the night progressed, things started to turn bad pretty quickly. As I was sitting one-on-one with her and she started having seizures, I started recording right away and thought, I need to call the doctor.
And so then that's all of a sudden kind of alarms going off in my head saying something's not right here. So we gave her some medicine to, to try to stop the seizure. And 5-10 minutes later, she has another one and then another one.
She didn't stop seizing. We tried some more Ativan, it didn't work. It was as we were getting ready to intubate that she coded at that point.
She loses a pulse, her rhythm changes. And so we check a pulse, there's no pulse.
We had to put a central line in, so we had a doctor from the ER come up to do that.
Did the typical ACLS, medicine, CPR, and that kind of stuff, as we're still trying to determine what really caused the arrest. Patient was an overdose earlier, had seemed to be improving, and then all of a sudden kind of started getting worse. So we're trying to figure that out at the same time. At that point, I heard a voice kind of behind me suggesting something. And that's when I kind of turned and saw the TV monitor on, and the nurse said, oh, that's the ICU doc from Utah who's helping to run and help direct things. I said, okay, sweet. And that person at that point, then we started interacting with them more as we kind of talked about options, what we could do.
The telehealth doctors were there giving a lot of advice and input on interventions that we hadn't seen done before.
They were working on all the kind of acute management right there, but I needed to know, okay, what else can we do? Quickly, I got poison control online because I thought this was related to her overdose to get any additional benefits. And I think that's actually where I was able to help out a lot because she got circulation back and we were just kind of stabilizing her.
I actually went home after the code to look it up because I was like, why are we doing this one? Anyway, and it turned out that it was a great intervention and there are case studies that show that it's really effective, but it was nice to have that resource.
We don't have the volume, or the resources to have an intensivist full time. So to have, this tele ICU service there the entire time on the screen where she's able to see the cardiac rhythm, give pointers, just constant advice through the whole process. It's huge.
And it's very reassuring and it makes me feel like I can be a more competent nurse where I have other people that I can bounce things off of.
They weren't trying to outshine each other or anything like that. They all had good ideas to bring to the table and we were able to implement them quickly with clarity.
The transfer of this patient was pretty incredible because the tele-ICU got on the phone and coordinated the life flight team to fly into Idaho Falls, which is a regional medical center about 45 minutes up the road. And, had I been alone having to do all that on my own, we could have had a totally different outcome.
Critical care is a team sport. We all work together to help patients through a dire circumstance in their life. And she pulled through and came away from this pretty unscathed, I think, which is pretty amazing.
When I have these patients and I'm worried about somebody and it's late at night, I can rest easy a lot of nights knowing that I have somebody who's, kind of watching over my shoulder if I need them. Somebody who's given me a second opinion, making sure I don't miss anything. And so for me as a physician, it's made a big difference.
Okay, great. I hope you were able to hear that okay. And then Brittany, if you want to pull up the last two slides on my section, and then I'll turn it over to Ben.
Yes. We're just getting back to our screen.
And while you're pulling that up, I'll just kind of talk through it. I know we're tight on time, but the impact that we've seen across our organization with our telehealth programs is that reduced travel constraints for patients. They're now getting access to services that before they were traveling hours to get before. That's been a big improvement. We're improving access to care. We have behavioral health services and crisis services available in our ED that can be responded faster than before. In one example, we used our tele newborn resuscitation where we were able to avoid transferring babies to a higher level NICU because we could provide that service there on site and reduce the travel costs associated with those services in 1 year. You can see the 4.3 million there, and then consistent quality as we've been able to keep more patients in these communities, sicker patients. In many examples, you'd expect mortality rates to go up, and actually we've seen a 40% drop in relative expected mortality. So quality of care and that support is showing and proving out that it's a huge benefit that way. And then just kind of another thing that we think is important in terms of equity, we also involve our interpreter services across each one of our telehealth programs. And that's another benefit that we see across the board. Just the last slide shows just a number of our core, we call it Connect Care. Connect Care is the brand that we use for our telehealth services. And we've got a variety of services. We've got now over 30 that are in the program that we have deployed internally and many that we have deployed externally. So we just look forward. I think this is one of the ways that we feel like is a great value and a great way to partner with rural communities, and would be happy to answer any questions related to that at the end of the presentation. So I'll turn the time over to Ben to do his slides, and we'll open up for questions.
Thanks, Nate. So I just wanted to share briefly just my experience working for Intermountain as a rural hospital CEO. If you go to the next slide. For the past 6 years, I've been the president of 2 different rural hospitals, one in northern Utah, and the past 5 years there in southern Idaho. If you don't know where Burley, Idaho is, it's a 25-bed critical access hospital. It's part of Intermountain. If you go to the next slide, you get a feel for how rural Burley is as you see the canals and the pivots that surround us. And next slide, what you do for fun in rural America is things like this. Kids play in the mud, they play outside, play in the canal, lots of fun. I love living in rural areas. I love rural medicine, and it's such a fun thing. As you guys know, preaching to the choir, working in a rural hospital and in a rural area, there's frustrations and challenges that come with it as well. If you go to the next slide. One that I would joke with people about is the challenges around outmigration. And if you can move that box to the upper corner here, what the joke is that people want to go to these big urban large hospitals because they think care will be better, and they see this nice fountain out front of an urban hospital, and you go to a rural hospital and out front is where you see a tractor, right? And so this feeling that bigger is better is frustrating, especially whereas as rural providers, we work so hard to provide really high quality care, and it is high quality care, but sometimes we're not given the chance to demonstrate that to those who live in our community and choose to go somewhere else. Next slide. This is my last slide. Some challenges with Intermountain Healthcare and St. Luke's and other health systems. The perception is that well, these health systems they own hospitals in order to feed their big hospitals, and their goal is to just send patients as much as possible there. And the experience that I had in Idaho, and I'm not saying this is true or not true, just the feedback that I would get is that another health system in Idaho, their approach was to send patients to Boise, where their flagship centers were, and there's county commissioners and folks who are leery of health systems owning rural hospitals because of that strategy to just try and get as many patients as they can to feed their big hospitals. And what I just wanted to share that I've truly enjoyed about being part of Intermountain Healthcare as a rural hospital CEO is that Intermountain strategy and focus and approach is truly centered around how can we keep patients in their local communities. And so when you invest in telehealth and the services that Nate talked about, that's where we've seen multiple examples of where patients were able to stay at my hospital in rural Idaho rather than have to go to Salt Lake because of the expertise and support that was provided that allowed us to do that. The other thing that has been really fun is we try and provide the same level of quality as if you were in a large hospital. And so before I left my rural Idaho hospital, we were working hard to provide low acuity bariatric surgery to patients doing gastric sleeves. And we collaborated closely with Intermountain on best practices, how we do it safely, receiving proctoring, all those kinds of things. And we did our first cases 2 weeks ago up there, I was told. And so really cool to see that collaboration. Whereas some health systems may say, no, you can't do that safely. You're too small. You just need to refer all that to us. And that burdens patients with multiple 3, 4, several hour drives. And so I really love rural healthcare. I'm excited to be part of St. Mary's and to partner with our surrounding rural communities to help patients stay in their communities and then be there for them when they do need something physically that they can't get there. So thanks for the chance to introduce myself and look forward to getting to know folks and be part of solving rural healthcare.
Thank you, guys. Do we have any questions?
We probably have time for one.
Yeah, just maybe one or two. We're running late. Right back. But you only have 30 seconds, right?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. And thanks for the presentation. I'm wondering, what are we doing to reduce the cost of cancer care? We talk about rural care and keeping it in your community. But when you get the notice that you're diagnosed with cancer, and then you turn around and say you got 3 options, you can go here, there, or somewhere else to get your treatment, which costs more because you have to spend the gas to get there. You got to spend the time to rent a motel to stay there to get the treatments. What are we doing about bringing cancer care to local rural hospitals? Thank you.
Can I go first on that, Nate?
Yeah, you've got experience with your hospital there. I think it'd be great.
Yeah, so love the question and really, really thoughtful. So through telehealth, at my rural hospital, we had an outpatient consultation room. It's a dedicated room with a full-size 65-inch TV where a medical oncologist will get on the camera with our patients there locally in Idaho and talk through their cancer diagnoses. All the labs are done at the hospital. If they need chemotherapy, through a program called 340B, which rural hospitals qualify for, you can get a big discount on the cost of chemotherapy drugs. And we were able to administer chemotherapy there locally at the hospital, saving time, hotels, gas, all those kinds of things. And so we saw huge benefit in reducing the cost of cancer care through that telehealth partnership. And maybe Nate, you have something to add.
Yeah, I would just say we've got several communities that have partnered with us on this very service. And we've seen examples of patients where they were traveling up to 60 times a year to an urban center. And that same case could have been done maybe traveling 3 times to the urban center, and the majority of the time been spent there at their local community hospital. And I think that's something that we pride ourselves on, and it's something that where we see a huge benefit in providing these services through our telehealth network and telehealth programs.
Thank you, guys. I think we'll probably have more discussions and have you join us again in the future. Thank you for being here today and introducing what you're doing at Intermountain with us in Western Colorado. I think there's a lot of similar things that we're working on. Thank you.
Thank you for having us. And I'll just say, we'll send out the slides in a PDF through Brittany and my contact information and Ben's contact information if there's follow-up questions that we can help with.
That's awesome. Thank you again.
Yeah.
Thanks, everyone. See ya.
Next on our agenda, we have Tom Northey, the Chief Innovation Officer from Community Care Alliance, talking about the standard benefit design or public option, the rural strategy to ensuring sustainability and access to affordable health care.
And there he is.
There you are. Okay.
Great.
Go ahead and take it away.
Oh, good morning, everyone. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, make sure you all can see it. And just let me know when that comes up.
It's there.
We see you.
Perfect. Well, surprise, I'm going to talk about more headwinds in healthcare. So that seems to be the theme, sadly, but we've got some options here. So good morning, everyone. I'm Tom Northey. I'm the Chief Innovation Officer for Western Healthcare Alliance, which was mentioned earlier in the program. I thought it would be good just to kind of tell you where I sit before I kind of tell you where we stand on this issue. We are about local independent healthcare, just full stop. That is our entire mission. So being able to collaborate with other independent hospitals in rural Western Colorado. And we do have one in Moab, Utah. That is one of our members, part of our network. And to put a fine point on it, we are looking at trying to find those strategies, those business models to sustain independent local healthcare. Now, we can't do it alone. We've got to network together. And that's part of our programs, part of our mission. You can see here we have 31 members in Colorado and Utah. We've been around for quite a while. 21 of those hospitals actually own a revenue cycle company, which is housed within Western Healthcare Alliance. And just recently, we started a company a few years back around the ACO, accountable care, alternative payment models, and this whole new space, which we must move in. And really provide our hospitals the infrastructure, the training, the tools, and really the roadmap in collaboration with them to be able to move into the risk environment. And risk environment, of course, is going to be centered around Medicare. It's going to be coming with Medicaid and a number of other plans. So that's where we're coming from. Here's today's agenda. What is standard benefit design? It's also been referred to as public option. So I want to get through some definitions. We'll move quickly through that. There'll be reference material in the PDF, which will be emailed out after the presentation. And also, of course, a reference directly to the bill itself. Then I want to look at challenges and impact, really break it down. What are the takeaways? What does it mean, especially for your small community hospitals? And then we don't want to just leave you with the headwinds. And as Joe said earlier, the doom and gloom. We are acting on solutions, and we want to give you insights to some of those solutions and strategy, which we are doing together as hospitals. And really to put this on your radar, if there's any ask in this outside of just educating and informing around this issue, it is to have your ears open for your local hospital CEOs when they come and start talking about strategies that they can do with you as commissioners and community leaders within your community to sustain healthcare there. All right, so here's the dry, here's the long. I just want to call out a couple of bullet points. Again, the takeaways. Look at the first bullet point. This is HB 21-1232. It is the standardized health benefit plan that Colorado is putting into play. Beginning in 2023, so I'm just going to pull from this. I'm going to move my picture here because I don't need to see myself. So what did it do? Well, it's now health insurers, your insurance company is going to be required to offer standardized health plans in the same markets which they sell individual and small group policies. Okay, so that's interesting. You file that away and you go, all right, so what's the impact? The new plans are to be offered both on the Affordable Care Act and the exchange. They're going to follow the same categorization of the metal tiers, which we see on the ACA. The other bullet point is bullet point 3, which I really want to pull out because this is how it is phased in. You can see in 2023, insurers must offer coverage that is at least 5% less expensive than the average premium they charged in 2021. So 2021 is the benchmark year. 2023 is the first demonstration year in which you must decrease those premiums by 5%. Then in 2024, those premium savings must be at least 10% over the benchmark, and in 2025, 15%. And in 2026 and later, premiums cannot rise faster than medical inflation. Okay, therefore what? What does this mean? Well, depending upon the perspective you're looking at this, and again, as we told you where we sit, we're looking at this through the lens and the perspective of your local healthcare community, your hospitals specifically in that delivery care system. What's the impact? Insurance companies are required to meet this ratcheting down of premiums. And so the question that is really begged is, well, where does that savings come from? Who's going to create that decrease in cost? Well, they can't do it by themselves. You simply just can't put premiums out there, and no insurance company is just going to lower premiums to the level that they lose money. Those cost savings or cost reductions must come out of reductions of the care that's being delivered by the hospitals. So this, without some very thoughtful type of communication collaboration, is going to pit insurance companies against hospitals, which isn't necessarily a new thing. This just puts it in a much more focused, acute light. I'm continuing with the definition here. I want to call out the first bullet point. Insurers failing to meet the state's objectives must identify the obstacles preventing compliance. The commissioner is then authorized to hold a public inquiry and impose a solution, which may involve forcing hospitals to participate and to accept as payment in full whatever reimbursement level the state determines is appropriate. So there are some processes which are going to take place if these reductions are not met. And those are going to work through a series of phases. One is there's going to be a public inquiry. Next, there's going to be potentially arbitration in the public forum. And this is where things can get very, very difficult because insurance companies are being forced to meet this new compliance, this new standard benefit design, and that is only going to be possible through cuts in hospital services. There are a few other points here, but again, I think that's the main takeaway, and we're going to, again, make sure this is distributed afterwards. So what are the challenges and the impact this is going to be, that this is going to generate? And then again, I want to get to a response or a solution. Standard benefit design is going to create some significant headwinds for small group insurance. And we're already seeing, if you're following Rocky and the United and the different health insurance projected rates and plans that are going forward, small group has got significant headwinds. And that's what we use for our small companies, our small employers within these communities. Now, again, different angles to look at this. If you are an employer, you're going, okay, so my small group insurance is no longer affordable. I can look at this standard benefit design, which I can offload my employees onto, via some processes, waivers. This is a way that I can eliminate the stop loss insurance typical with small group, and I can get away from that volatility of adverse events with a certain number of my employees, which was really felt within the COVID pandemic. That makes a lot of sense, and that's why this makes this a very real issue to wrestle with. But again, where are those cost reductions? Where is that pain going to be felt? Hospitals in your local community hospitals are going to have to find those reductions from commercial insurance margins. As most of us know pretty well, hospitals' payer mix has changed dramatically over the years. The payer mix is really just the inventory of those different payers and what percentage of makeup that revenue comes from to the hospital. You have Medicare, you have Medicaid, you have commercial insurance. commercial insurance is the most profitable line, but really ought to be better stated is that's really the only line in which margin is present. And so those margins pay for all the other things in which a hospital loses money in order to provide care for certain populations. Medicare typically is a loss. Medicaid is significantly a loss to provide for a Medicaid patient. And then, of course, you have the uninsured and you have a whole host of other areas. So when this additional event, this additional element comes into being, you can see that the shrinking margin, or the only place to find those margins, are going to be in commercial insurance. The adverse effects may also include unintentional headwinds to this employer hospital payer partnerships, which is key in order to continue to provide care and coverage and access within our local communities. And that inadvertent effect, that adverse effect, is that we begin to see patients being shifted via steerage, via outmigration to other locations that are lower cost potentially. Even though when you do a true analysis of the total cost of care, and I think the example was brought up earlier by the question from the audience, you know, when I have to travel for cancer treatment, I've got gas, I've got overnight stays, I've got time away from work, on and on and on. Is that really a lower cost of care option to send the patient out of our local community? We would argue strongly that it is not, if the full analysis is done. Standard benefit design will also accelerate the risk trajectory evolution. And this is an important little trend that is happening. Most of your orthopedic revenue, which is a significant source of revenue, sustaining revenue for hospitals, is now falling under the Medicare reimbursement due to the age of that population. So that is, you know, that is changing also, and continues to contribute to headwinds. And so when we look at this holistically in conjunction with all the other headwinds that we're facing, and we would need to add from the earlier presentation, workforce and the staffing challenges, which are incredibly significant. We look at Medicare insolvency, still projecting around 2026, Medicaid expansion that expanded greatly under COVID, that continues to expand. Medicare Advantage is an example of Medicare responding to their trajectory, which is we're going to push everything to risk. So hospitals, here's your cap payment, learn how to perform your care within that cap payment or take a loss on that patient. Patient steerage leakage to perceived lower cost or urban sites of care. System healthcare moves, overall push for providers to take on risk. When you look at just trying to collect the revenue for the services you have performed, the increasing regulatory burden is becoming really, it's a nightmare. We know those critical days to collect and be able to pay for services are usually those first 90 days. With some of the regulatory burdens, in some cases, you're not able to collect until year 2. And the potential to collect that becomes exponentially more difficult. And then, of course, the payer mix for profitable service lines, cardiology, oncology, continues to migrate away from commercial towards government reimbursement, which is, you know, anywhere from 50, 60, 70% on the dollar. So what are some responses? So first of all, the main point of this presentation is awareness and education. And an invitation for you all to research more. The next is to keep an open ear for those conversations that need to happen with your local healthcare leaders, your hospital CEOs, CFOs, various folks, and with you all as commissioners and community leaders. But as an organization, we are not only bound by mission, but we are driven by it to be able to come up with some sort of response. As I mentioned in the beginning, this Western Healthcare Alliance of local hospitals has created yet another company called the Community Care Alliance. which is an entity solely focused on how do we move into accountable care types of work, contracting, what infrastructure do we need to be successful there? How do we position our hospitals and our associated clinics to be ready for taking on risk? And so that's the reason this entity was formed back in 2015. And we are moving rapidly to create that infrastructure and in collaboration with our hospitals to be able to come up with a company and specifically a business model that is going to allow for these collaborative models to come together, stand up, and be sustaining. One example of that is we have a self-funded payer model that is in the Roaring Fork Valley, partners such as Aspen, Valley View Hospital, Grand River Hospital, and then a number of those employers, Aspen Ski Co. And then some of the hospitals, of course, are self-funded and also serve as employers. And they are coming together, and we have data at the center of it. We are looking at claims. We are a clinically integrated network, which is a legal entity that allows us to come together and talk about costs, talk about quality, talk about implementing care coordination to help control these costs, drive down costs, and also increase our quality. And that's a very exciting venture, which was stood up really about 3 to 4 years ago, 2018. We are encouraging and continuing to replicate this model and in other forms and fashions to other communities and other geographies across the Western Slope in order to be able to have a response to developments such as standard benefit design. The key infrastructure, as I mentioned, which is going to be essential. And this is where we are at yet again disadvantaged when we look at our urban counterparts. They have tremendous amounts of money and infrastructure and staffing, and they can centralize this, and it's all in the cloud, and they have multitudes of project managers and all different types of specialty to be able to do this. We have to find this, and we have to model this as best as we can by coming together and gaining a leverage point in much the same way. And to date, we've been able to centralize around data. We have our own significant data warehouse to be able to pull these claims in, look at it down to the NPI, which is the specific provider, all the way down to specific codes, and of course, down to the patient level. We are able then to deploy care coordination, which is helping either perform those care coordination activities, which is calling those patients, especially with chronic care conditions. How are you doing on your medications? Doing an annual wellness visit, all those types of things which take a lot of time in a practice. And again, with our staffing challenges, we may not have the people to do that. We have centralized that with a company within Community Care Alliance to do that. The billing and coding, compliance, the training, the EMR interface, and so forth. Success and our goal in North Star looks like this: a reduction of patient leakage, an increase in patient quality outcomes, reduction in total cost of care, including reduction in drug costs. Another company that 6 of the Western Slope hospitals are going forward with is their own pharmacy benefit manager. We are tired of paying the big 4 pharmacy benefit managers, which all have their headquarters in Switzerland now, as I understand, millions of dollars in margin and drug increases. We have our own pharmacy. We have our own pharmacists. We want to be able to control how that's prescribed and the best cost and bring the leverage back within our own network. This is exciting. That is slated to start January 1st, 2023 with six hospitals. And again, back to our core mission and purpose, sustainability of local healthcare. In addition to what we are doing with a response, we've taken yet another very bold step. We've engaged in a joint venture with Collaborative Health Services, which is a division of Centene, in order to get access to capital and additional infrastructure resources. What that joint venture means is that we hold 50% of the board seats. So it's not going to be dictated to us. We get to jointly create the infrastructure, the network, and eventually the plans that are going to be designed co-jointly by our network and CHS to be able to bring care directly to our own populations within our own community. This is pretty exciting. It's incredibly complex. There's a lot of work to do, but our first program again is slated to go live January 1st, 2023. With that said, on our roadmap to go live in 2024 is our own Medicare Advantage plan. And for our participating hospitals, that's an exciting development. You know, if we were to, and we are here to make thoughtful, but we are here to be, you know, the time is now and we can't wait. And so what I'm saying to you is these are bold, fearless moves that we are taking. And some of it may sound like shoot the moon, but if we miss the moon, we're at least well out of our atmosphere. And that's movement. And that is leverage, and that contributes to sustainability. So I'm gonna stop with that. And I know that was quick. That was a lot of information, but I'd be happy to take a few questions. Again, the handout will be coming out after the presentation as a whole.
Do we have any questions for Tom?
Not questions, but I would just add, for those that don't recognize the name Centene, they are the third largest payer in the United States. They have not yet entered Colorado, but will. And again, just to stress what Tom said, I mean, to have our hospitals half owners of their own insurance plan, designing, taking control of that to be able to ensure low cost, high quality in their communities is, I mean, Tom said bold. I think it's historic. And I think it also speaks to the independence, the fierce independence of our Colorado communities, our rural Colorado communities. So we're very proud to be able to support hospitals in this way. Thank you, Tom. I just had to add that.
Yep. Thank you.
Thanks, Joanna. I don't see any hands going up. That was a little bit like slipping out of the fire hose, like you said. But it gives a good perspective of what's coming down the pike with the public option, and making the best out of it is kind of what Western Colorado always does. Oh, yes, we do have a question.
Doug McCarthy with Local First Foundation and Peak Health Lines. Thank you, Tom. I just wanted to put in perspective the standard plan for 2023. We've already started looking at the rates for Region 9, which is the western slope except for Grand Junction. And it appears that those standard option plans are not necessarily going to be the cheapest on the market, as you might expect, because they do offer a richer benefit design. So it's going to be incumbent on consumers to try to figure out the value of those plans vis-a-vis a cheaper plan on the marketplace. The other thing I would just mention is the DOI did release the rates this week, and the average increase in Grand Junction is over 10%, and on the rest of Region 9 is over 20%. So we're facing huge headwinds. That's obviously significantly greater than inflation. And I appreciate the efforts that you're talking about making, Tom, because that's going to be necessary for us to figure out how to keep healthcare affordable.
Yeah, Tom, that was one of the things that I've had a hard time getting my head around, because when I learned how DOI required insurance premiums to be set, saying, setting pre-existing percentage reductions, it goes against that formula. It used to be a percentage of the last 3 years actual expenditures, but I think that the complexity of that is that they're trying to force the prices to go down, but the reality is that the only way that's going to happen is to reduce critical services. So really appreciate your presentation. We'll be in touch. We'll have you back again.
and have you be part of our regular presentations here at Club 20. Thank you, Tom.
All.
So on your agenda, there is one critical thing before lunch that we're just not going to do. Basically, this is the first meeting that Angelina and I have put together as the two co-hosts. And we had not met each other than on Zoom. And then I was leaving the pool in Glenwood the other night, and I heard my name and it was her with her son. So what a fun way to actually meet. But I think we're going to work really well together. We had probably literally a 10-minute conversation about what items ideally we would like to present today. And with her contacts, she put together immediate presenters and contacted and got the list of people we've had today. So I think it's going to be great working with her. I think we'll be a good team. We do want to eventually get to our resolutions. I think we're about 3 years behind on those, but that's because we have a subject that everybody is interested in, the meat of the subject. We do have one more presentation that we are going to have after lunch. So Brittany, what's the scoop on lunch?
Lunch is ready, I believe.
So the cost of lunch is $5. If you have not yet paid for lunch, please see Juliet and she can get you all squared away. It is ready. We do have about 30 minutes for lunch, and then we will resume the healthcare committee meeting at 12:30. So please go out into the ballroom and grab your lunch and bring it back into this room and enjoy each other's company.
Oh, God, we have to-
And realize that the healthcare committee is the only one
These are
that
so
provides
cute.
lunch.
Aren't they? They're so cute. Yeah, we did a booth for a airline aviation thing, and we got some, and they're adorable. Yeah.
And it's good chocolate.
It is. It's Swiss chocolate.
Yeah, it's really good. Nice job, Steve.
Thanks. I'm sorry about that.
Well, about what?
Not
Oh,
getting to
no,
you, I
it was
mean,
more rhetorical than anything. It was more of a comment.
so I was gonna show her 12 o'clock. But that is, these healthcare subject matter
Well, it's
just,
complicated.
Yeah.
You know, that's some gems.
Yeah.
I mean,
I'd love to have dived in about
we
100
could
feet.
just do one.
Right.
Right. But, yeah.
Right.
All right.
She I'm sure to finish like know-it-all. Know everything. Know-it-all.
Is that a great lunch or what?
Great lunch.
And I think Christian cooked it all herself. You cooked lunch all by yourself? Thank you so much. It was awesome. All right. So our healthcare committee is going to get back on track. We have one more presentation. You guys might have heard that over the last couple of years, we had this little virus going around, and it kind of upset the whole world. But one of the things that also upset was the way that healthcare providers were trying to provide healthcare. So today, we're going to have Lyle Moore, the Director of Hospital Emergency Preparedness from the Colorado Hospital Association. And he's going to be remote, right?
Yes.
Okay.
He is.
Lyle, are you there?
Lyle.
Oh.
Yes, I am. Can you see me, hear me?
We can, Lyle. Thank you so much for joining us today. And we're anxious to hear what your perceptions are about what we might do for preparing for the next round and some of the latest developments and how we're preparing for additional viruses or strains.
Okay. If I will, I'm going to share my screen. Can everybody see that?
Yes, we can.
Awesome, because when I share my screen, everything kind of disappears except for the screen. So you would think after a couple of years of this, we'd all be experts at remote meetings and such. But again, thank you for asking me to speak today. My name's Lyle Moore. I'm with the Colorado Hospital Association. So we'll just get right into this. I'm going to touch a little bit about a background, then touch on AAR IP process. And please speak up or stop me if I've said an acronym that not everybody knows or you don't know. Just stop me. I work in emergency management. We deal with acronyms every day. And so a lot of the times I just go through it and don't realize I'm even saying acronyms. So please stop if I do. After that, talk about CDPHE scope of work. That's the state health department. And just to let everybody know, we have a contract with them to do work for preparedness across the state. Talk a little bit briefly at the end on the CHA's ACEP. That's the Academy for Healthcare Emergency Professionals, and then open it up to any questions at the end. So let's get started. A little bit of background, the hospital preparedness program here at CHA, you know, our biggest mission is supporting and enhancing hospitals' emergency preparedness and response. That's whether through trainings, education, coordination and collaboration, like during this pandemic. I've been asked to be the hospital liaison up at the State Emergency Operations Center. So we've been pulled into a lot of different directions and a lot of different assistance and making some of those connections and trying to help best what we can do at that level to either alleviate any barriers that are coming in, or hopefully sometimes grabbing some resources for you and working through some of those issues too. That's where that coordination and collaboration comes in. My position is funded in parts with grants. That's out of HHS, ASPR, HPP. That's Health and Human Services, Assistant Secretary for Preparedness and Response, Hospital Preparedness Program. And again, that's through CDPHE. That grant is funneled down through the State Health Department within their Office of Emergency Preparedness and Response. And then that develops into a contract with our program, the Hospital Emergency Preparedness Program here at CHA. I received guidance not only from that FOA, but from the HPAG, which is my Hospital Preparedness Advisory Group that I pull from time to time. And then here at CHA, my direct supervisor is Dr. Darlene Taddy, head of clinical services here. So Um, I try not to do this all by myself, definitely. Some further background. When we're starting to talk about emergency management, we really look at this emergency management cycle that occurs. So at the top, you can see that disaster does happen. We move into that response. After response is done, we move into recovery, which then develops into mitigation, and then finally those preparedness measures to get us ready for that next disaster, whatever that might be. Now, COVID has kind of thrown a huge curveball at this basic emergency management cycle, because are we still in response? Are we moved into recovery and mitigation, even while we're preparing for different pieces of this? As I'm sure everybody here is aware of the new variant that is taking over the United States, so the BA.5, I think. We've gotten into so many different ones, but it's new because it's getting past some of our immune system and some of those vaccines a lot easier. We still haven't seen the rise in hospitalizations that some of the previous variants have developed into, but again, we're still at the start of this one. So where that goes, who knows? We might be going from, what we felt was recovery, or you hear a lot of that endemic phase. We might be just moving back into response again with this. But again, this is another little bit of that background to help provide some of that information as we go forward. After action report and improvement plan, that's AAR/IP. Basically what you're doing here with an after action review or an after action report is you look at what was supposed to happen, what did happen, what went well, and what can we improve on, so that when it does happen again, we're kind of ready for it. We really identify those promising practices out of this as well. Everybody always says that an AAR is really, about the what didn't we do well and what can we improve on, or those weaknesses. But really, it also identifies those promising practices that we can repeat and keep repeating. If we find something that works, let's not fix it, let's keep doing it. And again, it identifies those gaps of improvement. And a big thing about an AARIP is that within there's that improvement plan. That's where you create and assign those tasks to help you alleviate some of those things that we can improve on, or some of those things that we don't want to do again. Huge part of an AAR, and sometimes it gets left out, thrown up on the shelf, and then along comes another incident and we're doing the same thing again. So that's another important part of this. One of those ways of developing all of this information, or gathering all this information, is through a hot wash. A hot wash generally happens directly after an incident, or directly after an exercise, usually, where everybody gets together and we talk about the 3 up, 3 down is what emergency management uses a lot. That's 3 improvements and 3, promising practices, 3 good things, 3 bad things, however you want to look at it. But usually that's done right after, so that everybody's got things fresh on their mind, and are able to provide that information. You can gather this information through a survey, send it out, like we did, and I'll go over this here in a little bit, where we did provide that survey out on the CHTC, Combined Hospital Transfer Center, asking for that information. What can we work on? What can we do? And then actually even using a draft AAR. And you'll see this in some of the stuff that I've done here at CHA, where we've gained a little bit of information, put that into it, and then push that back out and seeing what else can we add to this? How can we better describe this, or better describe that? You can use that draft AAR as well in gaining that information. So any questions so far? And again, I can't see anybody, so you're going to have to speak up if we've got any.
Doesn't look like there's any yet. Keep that.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. We'll keep moving on then. So that after action report improvement plan. So we did conduct one here at CHA, due to the fact that this is one of the first times the CHA really took on some of that response role. We were pulled into different aspects of the response for the last couple of years, whether that's up at the State Emergency Operations Center, whether that's internally, working through some of the different legislative pieces that have gone on with this response, or, like I said earlier, the CHTC. So what we did was I conducted a hot wash with the incident command group. We developed that draft AAR, took that and used that as homework for all the staff here at CHA. Because again, certain people were brought in, but then not the whole group. But I wanted everybody's information brought in so that we could work on that. Then we drafted up that final AAR, vetted it, presented to leadership. Now, some of those highlights from that, again, this is the first time in response that CHA has ever been pulled into some of these aspects, or so in depth, I guess I might be able to say. Our staff willingness, another great thing. We didn't have any issues with staff stepping up and taking on these roles that they don't necessarily do day to day, along with leadership allowing that to happen as well, which is always great in any organization. One of the biggest things we're finding with COVID is the staff burnout. Doesn't even have to be just that medical personnel on the ground, boots on the ground. It happens at all different levels, because this is unprecedented. I think we're in over 860 some days, and don't quote me on that number, but I know that we've been over 800 days of response for this COVID incident going on. CHTC, again, that's that Combined Hospital Transfer Center, and Project Cure, great successes out of with the assistance of CHA. That Project Cure is where we matched up flights with different resource needs across the state. And you can see in this graph on the right that we conducted over 100 flights, sent over 2,280 boxes of PPE, not just a small box. We're talking cases, to 32 rural Colorado hospitals across the state, which is huge. I even remember that we sent a ventilator in one of these planes as well, so that we could get it there as quick as possible. So again, what a great process, what a great coming together and working through that. Some of the issues we did run into, communication, and I've been doing this for quite some time. I was thinking the other day, it's been over 20 years. And I have not seen an exercise or an incident where communication somehow, some way wasn't involved. And when we talked about communication, it was internal to CHA, making sure that we're communicating with each other. Communication with the public was another big one, making sure that the public understands why, during times with the CHTC, we were transferring people not just across town, but to different parts of the state in order to meet those needs of that patient and that facility, to create that throughput to help keep doors open here in our state. So making sure, that we're communicating even with the public was a big one. And emergency management education, another great big one. When I first started was right before COVID. So, this one falls to me in the end. And how can we start educating even our own staff, so when they do get pulled into some of these other roles, that they have an understanding of what some of the things are. And yes, thank you. Put them into the chat, and then I'll see when they come up and we can answer those questions as well. Okay, the CHTC, or the Combined Hospital Transfer Center. We also conducted an after action report improvement plan with them, but I actually did two. we did conduct an IAR, or an interim action report, where we decided that we can't wait until we know when this thing's going to end, because we couldn't see that end. So why not try and fix stuff now so that we don't continually, hit our heads against the wall as we move forward. So with this second activation, HTC leads, drafted up that AAR, sent that out to all the stakeholders, and then created a hot wash off of that to try and pull more of that information or extrapolate more on this issue or that issue into that final draft. Pushed it back out to make sure I encompassed everything appropriately and tried to get their meaning when they did push something through. And then we pushed that back out as the final version for the 21-22 activation. Some of those highlights, building off of that 2021 IAR was a good thing. As we started working through that first activation, we started working on some of those things. The relationships that are being built, off of these activations, people are finding are immeasurable, really. The CHT itself, just having a transfer center for when we get to these kind of issues. Some of the issues, again, communication, like we said before, communication with the partners and the public, again, it's that same thing. And in some of the data collection, are we collecting the right data in the right methods and what's needed for the time? We've really found, and even through the federal level, that, there is a burden in collecting data, and we need to make sure that we're not outweighing that collection of data with the information we're needing. It's got to have a purpose. This data has to have a purpose. And so some of that people felt really wasn't warranted at times too. Any questions on that so far? I don't see any.
We have one.
Hear any? Well, oh, we do? Okay.
Yeah. Hi, Sue Hansen, Montrose County Commissioner. I just, in your hot wash, I'd be curious to know if you made some observations about rural versus urban, because it was pretty obvious to us that some of the directives were pretty missed in terms of what we were experiencing and what the urban areas were experiencing.
Yes, you hit on one exactly. I just didn't put them here in the highlights. I probably should have, because that was definitely one where we even had some providing advice up to the state saying, negating the elective surgeries when we didn't have COVID in some of the communities was an issue. And that's just one of those different things where even within our own state, we kind of had, it felt like zones that were being hit while other places were not. So yes, it was definitely one of those issues as well. And I apologize, I didn't go over the graph here on the right-hand side. I don't know if everybody can see it as well. But during that first activation, which is on the left-hand side of that timeline, we transferred 3,249 people during that time frame, and we really only got to an activation level of 1. Whereas with that second activation, we moved into an activation tier of 3, which is where every bed in the whole state is seen as a resource because we're just that stretched. We ended up transferring, 47,608 total transfers at that time too, upon that deactivation. So that, and then we only started really measuring those transfers from 11, from November 1st to March 1st of 2022. Okay, so CDPHE and that CHA scope of work. So not only am I going to be working on all of those different after action improvement plans from either CHAs or the CHTCs, as well as any others that tend to pop up. I haven't seen any recently, but as more and more come together, we'll tend to keep adding that to that workload. But within our own scope of work, my own contract deliverables, there's 18 of them, ranging from state drills and exercises. Every week, HHS Teletrack puts out a data report. And if you're in some of these hospitals, you may have gotten a message from me basically Monday morning, Monday afternoon saying, hey, the data report's out. Somehow there's a missed reported in there because you guys are on the list. You got till Wednesday morning to fix it before CMS sends you that nasty letter. So that's actually, we've worked it out with the state to make that an actual deliverable as well. The state's looking to put together a MOC, or a medical operations center now as well. So they're going to start working on that, and pulled us into those planning meetings, working with that. For anybody that doesn't know, HCC is Healthcare Coalitions, and that map on the right is the 9 all hazards emergency management regions, but those do mimic the Healthcare Coalition regions as well. So I'll be working with them, developing some training on whether it's the CHTC or some of that emergency management cycle that's occurring within hospitals, to take that out to some public health as well as those HCCs, to help them better understand, really what's going on inside a hospital at times in that emergency management realm. HVA is a hazard vulnerable assessment, or a joint risk assessment. So this is the basis for an emergency operations plan. And each of those HCCs were to develop those, but then the state didn't compile them or work through some of that. So I'm going to be developing a statewide view of this. CHTC plan, as everybody saw earlier, that's the part of that improvement plan from that AAR. So I'll be working on updating that. I've already been working on that. But then also building that sustainability. How are we going to keep this moving in the future in case something else does happen where we definitely need to enact CHTC again? I already talked about some of the trainings, providing those as well. That hospital emergency management cycle. They're wanting hospital contacts update. So within EM Resource, there's a page under each of the facilities that has a set of contacts to use during emergencies. So helping the state to gain some of those contacts and keep that updated. They've asked me to develop some checklists this year, a recovery annex checklist and a radiation annex checklist as well. So I'll be developing some plan checklists and how to build a plan for recovery and for radiation. And then finally, that 213 resource request guidance. 213 is the actual form that the majority of emergency managers use across our state. And that's how you develop a resource request and some of that guidance, and how can we work on some of those cross-jurisdictional boundaries. What is the process for that? Because there should be some other means of gaining some of these resources without moving into emergency management, stuff like that. So I'll be working on that sometime this year as well. And then finally, that the Academy, oops, hold on, let me see if I got it today. See, hard to stop at one. Yes, I will get done with this real quick. This is my last slide. CHA ASAP. It's the Academy of Healthcare Emergency Preparedness Staff. So we're trying to, one of the things we're seeing is a lot of turnaround, or some of those voluntold job duties of a lot of people out there for emergency management, and they're getting pulled into some of these roles that they don't necessarily have some of that knowledge base for. So what we're doing here at CHA is developing this ASEP, or this academy, where we can go over some of these things and help to develop that base knowledge for those emergency preparedness staff within all the hospitals or any of the other medical facilities across the state. And these are the topics that we'll be going over as well for that. So with that, how are we preparing? The goal today was talk about some of the next round or the latest developments in emergency preparedness and all that kind of stuff. Hopefully we met that goal. Questions?
Questions in the room. Last chance.
It's after lunch. Heard that monotone voice. I put everybody to sleep. Good.
So while nobody is sleeping, but you must have covered it because everybody seems to be understanding.
We think we're prepared.
We think we're prepared.
Okay, good.
We really appreciate you coming and giving us that update. It is something that it did kind of take us by surprise. And hopefully next time around, it'll take us less by surprise. So
yeah,
I appreciate the hard work that you're doing out there and for coming and giving us an update on that today.
Not a problem. If you have any questions, you do have my contact information, and you do have a copy of these slides too. So use them as you need to.
Yeah,
thank you.
Get those on the website out to everybody that was here today. Thank you again, Lyle.
Thanks, Lyle.
You're welcome.
So that wraps up our agenda for the healthcare meeting today. And I want one more time just to thank our sponsors. The venue and lunch sponsor was the Four Corners Materials, and the reception sponsor for the reception this afternoon is Centura Health. So with that, we are adjourned. Thank you.
So just a minute or two, and the healthcare committee will begin at approximately 1 o'clock. Education committee. I was making eye contact with you. I was thinking.
If you are struggling to lose weight and you're over 25, then you need to hear this.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you, Brett.
I'll wait till Catherine.
Don't ask me how or why, just know that the big one has hit, okay? So what do? There are 3 important steps that I want you to remember. Step 1, get inside fast. You, your friends, your family, get inside. And no, staying in the car is not an option. You need to get into a building and away from it.
Don't worry. If you're inside, you're outside. If you're inside, you may not get the initial. Bend over and kiss your back goodbye. But the building will fall on your head. Yeah, we can reach.
I think it's scary.
It is.
Yes. Yeah. In front of everybody, front and center. Yes. And I'll pull her up for the beginning too.
Yeah.
So that she's behind you. Matt is in the room, Catherine. Oh, he just responded to you too. Did you get your contact fixed?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Just moved off my eyeballs.
Yeah. Yes, Matt is in the room, sitting front and center, Catherine. Matt, wave to Catherine. Everyone, you can choose to direct messages specifically to somebody on Zoom, But yeah, we just leave it that way. But like the message that Steve had me sent to Lyle, I sent it directly to him. It's sent to them. Yeah, we can go ahead and start them.
If everybody could please take your seats, the Education and Workforce Development Committee is going to begin.
Hey guys, before we get started here, I would like to get a little bit of a round of applause for our Club 20 staff, Christian and Brittany and Julia.
Back there, he's
I've
big
been
oven.
advised to start up with a Club 20 policy meeting guidelines. Just to remind everybody, welcome to Club 20 Policy Committee meetings. In accordance with our bylaws, we ask that only current Club 20 members participate and vote on matters of policy development. If you were interested in becoming a Club 20 member, Matt Cook, I hope you're online listening to this, please see a member of our staff for more information. Discussion is open to members and guests, and it is a critical part of our committee meetings. When asking a question or making a comment, please use the microphone. There is a slight delay from turning your microphone on and off. We will accommodate you and speak loudly so everyone can hear you. For those seated in the front of the tabletop microphone, please do not turn on the microphone until the committee chair has acknowledged you. And then please turn off the microphone once you're finished speaking. For those of you in the back of the room, Club 20 staff will be walking around with a microphone for you to use. Now, we'll ask any new folks that didn't get to introduce themselves earlier. I see a few of you there to please introduce yourself to the group that's already been here. Any new folks walk in? There's an honorary one by Mr. Beck there.
Mike Goolsby, member of Club 20 and over CDOT and very far from Mike.
I wasn't here this morning. You're doing a good job. And McCoy here. I've been a Club 20 member since the 80s and done all kinds of things with this organization. And I really appreciate it.
Anybody else? Now we'd like to ask the folks who are joining us virtually to please introduce yourselves.
And I'll just go ahead and go through those as well. We have Janet Farmer. We have our co-chair, Catherine Reggio. We have Matt Cook, our presenter for today, Melanie Worley, Rick Holt, Terry House, and Waylon Ryan joining us virtually.
And virtually, please do not be discouraged if we can't hear you. There's a hand raising feature. Please do that. We have Brittany as your advocate. She will stop and let everybody know. Lastly, we want to thank our sponsors. The venue and lunch sponsor, we'd like to thank Four Corners Materials for helping sponsor that. Big round of applause for lunch, folks. The reception sponsor, Centura Health. That'll be after we get done with this, so we'll thank them now and we'll thank them later. So thank you, Centura Health, for sponsoring our reception. Any other announcements that you make?
Catherine might, I'm not sure.
Catherine, I'm gonna bring it up to you if you'd like to tell a little bit about this before we introduce our speaker.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Well, I certainly just want to say welcome once more. And I'm very sorry I can't join you in person today. I'll share that because in the wild world of higher education, we get to do some pretty cool things. So I was just returned from teaching a group of students abroad in Rwanda, of all places. So the schedule just got a little backed up for travel post that. So I apologize that I can't be there in person. And I just really want to give a special thanks to Matt Schuler for organizing today's speaker. The last couple of meetings we've had together, we've really kind of focused on kind of voices from the lived experience from both K through 12 and higher education. And this time we thought we would really kind of have just more of a broader landscape to kind of round out those conversations that we've been having together for the past couple of meetings. So with that, Matt, I'll turn it back over to you because you have really done the yeoman's work to provide this update for everyone today. And I would be honored if you would introduce our very special guest, Matt Cook.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Cook, I've known him for about 10, 15 years. He started as a school board member in, Mr. Cook, you'll have to fill in the details, in Aurora, thank you. He has been a past CASB board president, and now he's working for CASB as our legislative liaison with the state. He is honestly one of my better friends in the world, and I appreciate him a lot. I hope he knows that. But he has a unique perspective because in rural areas, he's one of the few guys from Aurora that understands rural dynamics. And he understands that in our communities, the heart and soul of our communities are the schools. And that's what he battles for us with the legislature, getting updates and giving us heads up as school board members on things we need to discuss with our legislators. So his legislative roundup, and it's what I'm hoping he's going to talk about, but we're going to have some questions that can affect every small community, because what affects the schools affects emergency services, hospitals, healthcare, economic development. It all starts here. So with that, I'd like to introduce Mr. Matt Cook, CASB advocacy expert.
Well, good afternoon. Thanks. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yes.
So Matt was very kind in his words there. I'm by no means an advocacy expert, but hope to bring you a little perspective this afternoon on some of the issues with the just completed session, what the General Assembly did and how that impacts. So just as way of background, I served on the board in Aurora Public Schools for 8 years. I was president of the board for 5, served as CASB board president in 2013. And then I came back to staff with CASB. It'll be 7 years in November, Matt Schuler, believe it or not. So during that time, I have the title of Director of Public Policy and Advocacy. So we do advocacy at the state, local, and federal level, as well as policy, board development, and legal advice. So CASB represents the 178 school districts that make up Colorado. So I'll give you a quick chance to chime in here and maybe get out of the lunch coma. Anybody know the smallest school district in the state of Colorado? Anyone?
Any guesses?
I
We're
heard the
thinking.
Matt Schuler should know this. I won't put you on the spot though, Matt.
Put him on the spot. Put him on the spot.
I believe
So
it's,
yeah, go ahead, Matt. What were you going to say?
I think it's Agate, but I'm not for sure.
It was Agate, and now it's Kim, the Kim School District. They had 34 students last year. They had 3 seniors. So it is the smallest school district. So we go from school districts of that size all the way up to the Jefferson counties and the Denver public schools, which are near 100,000 students in those districts. So as Matt said, we represent the full range of school boards and needs, and it's always with the mission and vision of supporting students, right? What I like to tell folks is hopefully someday if I get to retire, I want to make sure we have a really well-educated electorate taking care of me. So that's the big reason we do that. So I would like to make this as interactive as possible. I don't have a formal slide presentation. So unfortunately you get to stare at me. But if you have questions, please feel free to interrupt, raise your hands. If you're online, throw them in the chat. And then if I could, I believe Representative Barbara McLaughlin is either in the room or online.
She is in the room.
All right. So I just would give a shout out to Rep. McLaughlin. She has been a really strong advocate for public education, as many of you well know, chaired the House Education Committee for the last 2 years, maybe 3. It starts to run together a little bit and COVID messes it up too. But you have a true advocate for public education in schools down in Durango. And we have worked very closely with her. She's always very generous with her time and makes our job a lot easier. I will say we don't always agree, but she is always open to the conversation and willing to do that. So just would recognize that. Again,
You did
question,
say it was 4 years.
4 years. Okay. COVID kind of, yeah, COVID is that weird.
COVID fog, right?
Yeah, it kind of does that. And then Matt, I encourage you to chime in. Obviously, Matt's been a long time board member up in North Park. He knows as much or more about education as anybody in the state. And then I see some other faces in the room that I recognize. So any of those folks that want to chime in too, feel free. So when we talk about public education in Colorado, we always start with finance. And it was a pretty good year for school finance this year. A couple things I think fed into that. One, there was a significant amount of federal money that was available of a one-time nature. And so the legislature, to their credit, when COVID started in 2020, really made some pretty significant cuts because we didn't know what we were going to face. The Colorado economy, by and large, rebounded much quicker out of COVID than other places around the country. And so that allowed the cuts that they had made in 2020 to be kind of paid forward, if you will, to 21, 22. And so we actually ended up with a pretty good year. Is everybody familiar with the budget stabilization factor?
Yeah.
They are, okay.
The negative.
So, yeah. So the budget stabilization factor has been in effect, let's see, 2009, about, it's more than, I think this is the 13th year. And at times has been more than $1 billion that the Colorado voters through Amendment 23, in my opinion, had determined that needed to be in public school classrooms. And during the recession in 2008, the legislature was not able to fully meet all of those obligations, and they came up with what's known as the budget stabilization factor, or the negative factor as it used to be called. So this year, a very significant buy down on the BS factor was made. It is reduced it down to about $321 million. Now, when you think, just like I said, 2 or maybe 3 years ago, we were north of $1 billion owed on the BS factor. That kind of reduction is really significant. So to just give you a sense of K-12 education in Colorado, the entire state budget, as many of you probably know, is about $37 billion. And of that, $8.4 billion goes to K-12. So it's a significant amount of money. And when we talk about K-12, and really now preschool through K-12, because early childhood, we'll definitely talk about that. That encompasses everything. So that's public schools, that's charter schools. There's a lot of programs, for homeschools, all those things. So all of those things go into that the $8.4 billion number. So the other question we get quite often is, where does Colorado rank in student funding? And it really kind of depends, like a lot of things with statistics, what survey you look at. So this year, the base for every student in Colorado is about $9,500. That is before what are known as categoricals or local funds are applied. So there are some states or some parts of the state where students, depending on how those factors are applied, have significantly more per student than that 9,500, but that's the base. And it generally puts us in the lower third to the middle half, again, depending on what survey you look at. Colorado is, I've never seen it much higher than about 25 or 26, and I've seen it as low as 46 or 47 down on that end. So just gives you a sense of that. So that's kind of where we were with money. The other thing that I think is important for you all to understand is one of our most significant costs is personnel. So in an average school district budget, about 80% of the funds go to personnel because it's a person-intensive industry. Educators, staff, para-educators, administrators. And para, the retirement system in Colorado, plays a big role in that. And so one of the things that we always look at is where para is and how those costs. So you may have seen that Para recently released their fully final audited numbers for the year and had a very good year in 2021. This year, we will see. And if you've been watching your own 401ks in the market, and the market's not doing great today, we'll see. But those para costs have gone up. And so school districts have to include those costs in what we do. The other thing that I will tell you, and again, probably not news to you, there are not as many people going into education as there have been in years past. There are a number of folks who have retired, and younger people are not entering education in the numbers that we have seen in the past. There is a significant shortage. And if you talk to your superintendents and your principals, your school board members, they will tell you, and Matt, I'd love to hear some of your perspective if you want to join in, that there are oftentimes roles that they will have that there just are no applicants for. And we're not talking, really complex, highly technical issues. We're talking basic things like English and science and math. There is one school district that I'm aware of. I was talking to the superintendent. He just had a class graduate that never had a full-time math teacher. They had substitutes, they had online things, they had other options. The kids received the material that they needed, but never had someone full-time in the 4 years that they were in high school. So that's another thing that we will talk about that the legislature tried to address. How do we get more folks in there? What do we do to make it a better industry, more likely for people to attend? So any questions on any of the high-level budget stuff?
Someone took my microphone away, so I don't know if I should like be offended by that. Anyway, it's okay. I guess I'm curious as to whether that class that had the instability in the teaching that for math, was there any scholastic deficits there? I'd be interested because, that a lot of schools are having to do that very same thing.
Yeah, and I think it's a great question. And I think what we are finding out, and the research is just new because we are just recently removed from the largest experiment and moving education to online. And by and large, the information and research that I have seen at the very high level is that online learning has not been great for the vast majority of students. There was an opportunity, obviously school districts were kind of building the airplane as they were flying it, so to speak, during COVID, because we never experienced anything like that. But I think generally, to your question, though, it matters on two things. And this superintendent, it was in a fairly small district, so he had the ability to do a little more direct instruction with some of those folks, so some of those students. So he might have had, the ability, to provide it online, and then some follow-up that helps reinforce that. So to answer your question directly, I don't know, because I would have to go back and look at kind of like CMAS scores or the state standardized testing. But I will tell you in general, I think over the next 3 to 5 years, we are going to see some pretty significant research come out showing that online learning during COVID specifically probably was not a great, not a really good thing for most students.
We've got another question in the back.
Thank you. I'm from the Pickens County area, and so our school district, like many others, deals with the very high cost of housing. And our school district has built a number of rental housing units over time. The challenge, as I've talked to our school board members, is they're not allowed to build any sort of ownership housing, even if it has a mandatory sell back to the school district when you've left employment. And the only thing I'm really thinking is that probably other school districts are going to have to start doing this too. Sometimes you can invest in higher wages, but you're just trading water if the housing costs keep going up. But if they were allowed through state legislature to sell to those teachers, and with a automatic, you have to sell back to us when you leave the district within a certain number of time period, they could double their investment in housing because they could pull a lot back out of what they've already put into the rental units. And they still have a lot of turnover with the teachers. And again, a big part of it is that at a certain point in your life, you want the security of knowing they're not going to tell you you have to move when your lease is up, and good luck, and have some chance to build up a little equity and credit worthiness. And I just put that out there. So perhaps when you look at the next legislative session, that is a potential avenue to help all school districts if they could do something more on an ownership basis rather than just rentals to their teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. And it is a great point. And I'm sure Rep. McLaughlin is probably nodding her head because we've heard that repeatedly. I think there is a misnomer by folks who don't live in rural parts of the state, that there is somehow less expensive to live in those areas, right? Because you're not in Boulder or Denver, that it's less expensive. There is an old joke amongst superintendents that the best way to keep a teacher was to get them engaged to a farmer or a rancher, right? I've also heard superintendents say that, you can't eat scenery, right? So you can be in a beautiful place like Durango or Cortez or Mancos down where you all are. But at the end of the day, people have to eat. So it is a very valid thing. I know superintendents and boards have looked at how we do housing and what we can do. So yeah, I think that's a great point, and it's something we have looked at. The private public entity piece is difficult though. So if it's public money is expended to purchase something, and then how do you then turn around? But I think it's absolutely worth a conversation and some ongoing research. So any other questions? I will tell you, Colorado.
And we have one in the front row here. Hold on.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there another question?
Yeah, Steve Harris, could you follow up a little bit more on what you said about the kids not doing too well with the remote learning? Was that both academic and emotionally and that sort of thing? What did you mean? Is there any studies on that? Maybe just a little more detail.
Sure. There is some very early research, obviously, and it's in the early stages because, like I said, we're only a few years removed from that. But the early kind of things that I have seen have clearly shown that there was a learning loss, if you will, due to online. Some of that was things beyond, students' controls. If you live in a part of the state where you don't have a reliable Wi-Fi connection, it's tough to do school online. I think the other thing that you will hear, certainly from mental health professionals across the state and really the nation, is that there has been a significant impact to social and emotional things related to students. One of the things that we talk about, obviously, is that school is important for academics, but it's also important for the socialization pieces and other kids and knowing how to react. So there is some very, very, not a whole lot of data yet, but the social and emotional and the mental health issues, I think, are absolutely something that are at the top. And we'll talk again, some things the legislature has done to do that. But I think, like I said, in the next 3 to 5 years or so, which is usually about the amount of time you need to do something with data, we're going to see research kind of highlighting some of those things.
Mr. Cook, I want to add that not only was it the kids that were affected by COVID, it was also the teachers, the administration, the staff of the school districts. There are, like the Northwest BOCES, which covers parts of Moffett County, Routt County, Grand County, and Jackson County, are hard to find people that you can't do psychology without a psychology degree.
Right.
It's harder to find those sorts of folks. Those special need providers are becoming harder and harder to find because nobody's coming in education, including the regular math teachers. I know one district that had a PE teacher opening for over 2 years. They couldn't get anybody that wanted to apply to be a PE teacher. And it goes on and on. There's stories, elementary education, all of them, all of the different subjects, they're all having a hard time finding it. And what they're trying to do is some alternative licensure things. People that are willing to step up and do it, but they haven't been trained as teachers. And that's a hard sell in some communities. The people are great, but there are some benefits to having an education degree. You understand how it works, how to develop, how to speak, how to talk, how to do the day-to-day stuff. And a lot of people think teaching is easy. And I think COVID has helped parents understand that teaching isn't easy and there needs to be a little bit of help in that. Thanks, Mr.
Matt, I have a comment. And I would just add to that, this is Sue Hansen, Montrose County again, is that, the panic and chaos that surrounded the whole COVID debacle, I'm gonna call it. Nobody was prepared for online learning. I mean, so if you're gonna really embark on online learning, I think you'd want to really do it in a thoughtful, intentional way. And just as we see with telemedicine, we can successfully make and have access to professionals and experts. So I think I would be even hesitant to look at that research and be able to conclude that it doesn't work. That I think there was so much surrounding it, fear, panic, parents not being able to be at work. There was, too much to even think that to be able to extrapolate, I think 100% clear data. So that would just maybe be my 2 cents, which may be more like $1.50, but that's it.
Inflation.
And I would agree 100% because there are some very good long-term online programs that have provided tremendous benefits for some students. And I would echo exactly what you said. March 2020, you basically opened the schools, on March 1st, schools were performing what we would assume is normal. And 3 weeks into the month, we shut down, everything moved online. How are we going to do all these things? So yeah, I would 100% underscore the trauma of just all of that change all at once. And we would definitely want to look to disaggregate data and make sure that we're looking at those things for sure. Please.
We've got another question in the back.
Hello, Matt. Mark Lindstone, La Plata County.
Oh, geez. Hi, Mark.
I know, I keep dropping up. I know that with the advent of COVID, we've lost a lot of teachers. They've retired, so they've accelerated the rate of retirement. Even prior to that, though, when I was up in Littleton, we were losing teachers and we were recruiting, in 6, 7 different states. And we found at that point, there weren't even enough teachers or students in our teaching colleges in Colorado to meet half the need. So, given that we still have a shortage of that, what more can be done at the state level to encourage students to go in there, whether it's loan forgiveness or grants or whatever? What's being done now and what more can be done? Thank you.
Yeah, Mark, it's a great question and good to see you again, at least even virtually. I would say there are lots of things being tried to make that more encouraging, trying to get people back involved. Emergency licensure, alternative areas, non-traditional things. But unfortunately, I just think so for example, how many of you read, a daily newspaper or a website and you open that up, and I guarantee you, regardless if you're where you are politically, there is some kind of story related to public education, school boards, teachers, curricula, whatever. And so there are a lot of folks who just look at all of the things going on in the national and the local and the statewide debate and say, why would I get involved with that? And so it is very hard. And I don't know that I have a great answer for that question, Mark. I think we've tried a lot of things, grow your own, making it easier, some of those things. But until in my opinion, we treat education as a profession and the way that it is, that it's valued as a profession, you're valued as a professional, seen by society, to Matt's point, that your skills are important, just like the chemist and the scientist and the Google, whoever. I think those are bigger societal questions that are driving some of that. So not a good answer necessarily, but at least that's kind of where one man sees it. Any other questions? Okay, a couple more things I'll just highlight for you. There was a bill that will put some additional money into special education. This is really critical. Most school districts do not receive the amount of funding it takes to provide the services to the children and students who need special education services. If you go all the way back to when Congress passed the initial IDEA legislation in the 70s, they were supposed to pay 40% of that. They've never achieved much above 10% of that. And so as a result, what happens is if you have those special education students, and many of them have very severe needs, and absolutely districts and BOCES want to do the best they can for those kids because they are our most vulnerable students. You take money out of general education to help pay some of those costs. So for example, I'm aware of a school district on the Eastern Plains, and this was a couple of years ago, where one student, the services and education that student needed was approaching $300,000 a year for one student. Now, this is a district that had a budget of about $10 million. So if you're allocating $300,000, and this is not an uncommon thing, and again, we want that because that student deserves that. We want that child to be successful, but those are the kind of costs. So when we have this additional money, as we did in Senate Bill 127, this $80 million increase, it doesn't get us to full funding, but it does help fill some of those gaps. So that's another area, I think, special education that people don't often think about because those costs really are very large. And like I said, the state and the feds don't always or aren't, they haven't been able to fully fund some of those costs. So this is a great step forward. The other good thing about this is now baked into the formula. So that money will be there in years going forward. So I think that's another good thing. The other one I'll highlight for you is House Bill 1202. This applied some additional factor for identifying at-risk students. So in Colorado, as in most states, our at-risk factor is strictly free and reduced lunch. If you have, for example, 100 children who are identified as receiving free and reduced lunch, that factor figures into how that's funded. So now there is a work group and a task force that will report back to the interim finance committee, school finance committee, on how we can do a better job, because all of those things that we've heard previously, certainly poverty is one issue, but mental health, socioeconomic, some of those things, all that figures into how we identify and help fund the services that an at-risk student needs. So I think that's another big one. The other one I'll highlight for you, and it's not strictly a education bill per se, but it has a large impact. So it's Senate Bill 238, and this came up late, and it's related to property taxes. So if you all remember, voters repealed the Gallagher Amendment in Colorado, and the Gallagher Amendment, and I'll go over this quick because I'm sure you all know it, but the Gallagher Amendment was the attempt to balance what people paid for their personal residence and their business or commercial property at a 55-45%. So you all are down in a beautiful part of the state, Durango. Housing cost and land and real estate is, I'm sure, like it is in a lot of spots, has gone up fairly significantly. So as that assessed valuation on personal residential went up, and you still only could by law only be 45% of the taxes, the 55%, the amount of taxes paid by commercial and business property owners had to go up considerable. So when we took Gallagher out, we not lost, but we no longer had what was known as the residential assessment rate. And that was that number that the legislature had to pass to keep that 45-55 in balance. So as a result, I think when people repealed Gallagher, the question was what next, right? Because in Colorado, currently about 60% of all school funding comes from the state, and then 40 or 35 to 40% comes from local sources. Well, if you go back not that long ago, 25 or 30 years in Colorado, it was really the other way. 60 to 65% was funded locally, and the state had to paid the other portion of it. So this bill is an attempt to kind of put some rates in place for the 23 and 24 fiscal years, or property tax years, excuse me, so that the state can kind of figure out what we're going to do. Colorado, as you know, is unique. It's the only legislature in the nation that can't make tax policy. Our entire tax code is enshrined in the Constitution. And certainly I'm not going to open a debate on tax policy in Colorado today, but as a result, we have these things. And so there's a number of ballot initiatives that you'll likely see in November. And then also related to some of this. So this is important as we try to get back to that balance of the state not having to backfill as much locally, or what that piece looks like. Any other questions? Okay. I mentioned parent.
One on the front.
Oh, please. Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Steve Harris again. I don't know, 6 months or so ago, I participated in a Build a Better Colorado
Mhm.
webinar thing, Reeves Brown.
Yeah.
That group's been pretty successful on doing Gallagher changes and some of those things the state wanted to pass. I haven't heard anything from Reeves since then, but it hasn't been a long time. It was kind of fragmented when I was participated because there was a lot of good ideas, but nobody knew how to get anything done. Got any comments on that? Any thoughts?
One, I think the Build a Better Colorado stuff is great. I've sat in a couple of news presentations, and I would agree with you. There's a lot of opinions on what it should be. And I don't know right now, and this is to my point with Senate Bill 238, the legislature is trying to right now, again, in one man's opinion, trying to just put some stopgaps in place year to year until we can get to a longer term policy discussion around how we do taxes in Colorado. So I don't know, like you said, 6 months, and I know Reeves has been working around the state, but I would assume he'll have some recommendations coming out of those conversations.
Matt, a little bit information. You guys all know somebody that has a house here that doesn't live here. Ask them what their property taxes are in other states.
Right.
A lot of people don't realize, and I did this kind of as a study for our board, but a $250,000 house in our county is about $800 a year. In Kansas, it's about $4,400 a year for the tax. In Wyoming, where everybody assumes the taxes are cheaper, it was $2,300. New Mexico was about 1,800. Utah, using different communities in Utah, was about $3,000. Arizona was about 3,500. Nebraska was the biggest variable because they had a whole bunch of different categories. But the ones with the simplest tax policy, to me, taxed all property as property. If you own property, it was property. Now that doesn't mean we didn't, the ag exemption is a thing, but there are a whole bunch of these consequences that are so intertwined. That education part, most people didn't realize that you could help maybe some of the housing disparity and what it costs. If the taxes cost more, they may not be able to sell them at those prices. Because what you can afford here is not what you can afford somewhere else. So there's a lot of variables that change this debate and what the cost of living in Colorado is. And if you own any business property, you're already fairly aware of how that happens to your business property. So.
Matt, I think you make a great point. Currently in Colorado, you pay an assessed value of about 7% on your personal residence. So when people get their property tax, you're only paying 7% of what that assessed value, and you can do the math. Basically $7,000 per 100,000, and I will say that property taxes are among the most loathed of all taxes. Nobody likes to pay taxes generally, but property taxes are really people really do not like those, and as a result, we have gotten to this point where we are still a very low tax state in general in Colorado, but we are going to have a conversation on what that looks like. I'll just real quick give you a brief anecdote. If you get your county assessor, your tax statement, right? If you look at that, they by law have to put on there the number of mills that you are currently assessed, and then the number of mills that would be required to fund the school district if some of these things weren't in place in Colorado. So where I live in Douglas County, I would have to be assessed an additional 82 mills in property tax to pay what the combination of the state backfill and the local property taxes would do. And you can just kind of do the math in your head, and mills are a whole different thing. We won't go into, I would never do algebra anyway, but that you can get a sense of where that is. So at some point, I agree, there's going to have to be a conversation, I think, around what is fair and equitable, because there are other places in the state where there's not a lot of assessed value. And so they could raise mills until, from here till the end of the world and just never generate very much money, just because there's not much property value there. So.
Mr. Cook, I was wondering if you might bring up the decision with the Colorado Supreme Court and CDE and mills, since you brought up some mills. Well, it's going to affect everybody in the room differently.
Yeah, good point. Thanks, Matt. You put me on the spot for a very complex, difficult via Zoom with 20 minutes left to go. So no, I apologize. So there was the combination of the Tabor Amendment, the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, and our constitutional tax code, and the Gallagher Amendment. And most of school districts, when Tabor was passed, did what was known as de-Brucing. Douglas Bruce, a guy from El Paso County, was the father of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights. And so they went to voters and said, can we keep the taxes that we are currently collecting for education above the Tabor limits? And the vast majority, I think at the time it was 174, the 178 communities said, yes, you can. The Colorado Department of Education then turned around and said, we have a different interpretation of that no, you cannot do that. And as a result, for about 15 years, and I know Mark knows this, or Matt, if that's incorrect, correct me, but CDE and that ruling caused school districts not to collect some money that they were entitled to. It was known as the Mesa case, because it was brought by school districts, the Mesa County Commissioners, and asking for clarity. So even though they've had that ruling for a while, nobody really knew what to do to fix that. And so now what you are starting to see, thanks to some legislation that was passed, is that we will now hopefully be able to bring that back into balance. And what it basically says is that your local school district, right now in Colorado, the maximum number of mills you can assess for a school district is 27. If your local property assessment doesn't meet the local share, the local school district has to, by law, raise those mills 1 mill a year until you either get to 27 or full funding locally. So there are some school districts that fully fund locally. You can probably guess where those are. They're communities where there's a lot of a lot of property wealth, a lot of second homeowners, those kind of things. They can generate enough taxes to fund their local share. So their mills may not get to 27. Their mills may only be 4 or 5. There are places like Pueblo, however, which is already at the 27 mills and still can't pay their there's not enough wealth there to generate out of those 27 mills what their local share would be for the school district. And so this is an attempt to, one, get us back hopefully to that 65 or 60-40 or even 50-50 local and state share, and bring some equity, because those places that are already either at the maximum or not able to generate much money in assessed mills, they will get some additional money from the state. So it's a very complex topic, but it is a step in the right direction, in my opinion, in trying to get back to the balance of local and state funding, hopefully getting somewhere near to that 50-50 or back to the 60% locally, the 40% from the state. Matt Schuler, anything else you want to share on that one?
I think it's another thing in each community you guys live in to understand what 1 mill would do.
Right.
In every community is different. I know in Routt County, a mill to them is $3 or $4 million. I don't know the exact number, but I know it has 2 commas in it. In my county, a mill is 17 or 18,000. So the difference in what your tax base is something that everybody needs to be aware of locally, especially local leaders, local government, to understand where that's going to do, because it not only affects the school district, it affects your emergency services, your hospital boards, all of those other things. And they haven't found a mechanism to help those services along yet, where education is, I think everybody's on board for education. I think it's something that's going to be supported, but those other services support education as well. So it's kind of it's a tough problem that you leaders out there sitting at the tables now, you guys understand it, but it's some words and some advice to sit down with people when you really talk to them, to let them know that, hey, this is our community, this is our state. How are we going to best affect our lives, and how are those done? And so the other thing that I don't think a lot of people know is Colorado is one of only 6 states that local control and that local control being the elected school board, they're the people. They're the people that determine how your schools work. And that's a hard thing to understand, especially with people that move in from other states where it's not the case. So when we deal with the state legislatures at the state, they may not even be aware that the local school board is the end all be all for school finance, because they do control the purse strings. So it's a juggling thing. When the lawsuit comes, the local school board's affected. But when the money gets raised, we have to go ask the state to help us get what we need. So it's a very complex situation. And if you know a school board member, and by the way, I just let you guys know, I recently resigned from my school board, 14 years of service on that. And I was just getting to know what I know, but it's scratching the scratch. Make friends with your local school board members, help them to understand things. There are so many things that affect that funding level. Secure Rural Schools Act. Each county is treated different in how that works. The Gallagher Amendment, that's going to affect those things too. But these mills, if you understand your local mills, you can help those people understand how they're going to be able to affect teacher retention, how their school is going to be, because that is the heart of the community.
Yep.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Rachel Richards, Pickens County area, Aspen School District. And we are one of those wealthier communities with high property values. But in the past, because of the negative factor, however you look at it, it wasn't sufficient for their budget. And our community has passed a sales tax, and we do it about every 5 years. And it's 1/3 of a cent of sales tax to help augment their budget. I kind of asked them about this issue of raising your existing mill 1 mil a year until you can cover your own budget. And we got an email back that was like, oh no, we already collect the 4 that were pre-Tabor. We don't have to do any more. And frankly, our community needs that sales tax for some other issues in the future. And I'm not so sure we'll be able to pass that or keep doing that. And it feels a little funny to come into our budget because their budget's not sufficient. But what I'm wondering is, what is this mechanism of must raise the mill 1 mil a year? Do they have to go to a vote each year for 1 mil? Or are they allowed by state law now to sufficiently fund themselves by raising it 1 mil a year at a vote at the school board table?
Yeah, so it's a good question. The mechanism is a law passed by the legislature that said the Mesa case was correct. And the Supreme Court said that if you debruced, you had already asked your community, could you keep those revenues? So there's not a separate new election, because the way that legally, and again, if there's a lawyer in the room who wants to correct me, I encourage you to do so. But the law is that those districts had already debruced and asked their voters. And so what we are doing now is going back retroactively to making it the way it should have been before CDE provided the erroneous advice. And so when you go as a school board to certify your taxes every year, depending on where you are on the number of mills, you automatically certify 1 mil more every year until you either reach the 27 or full funding of the local share.
So you're saying that what they had told us back is that 4 mills had been debruced, so now they're good. But they could be required to raise their mill 1 mil a year until they hit 27 to fully fund and not be asking the local communities for sales tax?
Well, no, because they fully fund locally. And I would refer you back to Dave, the superintendent up there in Aspen, because you all are really an outlier. I'm not aware of any other spot in the state that has the tax thing. So I really would refer you back to the board and the superintendent.
Thank you.
Yeah. Real quick, because I know we're running out, we're kind of up against a 2 o'clock or so-ish deadline. I wanted to highlight a couple things, and I would share these bills even if Representative McLaughlin wasn't in the room, but 2 bills that allowed para-retirees to come back to work for a school district and not impact their para benefits. So para is a huge organization. In many counties across the state, para-retirees represent a significant amount of the local economy. Those benefits that those folks bring in are a significant part of county economies in large parts of the state. So what we're saying is, if you retire from a para organization, there are rules that say you cannot come back to work for another para organization minus a certain number of days without significantly impacting your retirement benefits. And so these two bills, House Bill 1057 and House Bill 1101, which is specific to rural schools, allow para retirees, in some cases educators, and in the one for rural schools, food service workers or bus drivers, anything that's a critical shortage, to come back to work without having to reduce your para retirement. And so not a complete fix, but it does help get some of those folks who maybe would like to work a little bit longer. Now, a lot of people, when they retire, they're done, right? And I just had a good friend of mine who retired after 32 years as a fifth grade math teacher. He is not coming back to school. There are a lot of folks, however, that have done that. So those two bills allow that to happen. The nice thing about both of them is that it's ongoing. They don't have to come back and reauthorize that in 3 or 5 years. So two really important bills. And there's a question in the chat here. Let's see. Okay, and Melanie, I don't know you, but I'm going to send you a box of cookies because you just teed up my next question. Next big bill is House Bill 1295. This is a significant change. And when I say significant, tsunami or tidal wave is, I think, an appropriate change. This is the bill that authorizes the Department of Early Childhood in the state of Colorado. So voters passed a initiative to make 10 hours a week available to every child whose family or parents or guardians want to partake in early childhood. It required, in some people's estimation, the creation of a brand new department, a Title I department. So Title I departments are like CDE or DORA. They are huge organizations in the state. So this brand new organization was authorized under House Bill 1295, which is the Department of Early Childhood. The bill was more than 550 pages because, as you can imagine, there was elements of all kinds of things that had to go into this bill. So basically what it does is two things. One, it authorizes this new department. The new executive director is a woman named Lisa Roy. She has been on the job a couple months now. And by July 1 of next year, so July 1, 2023, they need to be ready to go. So what they have done is they're across the state, you will have an option as a school district or a county, a municipality to join one entity for your area that will oversee the local early childhood. So if you're a school district and you wanted to apply to be that organizing committee or that group, the acronym is escaping me for some reason right now, but that will do that. If your school district is in 2 counties, you have the ability to say, we only want to be with one of the organizing groups and not 2. So this is a huge, huge, huge change. The school districts and counties and a lot of groups really came together because we had some initial concerns about an executive director that would basically have carte blanche to do pretty much anything. About half of the Title I agencies in Colorado, thank you, local coordinating organization. It's just escaping me. So thank you so much. We were able to help work the bill to get it to a spot where there's an advisory council that can provide information to the executive director. And if the executive director, in this case, Lisa Roy, does not accept the input or the feedback from the advisory council, she has to provide written comments on why she's promulgating a rule. So I think that's important. The other thing is there's a full review in 3 years, I think, and not 5, as there usually is in most sunsets. So I think there's a lot in that bill. The website is up. I would encourage you to go out there and take a look. This, like I said, really is a massive shift in the way we have done early childhood education in Colorado. So Melanie, I don't know, did I answer your question or did you want to share anything else on that?
Thank you. No, you answered the question. I have not read, excuse me, every word, but I have skimmed all 500, whatever amount of pages. So it's important.
It is. It's a massive bill. And there was a lot of long evenings at the Capitol, lots of conversations. I really applaud leadership in both parties and the governor's office on the amount of stakeholdering that went into it. Like a lot of things at the Capitol, it didn't make everybody happy, which kind of tells you generally that we got pretty close to the target of what it will be. So that I think that's important. Yeah.
If I may say also, it's not over yet because all of those rules still need to be set.
Absolutely. Yeah. And that's the work that they're doing. That's why it was important to have them, the executive director hired by July 1 of this year, to really allow them a full year to put the things in place and build the infrastructure that's going to be required for that particular for that agency. There were obviously a number of bills related to kind of policy stuff from education. I would say there was really a big push this year by the legislature around some of that question we had earlier around student mental health. How do we get those professionals out to areas in the entire state where people are able to access them? And so I think we're going to see a lot of that. Again, a lot of good work. I would just like to say that I think because sometimes we look at politics through the lens of what we see on whatever channel we watch or whatever website we read. The General Assembly in Colorado certainly has their partisan battles, but by and large, it always gives me a lot of hope when the vast majorities of bills are passed on a bipartisan nature, that they have vigorous debates, and almost always it's around what's best for Colorado. And then they do, by and large, pass bills on a bipartisan nature, and they get a lot of work done. 120 days sounds like a lot, which is what they have to work with. But if you're down in that Capitol, on a regular basis, I'm down there almost every day during the session. The amount of work and the folks that are really putting in their time and effort to making sure that we pass good laws and good policies. And again, we don't hit it out of the park every time, but the legislatures, the staff, the lobbyists, certainly you all as constituents and advocates, the system does work pretty well. And that is something that gives me hope and makes me proud to be in Colorado. So Matt Schuler, I know, are we hard out at 2?
It's up to you. I think there's some people who may have some other questions that may not involve anything you brought up, but we'll survey the crowd. Any other questions or any topics you guys would like to ask about? One thing, and I asked you about this earlier, Mr. Cook, is what is the superintendent turnover in the state of Colorado?
That is, so last year there was nearly 40 new superintendents. So either superintendents who are new to the superintendency or moving from one district to another. This year, the last time I got the email from CDE, I want to say we were already up to 43. So the turnover is significant. There is a number, I would say probably close to 30 superintendents who are both the superintendent and the principal in those districts. Typically tend to be smaller school districts, but still a big part. And I think it's important to talk about administrators. Sometimes it's really easy to kind of poke fun at guys like Mark Lindstrom from the central office, right? And administrators are really critical to the success of teachers and students. And again, people are just not looking at a superintendency and going, yeah, that's something I want to be involved in. The board is under political attack, and my community is divided, and I'm trying to come out of COVID. And so, sure, why wouldn't I step into that superintendency? So, yeah, the turnover is significant. I did put my email address here. It's mcook@casb.org. If you wake up in the middle of the night and have a question, feel free to email me that. I won't read it then, but I will when I get up in the morning. But I'm happy to answer questions. I don't have all the answers. I'm certainly not the final arbiter on anything, but I can usually point you to resources of folks and people that can do some of that. So is there maybe one more question? Yeah, in the back, I see.
Thank you, Matt. Ray Beck, Moffett County. I understand the complexity of, if you will, getting superintendents. We're going through that process right now, and the board just appointed one within, and so that individual is being promoted to superintendent level. I guess I'll ask the question, what can Club 20 do in partnership with CASB? What would be our role, or what do you see as Club 20's role in helping with you guys?
You know, I think that is a great question, and congratulations on getting the superintendency squared away for the next school year, because that's a big job. I hired 2 superintendents when I was in Aurora, and I know that's a really significant job. I would say the value of organizations like Club 20 certainly is one. As much as I live in Parker, Colorado, I live along the Front Range. We don't often hear as much from the Western Slope as we probably should. Part of it is we need folks who live kind of Fort Collins to Pueblo and along the 25 corridor to make an effort to reach out and understand the things you all are dealing with. But the second thing I would say is contacting, to Matt, like Matt said, contacting your local school boards, working with CASB where we have initiatives that seem to be good. Certainly any kind of policy information and things and help us understand how particular bills or legislation might impact what you all need to do and how it might impact your community. I think those are all valuable things, because you all, and it's a horrible cliche, but you really are the boots on the ground because you're living it. And so that's what I would say.
There's one thing I really like to thank Matt for, and Christian does the same thing, and the amount of effort that it takes is the bill trackers that they have. CASB has one available for the CASB groups, and Club 20 has a great one for Club 20 membership. And I don't know if Club or CASB is allowing friends of CASB as members yet, but that's something I would like to have a further discussion with you about, Mr. Cook. For folks like these people in the room, just to get some of those emails, if there's something we could do that, and vice versa. Club 20 memberships, man, we should pay more for it, but we appreciate where the rates are right now. So it's a value based stuff that you do. So, Sue Hansen, got a comment.
Thank you, Matt. It just seems to me that just judging from what's school, I've never seen the school board in the spotlight as much as it has been in the last year, right, or two. And it's amazing how uneducated people are about what the school boards actually do. And so if CASB could do anything to help citizens understand the scope of what a school board does, I think that would be really useful, because even when we had our superintendent come in and explain it to a group of people, they still insisted that they knew best. And that must have been really frustrating. So that was just a comment of, I think, we continually try to educate people on the Western Slope about water and, forest health and all that sort of stuff, but we seem to kind of miss the boat on this.
No, and it is, it is a complex issue. The way we have local control, Article 9, Section 15, local school boards in the Colorado Constitution, and that's not something that is the norm everywhere. So it's a great point. We certainly try to do that outreach and help folks understand that. So I would just like to thank you all for your time and your attentiveness, the great conversations and good questions. Like I said, if you have anything else follow-up wise that I can help with, I'd love to encourage you to shoot me an email, and I'm happy to do that. So Matt, I'm going to turn it over to you, and I'm going to duck out because I've got to head to another meeting. So.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we give a little round of applause for Mr. Cook. Thank you again. He's also an Avalanche fan, Bronco fan.
By the way, it's nice to have a PowerPoint-free presentation.
Yeah, death by PowerPoint, right? So, all right. Well, thank you. You all have a good afternoon.
And with that, Catherine, are there any things that we need to do other than thank our sponsors?
Sure, just a couple of quick things. That was really a fabulous overview, and I'll just kind of call out a couple quick legislative pieces of action in the higher education space and at really high levels, because they mainly revolve around creating additional access for underserved and underrepresented populations in higher education, namely free tuition for foster children and enhanced tuition reductions and services for students with developmental disabilities into higher education. So those were some pretty great legislative moves, and probably the most prominent move in creating affordable access to higher education was that legislation was passed where students now need to only be graduate from a Colorado high school, but the law used to say you had to be here for 3 years and graduate from high school, and then start college within 12 months to be eligible for some additional funding. And that has now been changed to 1 year and no limitation on when you start start college. So there's no longer that 12-month requirement. So it creates that pathway for more affordable education for students who might not go straight to college, which is becoming more and more as we have gap years and traditional age students, and a lot of students coming back for second careers and upskilling. So now all of those students have access, if they graduate from a Colorado high school, they only have to have been present in that high school for 1 year, and they now have access to more in-state options for scholarships and tuition than they used to. So those were just a couple of things out there in the ethos. From the Department of Higher Education, there's a lot of big pushes going on right now related to stackable credentials. So you don't have to think about going to college for 4 years. You can credential as you go, where we develop sources of educational steps where that result in certifications that can lead into future certifications that would lead into a bachelor's degree, that also consider certifications that you might accumulate in the workplace. So a lot of that is under discussion right now, which is super exciting to see. And then there's a lot of support right now for health and human services types education programs for students to really encourage enrollment in those pathways, given how critical the needs in our mental health and well-being are right now. So those are just a few things in the ethos to add from the higher ed piece. And Matt, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you, Catherine. Appreciate that. Glad you had a safe trip, and I hope to discuss how that turned out for you later. I'm going to thank our sponsors one more time. We're going to thank Four Corners Materials for being the venue and lunch sponsor. And thank you, Centura Health, for being our reception sponsor, which is going to be, and I'm going to direct this to Christian in the back.
Thank you, Matt. Our reception is going to be held at Mercy Medical Center at 4 p.m. This beautiful courtyard space, and they are hosting beer, wine, and appetizers for us. So please do join us at 4 p.m. At the address up on the screen. And that again is hosted by Centura. So thank you to them for hosting us for that reception. Also, it is my favorite time of year, candidate debate time. And we would like our Club 20 members to please scan the QR code up on the screen and submit some questions for state and federal offices for consideration by the Club 20 leadership team to be asked at our Western Colorado candidate debates to be held on Saturday, September 10th. So please scan that code. It'll take you to a SurveyMonkey page, and you will be able to type your questions in. We will also be putting this out in our newsletter should you not be able to scan the code right at this moment. So please do submit some questions, some really good, thoughtful Western Colorado questions pertinent to the region. That's really what we're looking for. So with that, we start tomorrow at, let's see, 8:30 with federal updates. So we'll see you all at the networking reception and tomorrow morning at 8:30. Dismissed, friends.
Take good care.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us virtually.
I'm sorry you're retiring off the school board. I did 38.
Well, there's always enough.
Oh, no, I was staff assistant superintendent. Matt got my school there. So I did 25 years ago, 13 in Littleton, the assistant super up there, retired. It was so good. Worked in the perspective grade school. It's like a Littleton. Yeah. Work with them every day, all the winter conferences and stuff. Kind of missed going to those. He's great. We're both policy wonks anyways. So.
That's why I'd like to talk to him about.
He was honestly, I had a lot of school board members. He was probably one of the top 2 or 3, maybe the best one I've ever had. You know, he was great.
He's taught me. And I told him, I said, you know, I don't know why you're doing this.
He could do it. Oh, exactly.
I mean,
oh yeah.
when he
Rockies,
speaks,
yeah.
I mean,
He's got a great voice on radio and announcing and sports and everything. It's just a glad to see him here today.
I'm glad. When they started asking me about it, I'm
We know it's going to be a big change. You know, people are going to start. We're having more changes for ourselves. I can't believe this. Our property everywhere, but here especially, it's going to be that we're so short of house. It's just, here, you know, it's $500,000 for a town. And if you're in town, it's $500,000. That's I got here 22 months ago, and I got rent for a year and I get to know the market. Well, the first house I looked at, I liked a lot, and I probably should have bought it. And I looked at it the other day, and it's on the market for 18 months, and it's 30%. They sold it for, and I thought, and they'll probably get it.
But I think more tolerance. I'll try to buy the lot, buy the water tax,
Or it's 109,000. People got to be more wise about water.
Well, all of this is going to end up being water.
It's going to drive it. You know, look at properties here, look at the wells drying up, water deliveries and stuff. The guys look, we got the small farmers. And even then, how good are those?
I mean, it's going to be rough.
Well, evidenced by all the Texas connections. I had 3 work with me, and another one just brought his girlfriend up, and he got her a job with the schools in Durango, and she's a teacher. And I said, well, at least you're a teacher. I said, I'm Texas, at least you're a teacher. So, I have to really know this, like, yeah, it's just I'll find a place soon. I didn't want to retire. And this stuff.
That's the reason the big issue. Talk about
Well, I do okay, but there's a lot of folks that they can't afford it. First year teacher. You've got to find a way. Matt and I had this conversation. I can't. Matt, I asked him something. I said, Matt, I said, I know you can band-aid it by letting all of us come back and work. Not be such a 110 day rule. That's great. Brokers, bus drivers, everything. That's good. It's a band-aid. My last year, I went to 5 places to recruit them all out of state because literally we didn't have enough teachers to teach. And we were competing all against each other. And Littleton did pretty well because they checked out people. Get them down here, you can't do it. He's like, it's not true. I had one guy, I almost had him here last year. And he didn't call me back. I called him for the August. I said, it's supposed to be 2 weeks. I said, it's job choice. He said, and he was in there. He went to university. Got it done. But he had a summer job. Enterprise car rental, but you know what? I look at them working, but I make $8,000 a year more when I get enterprise car rental. And I'm like, that was eye-opening. That was, no, he said, I wanted to teach. I can't afford to teach, even though I got my teaching. And I look at that. Give me a break. I mean, I'm sure it's good work, but the value to society and stuff, we are priorities out of the way.
Well, if I did that, I gotta use my computer. For my-
What's it doing? I bet I can help you.
Good job. So that.
clerk kept me, gives student loans to nurses, teachers, some of those, get the attorneys and the doctors. So, we're probably capable of, not that difficult. Or the others. Barbara, good to see you again. Everybody, see you there.
Every other weekend. Oh, yeah. Yes, well.
Test, 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 test.